Good afternoon from Dubai Autodrome under spotless skies and high temperatures. I'm Graham Goodwin. This is sports car racing legend Oliver Gavin, of course. We're here for the first of four-hour races for the Asia Le Mans Series in 2023. Two this weekend, one about to get underway in the next half hour, followed by another one tomorrow, and then we move seamlessly, we hope, to Yas Marina circuit in the capital of the United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi, next weekend for the conclusion of the Asia Le Mans Series with another pair of four-hour races. 48 cars started this season. We've got a bit of a problem for two of them today, so it'll be 46 cars, we believe, to start race one. We'll explain that as things go on. And with a delay from qualifying this morning, which required something like 2.5 hours of barrier repairs on it.
It was extensive, absolutely.
We're a little late right now for the start of this race, which means we're going to be going into more full darkness today than was originally planned. So a little bit more of Le Mans than perhaps the teams and drivers were expecting, and that's thrown a few spanners in the works today. Cars are getting ready though to form up the grid, and it does make for a very colourful collection indeed. We'll shortly be going down to have a chat with Hayley Edmonds, who's the third part of this presentation team for 2023. But so far, no shortage of drama, Ollie.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been action-packed. I mean, it was, what, 1.5 laps into that first qualifying session that we had a huge impact for the number 54 dynamic Porsche, and that caused extensive barrier damage, which led to a lengthy delay in repairs. The 54 car is heavily damaged. The chassis is done, but fortunately, driver Philip Sager managed to extract himself, get out, and walk away from the accident. And yes, it caused a lot of drama.
It did. That car we will not see today. The other car we won't be seeing today in today's race is the number 61 TF Sport Aston Martin. You saw the sister car, the 95. That's had its dramas as well, with logistical difficulties, meaning that car only arrived yesterday to be prepped.
Rather awkward there for Sally jumping in the car. Sally Ulock, he was just jumping in there, and that horrible thing that happens as a driver as you're trying to get yourself into the seat. The car gets let down on the ground and it gives you a real jar in the back, and maybe even gets a smack in the face. Yes, it's a tough one.
So it's been already lots of track time with testing and free practice, Ollie. It's a tricky track surface here, and very shortly we're going to be taking a look at the onboard lap around the Dubai Autodrome. 5.39 kilometres. I know you're going to be taking us around that lap with a very slippery track.
Absolutely. So here we are on board the TF Sport Vantage AMR GT3 number 61 car, and at Dubai Autodrome, 5.39 kilometres, 16 turns, and across the start-finish line, and coming down here into turn one. This is plunging downhill about 245 kilometres an hour before you hitting hard on the brakes and down into second gear, about 110 kilometres an hour here at turn one, through and off of there into a very high-speed sweeping section of the racetrack. Very hard on the left front tyre here at the Dubai Autodrome. You've got GT3 cars, you've got to be watching for the P cars coming through here, because they've got a lot more downforce than these GT3 cars. To come down into the lowest part of the racetrack, turn 6 here, and winding through into turn 7, second gear, about 100 kilometres an hour on the exit of that corner, rowing back up through the gears, coming into turn 9, one of the banked hairpins here at the Dubai Autodrome. Very, very important corner here for lap time. Getting a really good exit off of here is super important, and with the wind conditions today, it's going to be about 260 kilometres an hour in 6th gear at the end of this straight. A very important overtaking point also at the end of this straight. A very hard braking point. It's turn 10, slowest part of the racetrack, about 65 kilometres an hour, getting to the apex there. Nicely done. On the power, hard off of there, and into turn 11. Sweeping through, and then up to another hairpin, which is another good overtaking opportunity here at the Dubai Autodrome, and it's down to about 80 kilometres an hour. Third gear though, as you're coming off here, looking for that traction, looking to keep the rear under you as you make it off of there, and then rowing back up through the gears, up to 220 kilometres an hour, through turn 13, and then hard on the brakes to another banked hairpin, which is again about 80 kilometres an hour at the apex. lining the car up nicely for the exit, driving off of there and into turn 15, which is a little bit of a breathe, up and over the crest and onto the brakes again for the final turn on the racetrack, turn 16, about 100 kilometers an hour at the apex, using a little bit of curb here on the exit, and that is a lap of the Dubai Autodrome.
So Ollie Gavin thinks he'll do for his trade, sitting on the roof of that Aston Martin for that hot lap. Ollie, that looked a bit windy.
Oh, it was. It was tough. I was strapped down, though.
But the sad news is, that is the only other car that we're not going to see today.
Yeah.
That car had an incident in that later in that session. The cars are actually leaving to take to the grid. That car had an incident later in the session that gave them chassis damage. Has been repaired, or is under repair at the moment, but not in time to make the grid for this first race. So we should see the Avisu-sponsored number 61 Aston Martin out tomorrow, but not today. So 46 of the 48 original starters we expect to see today on the grid. But they still make a raucous and colourful show.
It's still a record grid, isn't it, for the Asian Le Mans Series, and that's really going to be one of the stories that we're going to see developing through this race, how everybody deals with the traffic, that multi-class racing, dealing with one another on the racetrack around this 5.39 kilometres, 16-turn racetrack, which, when it gets into the darkness, that's really going to be the challenge. And just speaking with a couple of the drivers earlier on, they're really finding this track challenging to drive around in the dark, and it's differentiating between the runoff areas and the racetrack itself, and you get offline here and it's very, very sandy. So these are all the challenges that the drivers are going to have to deal with. I think we are going to see the starting drivers, a lot of those are going to be that bronze rank driver. It's up to the teams and who they would like to start the race, but I think because of this change now with the start time, I think we're going to see a lot of bronze drivers starting the race.
And that is another switch in the strategy they will not have been anticipating until the delay to the start, because we're going to have much longer into darkness than we were originally expecting. Initially it was going to be about half an hour in proper darkness. It's now going to be about half the race.
Yes, it is.
And that's going to affect both what the choices are for the teams in terms of who chooses what to do, and the reality of what they can do, because in some of those cases one or two of the drivers not qualified to run in the dark.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit in the balance, you know, how those teams manage that. There has been a number of changes here over these last few days on drivers in, drivers out, rankings, and drivers being unwell or injuries, or cars going out, cars coming in. So yeah, it has been mixing up somewhat, and we are seeing a lot of changes, but a lot of drivers that we also just so happen to be in region getting an opportunity to race and drive.
Well, let's try and run through them. I think we're probably going to miss one or two because it's been happening in rapid fire order today. We've had Ollie Milroy, the reigning GT champion from Inception Racing last year. He is in the process of moving his family out here to the United Arab Emirates, and happened to be here and just happened to have all his racing kit with him, which was lucky. He's
Good
joined
lad.
the Alberto AMG Mercedes crew with Liam Talbot and Jules Gounon.
Strong car.
That's a change. There's
Strong
been
car.
a change in the Vulcanhurst Motorsport BMW squad. By the way, the car that will start on pole position for the 34 car.
And that looks like a shrewd move as well, doesn't it?
It does. Thomas Merrill coming in there as a late replacement for Richard Heistand. We've had not a change, but trouble there for that's the 360 racing car doing a 360.
Yeah, and that just highlights the troubles and the low grip level here at Dubai, particularly if you get offline. It's a real challenge.
That is our GT pole sitter as the other cars come around, and they're allowed to do this, by the way. Come in, quick little bit of service, a little bit of tweak here, a nip and a tuck, and then come round whilst pit lane is still open.
Yeah, it looks to me like the BMW's come a little bit too far down the grid, and I think he's going to have to push back.
Okay, well, we'll see that. Bullet Racing's Aston Martin, again, team did reasonably well in the qualifying session. That is our Rinaldi LMP3 Duquesne, the multicoloured green, yellow, red and white car. Notice the Proton Competition brand on the rear wing of that car, the dorsal fin of that car, and that car is because it carries amongst the drivers Jonas Reed, the son of Christian Reed, the team principal of Proton Competition. More changes though, so we believe the number 74 Castle Racing car, because of, I think it's a prior injury that's flared up again for Felipe Fraga, they were looking to put a third driver in that car. It will now just be a two-driver effort, so that's going to be hard work for David Fuminelli, the silver driver, who will have to double stint in that car. A change as well for one of the two Garage 59 cars, with Martin Kirchhoffer unwell and being replaced by Tom Gamble. Have I covered off all of them yet? I think that's about it.
I think that is everybody.
So multiple changes if you're looking at the online resources that are available to you. If you're following us, by the way, on YouTube or on the series Facebook channel, you can also add, of course, live timing to the bunch of free resources that you can pick up for this race. If you're a newcomer to endurance racing, welcome. What is endurance racing? It's, in this case, 3 races going on the same track at the same time with cars at different performance levels, and in this case with drivers at different performance levels. This is a fully Pro-Am series this year. Every single one of the 46 cars you will see start this race feature a bronze ranked driver. So good luck to all of them. Effectively, I guess you could put it this way, it's like having Formula 1, Formula 2 and Formula 3 racing on track, but for 4 whole hours. That will see most of the teams utilising 3 drivers. Some of them, the odd 1 or 2, have got just 2 drivers, and the rules dictate how long, as a minimum and or a maximum, those drivers can stay in the car. So watch for that all panning out. We'll try and unpick that as we go, as we look at the Dubai skyline beyond this fabulous track. And it's great to see, Ollie, the public in the United Arab Emirates responding to the Asia Le Mans Series, here for the 3rd year now, and I'm told well into 5 figures of register for free tickets here. You can come if you're watching to watch the race today or the race tomorrow. Register with the circuit and free tickets will be allocated. The same is the case for Yas Marina Circuit next week. Free.
Yeah,
I like that word.
Absolutely. I think it's fantastic that they've got opened it up to the public and allowed them to come in. I think that we've got a great crowd here, and it's awesome to see the engagement with that crowd. And they're going to see, as we've already said, 46 cars on the grid here. Really healthy grids in P2, P3 and in GT.
That is our pole sitter in the LMP3 class, the junior LMP class if you like, and that is the Wochenspiegel team car with Rinaldi. And that car features, as we said in qualifying, the man that has nicked Ollie Gavin's job, the latest signing for Corvette Racing, Nicola Varone, who will be the silver driver in the brand new GT AM project for Corvette Racing. The first time the factory team has run a Pro-Am car, it requires a gold or platinum driver, a silver rank driver and a bronze driver. They've got the bronziest, the shiniest of bronzes.
Absolutely.
With Ben Keating, then Nico Varone and Nicky Katzberg, who rather oddly is in the pole position car here for Valkenhurst Motorsport.
Yes, he is.
Just got a quick glance there of one of a number of new spectator facilities. Chandler Hull looks like he may well be starting in the 34. The Apex Garden. There's also new viewing platforms at Turn 1, on the inside of Turn 1, and a commodious grandstand overlooking the pit straight and garages. So lots of options and opportunities for people to get really close to the cars. And I think what most people who encounter the sports car racing scene for the first time find is it's the access. Out comes the Hout Racing Team AMG, another high-flying car, Ollie, in GT3.
Absolutely, it is, and they are really on their way. I think the Mercedes is going to be very strong this weekend, and I think it's going to be an excellent. There's a good grid of them. There's good 5 Mercedes on the grid, and they look like they're all running exceptionally well and extremely strongly.
The encouraging thing for Mercedes AMG, of course, as well, is the number of their cars that are towards the top of the order in the hands of the non-professional driver. You know, make no mistake, these cars are set up for the best possible compromise between the very high skill levels indeed of the professional drivers and the still high skill levels, but with less experience, of the non-professionals.
No, they are going to. That Mercedes in particular has seems to have a nice wide window for both the AM and the Pro to operate in. And I think that's what makes it such a great sports car.
Stefano Costantini from the
did
AF
a fine
Corsa.
job in
He did,
qualifying.
didn't he? It's on the second row in the 21 car. And not many more races left to tick off for the old girl, the 488 GT3 Evo 2020, its full name. By the time we come back next season, if indeed this is on the calendar for next season, we hope it is, there will be a brand new Ferrari. The 296 GT3 made its debut in the United States last month and will progressively roll out to customers a huge number of orders for that new car. A very different looking and a very different sounding Ferrari. That is the customer racing effort. So look again at the Apex Garden, and some food trucks have arrived there to cater for fans, families. Great to see them as the cars continue to populate this grid. Coming through the middle there, we can see the bright pink Get Speed car. That's number 16 car with a pair of Chinese drivers joined by Shanghai-based Alexander Imperatori. Here's our calendar, all the same flag you'll notice. 1 and 2, rounds 1 and 2 this weekend. The 4 hours of Dubai today and tomorrow. And then next weekend we move on to Abu Dhabi, the capital of the United Arab Emirates, for a pair of 4-hour races again under the lights at Yas Marina Circuit, the home of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And again, another part of the Emirates where we've been made to feel very welcome indeed the past 3 seasons. This has been a happy hunting ground for the Asian Le Mans Series, as the series avoided the massive challenges thrown globally to everybody, all of you listening, all of you watching, all of you sitting trackside, and the competitors here too. Ollie, that is the Dubai Autodrome.
Absolutely. 5.39, 16 turns. There's sector 1, and then opening up into the faster section 2, and mainly straights and a couple of hairpins, and then all the way section 3, all the way back round to the start-finish line. Like I say, 16 turns, a lot of elevation here, and actually the drivers like this racetrack, particularly in the daylight. I'm not sure there's so many fans in the dark, but you know, I think it becomes more of a challenge.
Tricky enough, this place, for experienced race drivers. We've got quite a lot of not that experienced race drivers in this.
It's a heavy load. A real emphasis on the bronze drivers here this weekend, isn't there? Particularly in that LMP3 class.
And there is indeed. Good-looking car, that Ferrari, of that yellow highlighting from Francorchamps Motors, the Belgian importers. A traditional yellow that's adorned lots of Ferraris down through the years. This is our pole-setting car, the green and yellow, number 43 from Inter Europol, Yorica 07, brought to pole position by Charles Cruz, CR Cruz, in his LMP2 debut. Charlie has been on what can only be described as a rapid weight loss, what do we call it, strategy.
Yeah, it certainly looked that way when you looked at his race suit. It was very loose.
Yeah, 55 pounds lost since the end of the European season in October. And let's hope that's not affected his stamina. It certainly hasn't affected his speed, coming now through the LMP2 grid. It's the RC Bratislava, the Team 99 car. Cool Racing, we'll be talking about them, I'm sure. Algar Pro Racing, and alongside there, the Gold car, which is the reigning championship winning car from last year. If you're here with us last year, that's the car that was blue and red. It's now gold, the number 24 for Rodrigo Salas and Ben Hanley as returning champions. And added to that squad is Matthias Besch.
Another strong lineup, and
Very strong lineup.
We were talking to them just a little while ago, weren't we, just before the start of the broadcast, and they seemed pretty happy with the car, in a pretty good place.
They did indeed. This is one of the two HRT, the Hap Racing Team cars, as Bibendum from Michelin, a long time, must be more than a century old now. Bibendum, looking good on it. Is just waving to a halt the number 43 car. Inter Europol from Poland. 4 cars here, Ollie. We're not going to get confused at all by that.
Oh no, it's not. I'm not getting flashbacks to Jota at all here.
So Chandler Hull looking focused ahead of the start of this race for the GT pole sitting car. In the Asia Le Mans Series, the car's to GT3 specification. That's a taste of the future for ACO Rules Racing, because that's what's coming to the FI World Endurance Championship and to the European Le Mans Series after this year.
Did you know?
More year.
Did you know Corvette are coming to come with a GT3
Are
car?
they?
Yes. It was launched at Daytona only a few weeks ago.
Cue now Oliver Gavin, 20 years Corvette factory driver, and a 15-minute commercial for Corvette Racing. We won't go down that road quite yet, but it is great to see Corvette on the customer
Fantastic,
racing
it really is.
market, and to be joined, excitingly, by Ford next year as well. So Ford versus Chevrolet.
Not quite as exciting as Corvette, though. Anyway, moving on.
Two of the big three joining in the GT3 train, and we've already got a lot of variety and some depth in that variety here, but it's only going to get better. Miguel Molina, one of 4 factory hypercar drivers on this grid.
Looking very relaxed.
And that is another WEC driver talking to him. That is Michel Gatting on the Iron Dames, winner of the final race of the European season. If you're a fan of bright pink racing cars, then this is the girl for you. So Michel here chatting away with Miguel. They will be sharing the WEC grid at opposite ends of the grid this season. Miguel on the right in the brand new and gorgeous 499P Ferrari, and Michel on the left in the bright pink Porsche, as it will be this season. One of 4 that are going to be campaigned by Proton Competition, one of them for the Iron Dames. Get Speed, 26th on the grid, the number 10 car in their 10th anniversary livery for 10 years of Get Speed. Great to see them joining in the fun here.
These guys will be another team to really reckon with today. I reckon these guys are going to be pressing hard for the victory. Yeah,
Fräulein Schultz looked strong. You've then got Fabian Schiller joining in, and Raffaele Marciello. And if you don't know that name, truth is, you're going to do by the end of this race.
I would say so.
I would say that is a very strong prospect for at the very least a podium.
Yeah. Charlie getting himself ready.
There's Charles Cruz with the red air plugs in, so he is going to be starting this race, and the 2 young men driving the car with him, both managed by Charles Cruz, both in what's now known as Indy Next. Indy NXT used to be Indy Lights, but 2 rapid young men. Could be a bit of a dark horse, that one.
I think that they are a really good prospect here today. You know, they've got a great lineup. The car's running strongly. You can't count them out.
Second on the grid and sharing the front row is the number 3 DCAR engineering car. We refer to this car for obvious reasons as Nemo throughout the race. 2 Turkish drivers, Saliholic, the reigning LMP2 Pro Am champion from Europe, together with his Northern Irish teammates from that effort, Charlie Eastwood. And they will be joined by Turkish Porsche specialist Mr. Güven. This is the number 24 car. We described that one earlier. Hopefully they'll remove that before the car goes racing. Could be inconvenient.
Eyes on.
But yes, indeed, Rodrigo Salas, my apologies, with Ben Hanley and Matthias Besch.
Yeah, he was talking to us earlier a little about qualifying, and he was, I think, frustrated with not being able to get a clear lap. But that's part of the series now. They've got LMP3, LMP2 running on the track together at the same time in qualifying. 24 cars, even around a 5.39 kilometre racetrack. You've got to pick your spot. You've got to find that nice bit of open racetrack, and he didn't quite manage to do that. So I think there's some time left on the table there for that car. 4th
on the grid is going to be the number 25 Algar Pro Racing car. These all Orica 07s powered by 4.2 litre Gibson V8 normally aspirated engine. In fact, that's not 4th. There's a gap on the grid. So there is a car missing here. So what has happened to the United Autosports car?
Yes, Shaheen is
still in pit lane, the number 23 car. So we'll come back to that one. 37 here. Cool Racing, Swiss team, Alexandre Coigny, Nico Lapierre, legendary sports car racer, and a name I hope we're going to be hearing a lot more about. Young man making his debut here in LMP2, the reigning LMP3 European champion, Malte Jakobsen, was mercurial in free practice. Can't wait to see what he can do in race conditions here. We'll try and find out what's gone on with the United Autosports car. Torsten Kratz. Torsten Kratz from the number 11 WTM by Rinaldi car. He was the man who put the car in pole position. He will start the race. car that was with us last year in the Asian Le Mans Series, this Duqueine DO8, powered by 5.6 litre Nissan V8 engine, as all of the LMP3 cars are. Choice of chassis, and we've got two of the available chassis here, Duqueine and the Ligier. Alongside this car, our reigning championship winning car from CD Sports, Nick Adcock putting the car into contention there. He'll share with his fellow champion from last year, Michael Jensen, Vladimir Eriksson, and it is Michael that's going to start the car. They are, by the way, not team colours, they are Michael Jensen's colours for both those cars.
Yes.
I think he's the owner of both of them. The grid is about to be cleared, and we're not very long before getting things underway here.
It is a fantastic grid. I mean, it's amazing to see 24 prototype cars, both of LMP2, LMP3. Rinaldi car here, just taking doing its final checks. You see the mechanics here, just with the doors open on all the GT3 cars, just talking with their drivers, just going through those final little bits of preparation.
So, how do you want to follow this race? Well, my choices are always that you pick a car in every class. And the GT class, pick a car you like. We've got McLarens, we've got Aston Martins, we've got Porsches, we've got Ferraris, we've got a Lamborghini, we've got all sorts, Mercedes AMGs, Porsches and a BMW. Pick a colour you like, pick a driver you like, pick a driver you know, and keep an eye on each of those cars through the next 4 hours of motorised, we hope not mayhem, we hope entertainment, but we're about to get things underway with the green flag. Green flag will mean the car set off behind the pace car. It will be a rolling start. And an orderly rolling start is the way that we get these things done.
Absolutely. And it's going to be on the drivers now to focus on preparing the car, getting the car in the zone, in the window, with that tyre pressures, the heat of the tyres, all the engine and gearbox up to temperature, brakes, making sure that the car is fully prepared, so that when you get to the line and the red lights go off, you are prepared for that first corner, first lap of racing. And it's going to be tough, it's going to be tricky. You know, the circuit and the surface have been a challenge for everyone, and there is plenty of sand on the track in different spots, so you are going to need to be smart with the way that you... I think Charlie's just struggling to get away a little bit there.
I apologise, by the way. Our guest there was not waving the green flag. He was waving, of course, the flag of the United Arab Emirates, our hosts. And a very gracious host indeed again this year. But the green flags are flying from the start gantry to inform the cars. It's taking a while to get these away, as it's a long grid indeed.
Yeah.
And I'm utterly delighted. There's trouble there for the pure racing car. Does get away eventually, but slight delay. Tricky cars to get off the mark, race cars.
Yeah, they can be, and you can see a number of drivers already trying to get across the line so that they're not running down the front straight in any sand or any extra sand, trying to keep the tyres as clean as they possibly can.
Nicely filled grandstand for the start of this race as well. Oh. And here comes the number 23 car out onto the pit apron. And that car's been in the garage. There's been a problem for this car. So 23, which was well up the order, it was on the second row of the grid, is going to start from pit lane. And the rules state this car will not only start from pit lane, but will start a lap down.
Wow, that's a tough break for them. Looks like they've been battling something. We'll see if we can find out exactly what that is. Yeah, as the rest of the grid work their way through.
So it's the grid. It is on pole position, the 43 into Europole competition. Orica Charlie Cruz starts the car there. Sally Jolich will be in the DK Engineering car, the number 3, with the 24 Nielsen Racing car, Rodrigo Salas, with Ashgar Shaheen on pit lane. Cool Racing 5th on the grid, the 6th place Algarve Pro Racing car. ARC Bratislava and 99 Racing make it the top 8. Then into P3, WTM by Rinaldi Racing on pole position from CD Sports. Rinaldi Racing and into Europole's number 73 car, the first of 3 of their cars in the LMP3 category. MV2S, the the orange and black car from Cool Racing's number 17 on into row 7. Row 8, DK Engineering, the orange and black Duqueine from the 53 into Europole Ligier. Graf Racing's number 8 and the number 4 Nielsen Racing Ligier make up the next row, and row 10, the second Graf car and the second CD Sport car. Row 11, RLRM Sport in the blue and yellow car, and the United Autosports number 22 LMP2 car. Row 12 is the pole sitter in GT3, the number 34 BMW, the number 7 Haupt Racing Team AMG, 21 Ferrari, the 10 Get Speed AMG, row 13, and row 14, 63 from Inter-Europol competition, and the Hub Auto Racing car number 72. On the 15th row, it is the pink 16 Get Speed AMG and the purple 33 Herbeth Porsche. D-Station Racing's beautiful green Aston Martin 31st and Herbeth Racing's 99. Bullet Racing's black Aston Martin and Garage 59's number 88, the blue McLaren, ahead of the Herbeth Motorsports Pure Racing number 91 and HRT's car, the 60 Formula Racing and 19 Lamborghini. Then there's 59 Garage 59 car, the 74 Kessel Racing car, the 20 Porsche, the 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari, the 95 Aston Martin and 67 McLaren. And with the 360 Racing car and the Viper Nisa car, that completes our grid. Lights are out and we are go.
Strong start there by Charlie Cruz, defending hard, coming down into turn 1, and the DKR car is really looking to make the move early. He's on the outside coming into turn 1.
Charlie Cruz, though, has toughed that one through and retains the lead. Kept the right line for that, didn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. Behind, it's a little bit congested, but I think everybody's through cleanly.
Oh, apart from the 33 car from Herbeth Motorsport, that one spun around. Keep an eye on that car rejoining. So, did he jump or was he pushed? There will surely be a bit of tape that tells us.
Just a quick update on the 23 car. I think it had an electrical problem, so that should be out on track very shortly.
Right, so that should be after this lap.
Yeah,
is the normal way that would happen. Away go, though. The first two cars getting away immediately. Charlie Cruz being chased hard by Sally Ulich.
It is, but they're stretching away nicely.
They are indeed. So Charlie Cruz, we know he's got the pace. We need to find out whether or not that weight loss regime has led to an issue with stamina, and it's a fight as well for third between the 24 car, it's looking to retain the championship around the outside there for the 25 car. Can't do it there, rattles around the curbs,
yeah.
And the 37 car trying to get at the inside. No room there, but this is a neat and tidy battle for third position.
Yeah, you just want to be looking after your car at this point. You don't want to be really running out too hard onto those curbs. You've got a full fuel load, trying to look after that floor, not get any damage on it, but it's tough racing down through the order. P3 cars side by side as they come down into turn 13. That's the
Cool Racing
Graf, yeah, as they're coming into turn 14. It's action-packed.
Yeah, it goes to where Graf there, but that P2 battle, it's going to run and run. Here comes Rodrigo Salas, our defending champion, and of John Fallon, 2 American drivers involved in this. Then a Swiss with Alexandre Coigny.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of a slow formation lap there, and I think everybody just struggling just to get the tyres up. I think it's going to take a lap or so for everything to settle. I'm sure there's lots of team managers on the radio. Just take a breath, just get everything up. You know, this is a long race, 4 hours.
Here they come. If you're sitting in the stands, you'll be feeling it as well as seeing it and hearing it. The rumble of these cars that comes through.
Isn't that awesome, though? What a sight. Fantastic to see so many GT3 cars coming, pouring down into turn 1.
It is a 200-mile-an-hour motor show. Always is in GT racing. Fabulous sights and sounds. And the teams have produced an absolutely beautiful set of liveries for this year as well. That's always great to see at the start of any season. Not least that 10th anniversary Get Speed car, the number 10.
Yeah, just settling down nicely now. I think Rodrigo Salas has got the car underneath him now. He was a bit sketchy on that first lap, really not too sure. Maybe he ran wide, got a little bit of sand on the tyres, but he's settled down now into a good rhythm. He's just sticking to the inside there. It's a little bit bumpy on the main line on the brake zones there, and that might be something that's just bothering him a little bit when the tyre pressures are a little bit low.
The key here, we said at the start of the show, is it's about remaining error-free. Bring the car home, bring it home in as good as possible condition to hand over to your teammate. Move there between the Graf Racing car and the CD Sport car. They're going side by side. So it goes the way of the Graf car.
It is nose to tail action here.
So LMP3, identical engines and gearboxes in these cars, whether it's a Duquesne or a Ligier. It's a Nissan 5.6 litre V8. No turbos in this
Cool Racing Car seems to be just dropping back a little bit.
LMP2
yeah, he's on it. He's trying to find a way past and look for the opportunity to make his way through.
And needs to, because under pressure from behind, there's still a battle there, this time between the second of the CD Sport cars and the Nielsen Racing car. And that's gone the way of the CD Sport vehicle. The number 2 car moves ahead of the number 4. That is Fabien Michel ahead of Tony Wells. Charlie Cruz, though,
he's just settling in, absolutely settling in and just getting going.
Yeah, 2 seconds ahead. Here we go again. Cool Racing versus MV2S, and this time it goes the way of the orange and black car. He's not, though, got the ideal line, but he's done enough to retain the place.
He did.
Under pressure, both of them from the DKR Engineering Duquesne behind, but MV2S away and clear.
Nice move. Did just enough there and kept it just enough on line. And the Cool Racing car's just dropped a couple of spots. Maybe the driver's just struggling, just getting those tyres up.
And so that was 4 minutes. We've got 4 hours of this to go.
Yeah.
So side by side at the back of the grid for LMP2. This is the 99 racing car going alongside the 44 ARC Bratislava, Mira Konopka and Gonzalo Gomez, who joined this grid about 2 minutes before qualifying started.
Absolutely, he had 0 preparation time.
So 99 racing car, which is rather oddly number 98, because 99 is a Herpath Racing Porsche. And away goes Gonzalo. Mira Konopka, the long-time Asian Le Mans Series entrant from Slovakia. Gentleman driver, comes out in this case of the FI World Endurance Championship. Back though to the ferrets in a bag that is LMP3.
This is great racing, fantastic to see, and they're all so late on the brakes into turn 14. They're just looking to pick their way through the CD Sport car with a Graf car behind him, and MV2S are looking to pick his way through and past the Graf car, the number 9 car.
This is a battle for 4th, and there's 4, 5, 6 cars involved in that battle. And V2S going to the inside this time, looking for a better line into and through turn 1.
And it worked like the lap before, but he's
not
just
close enough,
no,
is he?
He's not.
But look behind there, you've got the Cool Racing car under pressure from the Duquesne of DKR, and that's been done.
Contact.
He is, though, going to be coming wide and into the path of that spinning number 9 car.
Oh, you could see that happening all the way from the start of the brake zone. The MV2S never got deep enough on the brakes, and the Graf car just turned in, didn't really give him the room. They could have run around side by side, but he took the line and then got tagged by the MV2S and got turned around.
And by the way, the 23 car has joined the race. As I said, it will join after the leaders have completed, the cars have completed a full racing lap. So we'll be a lap down, and is currently in 46th position of our 46 starters. So welcome to LMP2, Yasser Shaheen. So Yasser, by the way, one of the co-owners of the Bend Motorsport Park in southern Australia. We went there with the Asian Le Mans Series just before COVID struck, and what a fabulous place it was. Let's hope we can take racing back there again to Australia as the world reopens.
This LMP3 battle is intense.
With an LMP2 car in the middle, that is Jim Maguire making a recovery run back through the field after troubles in qualifying. Here, though, we're back into GT world. There's the 21 car from AF Corsa, Get Speed Performance, and I think that's the Hub Auto car. In close it is.
Yeah, I think it's 3rd, 4th and 5th, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Yeah, and they are, I mean, the Mercedes have been exceptionally good so far this weekend, but that Ferrari with Stefano Constantini, he's been doing a fine job, did a great job in qualifying, but the Get Speed car just looking at the inside, Stefano just covers him off. I think it's going to be a lap, another lap or so. Oh, we've got a bullet.
We have 66 goes in trouble.
66 off at turn, I think that was turn 10.
So off and stopped. There's Martin Berry aboard that car. Australian has done much of his racing so far in Japan. It's not had the easiest of starts to his Asian Le Mans Series campaign.
Always. He's had a failure, I think, of some sort, or he's tagged the wall somewhere, or contact possibly.
He'd already gone there.
Yeah. He's. I think that the
It's not, the tyre wasn't down, was it?
No, I think the right rear is it's the right side.
It's the front. The front is steering in.
Yeah, the right front.
It's the right front.
No, I think he's hit something with both ends on
That's
that car.
not great.
No. So
tyres look like they were pointing, you know, they were all fully inflated, so that looks like it's a problem at 2 corners of that car. That's not a great start to the campaign.
He's hit something with that, causing that much toe in on the front and on the rear.
Yeah. So LMP3 with an interloper from LMP2 and amongst them. It won't be long before we've got the lead cars in traffic. I think we may already have that. Jim Maguire looks to try to get by, tippy-toe by. Jim is a gentleman driver. His job's very simple: make no mistakes.
Absolutely.
2 very quick drivers still to come in this car. And has he just given up the ghost here?
Bullet Racing here in the 66 has now got himself in a position where he needs to get across the racetrack to get back to the pits. And that's what happens sometimes in these situations. Inexperienced driver, really unsure, trying to get the car back. And he's got himself a little bit out of sync here and a little bit lost. And he's trying to get back to the other side now of the racetrack with a damaged car.
So battle for 4th in LMP3 goes on. This is Michael Jensen, our defending champion. Denmark, and behind is the MV2S car. That's the orange and black car. Cool Racing just behind as well. One of our teams that features both a P2 and a P3 car. Battle for 4th position. Jensen, Slava Gucek, and Adrian Schiller.
So seeing the AF Corsa car and the Get-Speed Mercedes AMG coming through turn 1. Good little battle this.
It is.
I expect the Mercedes AMG though to get past that Ferrari and make his way a bit further up the order.
So it's still got, by the way, that's another delayed prototype. That's the 360 Racing car that started from the back of the grid. This is looking to pass for position. 360 Racing at the moment, trying to get back into the top 40 here. It's a long road back for them. Troubles earlier in the day. 43 car, that lead has come down significantly. 2.5 seconds a previous lap, under 2 seconds now, and that has come courtesy of pace from Sally Jolic.
And is this maybe something that we're seeing here? Possibly from Charlie Cruz. We talked earlier about him losing all of that weight in the off season, and has it hurt his endurance? Well,
12 minutes in, that's trouble if it is. These cars are high G.
They are hard work around here. It's very, very physical. When you see these drivers jumping out of these P2 cars, or any of these cars here, you can see that they've been working hard at the wheel. It's hot and it's physical.
Well, Ollie, you've raced for decades.
Yes. Making me sound nice enough. Thank you very much, Grant.
But high G cars, tell us a little bit about what that needs in terms of your strength and endurance for that.
Well, certainly you need strong shoulders, strong arms and strong neck, but it's also your lower limbs as well. You're trying to, particularly for a tall driver, you've got to look after your core and your glutes and your hamstrings, because they can all get very, very stressed in the car. So it really is a full workout. So you've got to make sure you've got a good seat, your belts are correct and right, so your position in the car is important, as well as the pedals and the wheel. So all of these things are worked on by the team, but it is something that is vital for a driver to exist in a car and race around a track like this in high G. Into work, turn 1. Stefano.
Don't think he was expecting it to be a P2 car at all.
Absolutely, and the P2 car, and that will be who's in the.
That is Yasser Shaheen on his recovery back up the field from the late start, but that's not helped.
No, I think everybody got a little bit spooked there going into turn 1. Yasser Shaheen really sort of threw it down there to try and get it stuck, and then ran out of grip as he got past the apex. And Stefano Constantini really had to open the wheel, which then really gave the opportunity maybe there for the Mercedes to make the move.
You're going to see that again if you're anywhere near a big screen trackside, or if you're watching online. He's taking his line. Constantini just didn't see him.
There was a tiny bit of contact there, I think.
Tiny bit. It definitely spooked Yasser Shaheen.
Yeah.
He went off but managed to regather himself. Let's hope that's not caused too much of a problem with his rhythm.
I think there was no major impact there or contact, so I think that should be fine for both cars. Just delayed Yasser Shaheen getting back up through the field.
About half a lap's delay for him there, but now back in front of the Ferrari. Not, by the way, a change for position, that one. He's still got a lap to make up on that car.
Yeah.
So he is still in 45th position. Bullock Racing's car, by the way, Martin Berry, has made it back to pit lane in that damaged Aston Martin. So we're waiting here to see what we hear from there. Charlie Cruz, though, in traffic and doing a reasonably good job at the moment, putting cars between himself and Sally Jolic.
Yeah, and he'll just be thinking now, Charlie Cruz will just be going car by car, corner by corner, lap by lap, just getting his way through all this traffic, just taking it moment by moment and not trying to think too far ahead.
Yeah. Long chat with Sally earlier in the week. It's a tough week to be Turkish this week. Our thoughts, and I know the thoughts of everybody watching, listening to this race, will be with those assisting in the rescue attempts after that awful earthquake. And trust me, both those Turkish drivers are feeling it.
Yes, very sad.
But the DK Engineering car, a new one to Sally, normally would be in his own Racing Team Turkey car run by TF Sport, who are here with their Aston Martins. Stepped into the Luxembourg-based DK Engineering car, their first full season in LMP2 anywhere. They will double up with the European Le Mans Series. They've raced at Le Mans, they've raced in one-off races down through the years in LMP2, but this is the first time with a full season effort with the car with that Nemo livery. Moving from a team making their debut in a class to a team that just powers on. D-Station Racing, the number 77 car, is the GT3 version of the Aston Martin. Also race in the World Endurance Championship with a GTE version of that car. And more experience, more and more pace, more and more competitive.
And so I think that's Ollie Milroy in the Hub Auto car, and he's just getting to grips with the car. He's done, what, I think 2 laps before the race today in that car. Got a very late call, and he's just getting himself dialed in, and I think now we're seeing him put the pressure on the Get Speed number 10 car to see if he can get past Florian Scholzer.
Look, Ollie is the silver rank driver, the more experienced pro driver, effectively. Knows the car, knows the team, has raced for this team before. I think he told us he'd driven the car, a car like this, an AMG GT3.
About 6 years ago.
But the very start of the development curve for this car.
Yeah.
But it takes your time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It takes the time. Ollie in the process of moving his family out to the UAE.
Hub Auto will be happy with this. They'll be going, okay, right, we're up the front.
This is fine.
Yeah. Don't get too carried away here. We're nice and good.
By the way, another previous championship winning team, Hub Auto, back in the days when they ran a Ferrari. I think the 2019-2020 season they took that win, took them to Le Mans, and by the way, that's the other thing up for grabs here this weekend and next weekend. The 3 championship winning crews in teams in each class, the winning cars in each class, will get an automatic invitation to the biggest race in the world, and I'm going to say the biggest race in the world ever, the centenary edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Expected to see 300,000 fans trackside for that race, and millions and millions and millions watching around the world.
MV2S and Cool Racing are having a nice scrap here in P3. After the fast start from MV2S, and he got past the Cool Racing number 17 car, it's now the Cool Racing car seems to have got itself in the window, and is coming back hard at the MV2S car, and I think he might make the move stick here, coming down into turn 14 on the brake. Yeah, nicely done.
Yep.
There we go.
Goes to the inside early.
Oh, we just overshot. And that's and again, that's one of the things that can happen with the bronze drivers in the car altogether.
It's going to be a 5-second time penalty added to the next pit stop for car 23. That is the United Autosports car we saw in trouble at the start of the race. So it goes from bad to worse, I'm afraid, for the teams. There's been some kind of pit stop in Frankfurt as well.
Yeah.
So
I think that there was the 23 car actually rejoined at turn 1 without going through the little chicane that they have to run. So just here you can see on a replay now.
So what we got going on here? Drama for the car that we're about to see stage right. It's Costantini, and he's damaged the rear wing on the 21 car. So that was the car that was running, what was its third place.
Yeah, he was having such a great run, and he's just got in there a little bit hot, lost the rear on the brakes.
That car is back underway, but it's got a damaged rear wing on the 21 car.
Yeah.
That will surely need to pit for repairs for that one.
Yeah, you're going to need to really get that looked at. To continue without looking at that is not so wise.
Coming through the traffic, Charles Cruz has made good time there, pulled up another second or so on Saliolic.
Yep, he has. And Sally's just looking to the outside there. That's not the place to be pulling that move. He's just the pure racing car just giving him some room there on the inside of turn 4. And now Sally's just got to make his way past the P3 car. Seen him, that's good.
But it's cost him time.
It has.
And even if it's a 10th here and there, a car length or 2 or 3, and Charlie Cruz is all of a sudden for the second down the road. Here comes the, what is that, the 5th place car, the 37 car in the hands of Alexandre Coigny, coming back to LMP2 Racing after taking a couple of years away. He's been one of the co-owners of the Cool Racing team. I think been pretty keen to get back into racing, and will feature both here in Asia and in Europe aboard an LMP2 car for the season. Side by side for a pair of the Porsches, both from the Herbert Racing stable, the 33 and the 91, although the 91 car under the Pure Racing banner. Remember, almost all of the crews at the moment starting their bronze-ranked driver, the least experienced of the, for the most part, 3 drivers that will crew each of these cars. See again as the bright purple car just pulls out, takes that slipstream.
And that the 33 car was the car that got turned around at turn 1, wasn't it? Yeah.
So a recovery from the 33, and that recovery has taken him back up into 5th place, by the way, Alfred Renard. I think Alfred is a silver.
Yes, I think he is. We'll just double check.
So 2 sets of brothers in this race as the 18 car for the 360 Racing continues its woes with a spin. But again, we'll, I'm sure, see whether or not he jumped and was pushed. Frederic Jousset. There are now twin brothers in different cars in the team. Someone's been through those polystyrene trackside markers coming into turn 14 as well. Warnings for track limits from number cars. We'll keep an eye on that. And the two, of course, run Ferraris are together after that issue. He's lost his rear wing end plate on that 21 car. Look at the little bit of bodywork that is on the edge of the rear wing.
Yeah, I would be
on the right-hand side. It is missing.
Yeah, I would be concerned if there's any structural damage on that Ferrari, on that rear wing mounting further inboard on the car.
You don't want that failing.
And you do not, no.
Because you're going to be relying on the grip that thing provides for you.
And it's significant.
These cars will
we've had a car go off. I believe it's going to come.
Cool Racing. It's Alexandre Coigny is off the road.
He is off the road.
From 5th position and is stationary, trying to refire the car, fiery exhaust.
Is that left rear a little bit low?
Could be. Very dusty, remember, here as well. Trying to fire the car. Not easy cars.
Oh, contact.
And that was with the D-Station car.
It was contact with the D-Station car and multi-class racing here. I was talking about this a little bit earlier on with that particular section of the racetrack. 2, 3, 4, 5. It really does funnel down and channel all those different classes to run on that same piece of tarmac, and that's exactly what happened there. 2
of the beautiful McLaren 720s in this race. The first one is Team Orange, powered by JMH Automotive. Their international debut, British team, with some success in national GT racing. And closing in is the Garage 59 team, another British team. Coming back to the Asian Le Mans Series for a second year with them, 2 McLarens, as Miro Konopka makes his way through. 2 things to note, by the way, about the shot we got of the stricken number 37 car. One was that thing's been for a spin because the windscreen wiper was away from the screen into the pits. By the way, the D-Station Aston Martin was involved in that shot.
That's going to need an inspection.
The second thing is
30 seconds to full course yellow.
So full course yellow is coming. So that we'll see. For anybody not familiar with the process, the field come down to 60 kilometres an hour.
15 seconds to full course yellow.
And is this going to benefit anybody with their strategy? Seeing how this works.
8, 7, 6.
Watch and see the cars come down to a much lower speed.
2, 1. Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
And suddenly the circuit goes much, much quieter. So that is going to be for the recovery of the 37 car. The other point I was about to make, Ollie, is a number of drivers told me in the past those Oricas are very difficult to get into reverse.
Right, that is certainly something.
So either he's not been able to fire it, or he's not been able to select.
No, I think
he
had fired it up, but I think it's then the process of actually getting it into reverse, or maybe there is damage to the car.
Yeah, there you go. So is that car going to be pushed forward or backwards?
That doesn't look good. Maybe it's stuck in gear. Maybe there is some damage done to it after the contact. Right, in come a number of cars, including the MV2S Racing Ligier. Nielsen Racing's Ligier also in. D station we'd already seen on pit road. And the cars are going to be serviced. Point to note here about the pit stops for all of these cars in every class. 3 compulsory time stops in the first 3.5 hours of the race. Yep.
They must complete 3 100-second stops. That's just to take a little bit of the panic out of this. We've got some inexperienced teams, relatively experienced teams. As the rear cover coming off the MV2S car, that's not what we'd normally like to see. So it just takes any kind of panic out of it. It does allow them to make the changes to the cars that they might wish to do, whether that's driver change, tyre change, fuel the car. So expect to see the cars, with no real work going on them, held for 10, 15, 20 seconds. This is part of the pyramid for international endurance racing, and this is allowing the teams to learn as well.
Yeah, it is.
Make no mistake, they can still go through their routine and do the work as quickly as they can, but they must then stay stationary, as you're seeing now there from one of the more experienced teams in the pit lane into Europol. They are burning one of those 100-second stops right now.
And we're seeing that a number of teams are coming for a service, but we're only 25 minutes into the race. So if they're changing driver, this is going to certainly complicate the drive time. We've
got a few drivers diving out of pit garages to make that change. In part, this may be strategic for a number of the teams under the full course yellow to get rid of that 100-second stop, which means there's an opportunity later in the race, if they've burned all 3, to get a quick pit stop, a splash of fuel, and take advantage.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're looking at working all the different angles here, all the different ways, looking at drive time, pit stop times, all those things. They've got to add it up and put it in the mix and try and come up with the best solution.
So D-Car Engineering did not pit, so Sally Yollet will go into the lead, but has just half a tank, well, in fact, much less than half a tank of fuel aboard the car. The LMP2 cars will generally go, depending on the circuit, depending on how much green flag running, between something like 40 to 45, 48 minutes nowadays with those cars. The LMP3 cars about 55 minutes, and the GT cars about the hour.
Yeah, that's a rough rule of thumb. DKR car just coming up, still at that 80 kilometres an hour.
Yep, it is a second race leader overall then, and unfortunately, I think he's got the car moving. I think they just got the flatbed, he's got the car moving. The 37 car, as we go back and look at the race start, this was Charlie Cruz getting a real launch here, under challenge from Sally Yollet to start the race. He sticks though to his guns the inside line, takes the corner and drove away thereafter. There was a little bit of trouble behind for the number 33 car, but a clean start in LMP2. There it was a brush from the Get Speed car, the 10 car that sent around the number 33 of Alfa Romeo. Lazy spin to the inside, cost him very little time but lots of positions. Great move up the inside here for the MV2S car, washed out a little bit wide, managed to keep that position, and then trouble for the Bullet Racing car. And we're going to be hearing from Valentina Hazeklo in 10 seconds down in pit lane as the 66 car goes into the garage. Work underway. Let's go down to hear from Haley.
I'm joined here by Valentin Haas-Clos, driver of car number 66. Not the start you probably wanted to this 4 hours of Dubai. Just tell us about that contact with car number 16.
No, yeah, clearly that was not part of the plan. He had a contact on lap 2 with a Mercedes from Get Speed. We don't know whether our driver is in fault or not. But the result is the same. He had a contact and now we are repairing. The target for us is to get back on track so the silver and the bronze can get experience in the car ahead of tomorrow.
So just tell us about the damage. Do you know exactly the damage that's been sustained?
Well, not exactly, but it's about suspensions and stuff like that.
Okay, well, hope you get back in the race. Thank you very much, Valentin.
Thank you.
Yeah, it did look it, didn't it? Both tyres were fully inflated, so he's taken a clonk to the side of the car. Looks almost like he's had a lateral impact with a barrier, but sounds like contact with another car, but it's damaged the car front and rear, which is unusual.
Yeah, it is, and usually you're unable to drive the car back to the garage after an incident like that, but yeah, it looks like quite a hard impact, and I'm surprised we haven't seen the other car,
yes,
that's had that side-on impact as well. So,
yeah. Meanwhile, our leader is on pit road under full course yellow. So, having decided not to go in at the first time of asking, does so now. Remember, this is not a safety car. Cars are not bunched behind a car at low speed. They all continue at the same speed. So, as long as if this is a 100-second stop, we should, in theory, see this car slotting in just behind Charlie Cruz.
Oh, and here's the 37 car limping back to the pits with that damage on the right rear.
Well, the good news is the car is coming back, and that happened, by the way, just as the flatbed turned up. And I actually wonder whether or not, in pushing it back towards the flatbed, Alexandre Kwani has then had the room to turn the car around,
yeah,
and has got the car away. But he is going to come back under the protection of full course yellow. It is that problem at the right rear, as you say. Now, is that just a puncture, or is that, we see it again, goes to the inside. There is side-to-side contact with the 77, spins the car around, so that's where the damage was done.
Was there contact with a barrier just there?
No, I don't think so. I think it was
just past that.
He had just passed that, so there's contact with the 77, which has put that car into pit lane as well. But,
yeah, he was looking to come down the inside and that last left-hander before turn 5, and it was just not the room. They were both funneling down, and that is one of the things about that part of the racetrack with multi-class racing. It doesn't look like there's too much damage. The wheel is pointing in the right direction. Looks just like it's got a puncher.
Let's hope it's just a puncher for the sake of the Swiss team. Debutants, by the way, in the European.
The left rear is also low as well.
Yeah, both, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe that just happened with the spin.
The lateral load on the car. So one of 10 teams making their debuts in the Asia Le Mans Series. Here's one of the Garage 59 cars. It is the number 59 with the APR Monaco brand on it. That car was started by, he says as he looks rapidly up the screen, who was in the car? It was Nick Halstead who started the car. Louis Pret from Monaco will be in the car later. Rob Bell too, the can I say veteran, but Rob, McLaren factory driver. He'll see me later and tell me whether or not that was correct.
Hopefully he's been eating his carrots.
Yes, absolutely. But meantime, Alexandre Kwani is on his slow and I'm sure extremely uncomfortable ride back to pit lane. It's been a long way back.
Yeah, that's never a nice ride back, particularly when you've had an incident like that. And got to talk to the team about what happened.
Fuel for the 360 racing car, and that car
going
looks
on
like
skates. Yeah, it's going in the garage.
The thought occurs: is this the other car that was involved
in the side-on impact?
It was off the track at one point. Remember,
with the Bullet,
yes,
the Bullet 66 car. It's possible. It's
360 Racing, based at Silverstone in the UK. Yes, that's Silverstone, and regular entry to the European Le Mans Series, but not making it to the entry list this year. They were hoping for 2 cars. Unfortunately, neither got the nod. This is the number 57 car guy effort from Kessel Racing. Now that car is just off pit road, and it is still Takeshi Kimura, the car guy, at the wheel. Class, though, is still led by our pole setter, the 34 Valkenhurst BMW M4 GT3 in the hands of Chandler Hull.
Did they come? Did they make a stop?
They did not.
No, they did not.
They've got at least half an hour before they need to. Full course yellow, by the way, will be completed and back to green flag running.
20 seconds to remove full course yellow.
In 20 seconds.
He's listening to you, Graham.
All the time. Does it all the time. Gets all his tips. So the
10,
Macintosh liveried
9,
BMW,
8,
you're going to see and
7,
hear
6,
leap forward.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Full course yellow removed.
Oh! I'm trying to get the jump on the Nielsen racing car, and the opposite is achieved, I'm afraid, there by John Falb.
Yeah.
Gets the power in just a little too early. Around it goes fairly harmlessly at that point, but lost in time and positions.
Yeah.
And that's been good news for Rodrigo Sales, who will move up into third place.
Tyres would have been cold. He just got on the throttle a little bit too early, and then
Look
we're
at
just
the dust.
spun like a top.
It's slippy, slippy, slippy here. We have had high winds here in the UAE over the last 2 or 3 days, and that does bring a lot of dust and sand onto the surface.
And with the track temperature decreasing, going down, and with the darkness falling, it is going to be trickier every single, almost lap by lap, as we go into the darkness here.
We're going to see a drive-through penalty, by the way, for the second of the CD Sport cars, number 2 car for a jump start. That is one of the LMP3 runners. We'll deal with that when we get to it.
Seeing the number 1 CD Sport coming through 15 here, just behind the Cool Racing car. It's a battle for 4th and 5th. As we're down into turn 1, John Falb's just getting himself back up and running again, but God, it's close multi-class racing here. Everybody trying to be on the same bit of tarmac.
Well, all 3 classes at the same apex of the same corner at the same time. So managed to get through that without further incidents, but John Falb will be kicking himself. A highly experienced racer, very unusually a champion in both LMP2 and LMP3, John, in Europe. Man from Las Vegas.
Coming down into turn 1, we're just seeing this replay again of John Falb just trying to get past the Rinaldi car, and it just got in there a little bit too deep, and I was unsure whether Pure Racing had seen him, but he got by.
Yeah, he needed to breathe a bit there, breathe in a bit there. Elbows were out just a little, and there's a twitch there from the ASC Bratislava. That's not the ASC Bratislava car, is it?
Easy mistake to make. It's the 43 car.
Sorry, that is the 43 car. That is the lead battle. So this battle has closed up.
It is.
Potential troubles ahead for a couple of
Sally Yorick.
Yeah, so the full course yellow has been kind there. And that could just be just a slight wrinkle in a pit stop for one or the other of them.
Yep.
A second lost in pit lane is a second lost on track.
Yep, it is.
We've got a couple of teams, by the way, that could be in a bit of trouble speeding in the pit lane. One of them, the Team 99 car.
And this is, again, this is another thing that comes with this championship, racing at the time of the year it is, and where we are with new teams, new cars. Everybody's just learning again, getting themselves up and running after this winter break. And so, yeah, it's that first pit stop under pressure, under racing conditions. We're seeing a lot of speeding in the pit lane.
I think the other one, by the way, was MV2S Ligier from LMP3. So drive-through, reported to the stewards for both of those. Almost inevitably a drive-through penalty for that.
Yeah.
Already the sun going down here in Dubai. It does make for a beautiful backdrop, but it makes for trouble when you're in a low-slung race car.
Absolutely.
Driving to a setting sun, not pleasant.
Charlie just turning there into turn 12, just lost the rear a little bit, drifted the car in, still trying to get that tyre temperature up again after that extended full course yellow period. Might take another couple of laps before you got everything right there in the window again.
Well, Charlie Cruz, I'm sure, would have been very grateful indeed for that full course yellow. So we're somewhat concerned about his potential stamina. At the moment, no signs that that's affecting him badly.
No, he's back up to speed again, and he seems like he's just pulling away a little bit from Sally.
Let's see a number of cars, in particular for an LMP3, going through that cycle without stopping. And we'll be sticking to their rigid sort of top of the hour strategy, and that will help them through those hours. That's a little bit of time with lower throttle running. This, though, is the battle at the front of LMP3, the WTM by Rinaldi car, Torsten Kratz, with Alexander Bukantsov. Alexander, locally based, and races in the local Radical Championship with some success. And he's showing off his local knowledge by closing in on highly experienced LMP3 driver Torsten Kratz. Two teams that are regularly going head-to-head in European competition. The WTM Rinaldi squad and the Inter-Europol squad. Inter-Europol, by the way, yet another team that has won in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Yeah, and they're having a strong weekend here this weekend.
They
I mean, you know, leading in 2 classes.
Well, could be leading in 2 classes if he gets back here.
Yeah.
They've certainly led sessions in 2 classes.
Yeah. And doing a good job in confusing the commentators as well.
We think that's a 73.
Yeah.
Different colour mirrors for each of these cars, and I'll be darned if I can remember which one is which.
No, I can't. Don't look at me to help you out, I'm sorry.
And up the inside from Bukantsov, looking for the lead here. That was fairly ambitious. Will they both emerge in front of the camera next time? Yes, they do, and it's order restored. But he's looking for a way through, isn't he?
He is, and he's just lining him up here, setting in the toes, looking at the opportunity to outbrake him into turn 10. It's not quite close enough.
So Torsten Kratz knows he's got a race on here.
You've just got to be patient, pick the right point. I think that he was looking to the 73. To Europol was looking for the opportunity with the traffic there to try and see if he could get past the WTM by Rinaldi number 11, but it does seem to have good pace across the slow speed apexes.
So we're looking to other potential driver changes, I would say the next 20 minutes or so for a number of these teams, particularly in LMP3. Not frenetic yet, but this is, to a degree, this is just teams measuring themselves against each other at the kind of bronze level for the most part.
Yeah, and they're just trying to get through this first hour, this first section of the race.
The interesting aspect of this is because we're going deeper into darkness and it does get cooler, and that does have remarkable effects on a number of the cars. Just the cooling temperature. You've experienced that, I'm sure, Ronnie, where cooler air through the car on the track.
Yeah, it does. Performance-wise, it usually lifts the performance. The engines breathe a little bit better. The performance of the tyre is just that little bit better, certainly from the heat of today. But then, as the sun is going down, you just have just less to see. It's harder to navigate your way through the racetrack, and here in particular, it does seem to be quite the problem for everybody in every car. So I think that's going to be one of the stories unfolding.
So this LMP3 battle, first, second, third. Cool Racing is a further 19 seconds behind here, so these two have made a real getaway. The WTM car and the Inter-Europol car. So the third place car not in sight at the moment.
So some 19 seconds back, isn't he, I believe?
Yeah, it is. So, well, good example, good reason to talk here about the 2 sorts of grip you get in racing cars, isn't there? Mechanical grip and aerodynamic grip, and LMP3 racing is a good starter for both of those.
Definitely. It teaches you a lot about that and trying to work with the tyre. This is the DKR car just trying to work its way past the 95 TF Sport car. Just trying to, again, that's the tricky part of the racetrack where it's hard to exist, and again, that aerodynamical downforce that you get from the LMP3 or the LMP2 cars is really where you need to use that in those higher speed corners, and certainly when you compare it to the GT cars. And so there's slightly different lines you can use and slightly different parts of the racetrack, but ultimately all funnels down there into turn 5, turn 6.
Difficult to see it, isn't it, when you watch it TV? TV, I'm afraid, is a medium that does make our sport look easier than it really is. Aerodynamic grip, very difficult to demonstrate, but you can feel it.
You certainly can. And it adds just so much performance. It's extraordinary in these P2 cars, and Charlie Cruz is doing a good job of using all of that performance he has in his car.
Almost 6 seconds to the good now, Charlie Cruz.
Yeah, he has been extremely strong in this car.
So the number 43 car putting distance now between himself and the DKR engineering machine with Rodrigo Salas settling in nearly 30 seconds back from the second place car. As we switch our attention to GT.
Yeah, and the Get Speed car is the number 16 car seems to be struggling there with its line, and it's constantly running wide, using lots of extra road. And yeah, they seem to be understeering wide a lot, and the 20 Herbert car is looking to find its way past. Yeah,
helped a little by the United Autosports. Recovering United Autosports cars just made their way past this battle. You can see that car ahead now. But 16 under pressure now from the Herbert Motorsport car of Niki Lödweiler, Swiss driver. But it's been a pretty solid run so far from the 16. Dropped back a little from his, I thought, excellent qualifying performance. Wang rather holding his own at the moment. Niki Lödweiler, much the more experienced racer.
Yeah, I think Niki's just getting a little bit frustrated there. He doesn't quite got the pace to get past the Mercedes, but 16's not driving that cleanly. He's sort of over-driving past the apexes. He just needs to just back that up a little bit and not charge the corner quite so much.
So still battling away, 11 and the 73. This one's going to run a run, isn't it? As the ARC Bratislava P2 car comes to lap the pair of them. Goes by the 73 now. It'll be clear enough that there shouldn't be too much compromise through turn one. In fact, none at all. The 73.
It'd just be interesting to see if ARC Bratislava car holds up the number 11 as they try and get through that section of 3, 4, 5. Down here into turn one, the 91 and the 33 are having a good old ding dong.
Oh, that was a late lunge.
It was. He's going to make it. He's going to make it stick.
He did indeed.
Yeah, nicely done.
That's Alex Manikin on Antares out, and that is for 9th position in what's been a hotly contested GT battle. No shortage of battling up and down this field. 45 minutes down, 3 hours and 15 minutes to go.
Yeah,
that's the other good thing about endurance racing. There's just more of it to enjoy.
Yeah, the 91 car looks hooked up now,
doesn't it?
It really does. I think we're going to see that marching up the order.
So Alex Manikin, seen him racing in recent seasons in the British GT Championship in Lamborghini machinery. It's in this pure racing car run by the Herbert Motorsport team, who have an absolutely glittering record here in the United Arab Emirates, whether or not it's in the Asia Le Mans series, where they were champions 2 years ago, launched them to Le Mans for the first time, or indeed in the 24-hour series races here, where they've got much success.
They've 4 cars running here this weekend, and they're running them all very, very well. Good driver lineups, good prospects for each car. So they're just getting through this first hour of the race before we then get into the proper driver changes and seeing how the strategy plays out for these boys.
In fact, three of the 4 Herbert cars together here, because just pulling up to the back of the 33 car is the 99. That's, in fact, you know what? It's all 4. It is 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th, the 4 Herbert cars, and they are covered at the moment by 8 seconds.
And they've both made 2 stops. Both of the 91 and the 33, I believe, have made 2 stops.
You're absolutely right.
Which is unusual.
In fact, all 4 of them have made 2 stops. Now, why did they do that?
Tactical.
That'd be interesting to hear from one of the twins.
Yeah.
I said earlier, by the way, one of 2 sets of brothers in the race, the Renard twins, Alfred and Robert. The others are the Bell brothers, Matt in the number 4 Nielsen car, in LMP3, and Rob in the Garage 59 squad. I think the first time they've raced in the same race together for almost a decade.
Wow. The Bell brothers, 11 and 73, still going at it, only half a second between them.
Good battle this.
A usual entry line there for the number 11, kept it very straight till very late. Maybe it's over those bumps that's causing the car a little bit of problems. He was all the way to the left, and he's coming through and off nicely into 12, another spot you could overtake, but the 73 is just not quite close enough. Seems like the 73 just got that little more pace across the apexes of the slow speed, but then it comes to putting the power down, and the 11 just pulls away, just got that little bit more traction.
Not only, by the way, is this a good battle, and are they driving beautifully and cleanly, they're driving quickly, and they're driving away from the rest of this field. So the cars immediately behind them in LMP3 dropping back from this pair. Keeping an eye, by the way, at the progress for a couple of cars who've had delays. Alexander Kwani has rejoined the race, as has the 360 Racing car. They're in 44th and 45th places. Yasser Shaheen, remember, who joined the race a lap down, as we've got the Get Speed number 16 car on pit lane. That's a little early, I'd have thought, on fuel. So there must be some kind of strategy there. But Yasser Shaheen is making his way up through the field, now on the same lap as the GT cars, and is up into 29th position, and between the 7th and 8th place cars in GT. First car I've seen reported to the stewards for abusing track limits, and that is the Formula Racing car. That will be a penalty, I've no doubt. You've got to do your racing between the white lines.
Absolutely, and the 23 car, the P2 car, has now got onto the tail of the 73 and the 11. And is this an opportunity now for the 73 to sort of latch onto the back of the 23 and follow it through as it makes a move on the 11?
Well, let's wait and see. So this is actually, whilst he's making a move through the GT field for position, this is him unlapping himself from the leaders in LMP3. So it shows the kind of relative pace. It's taken, what is that, 50 minutes for a car that's been a lap down to get that lap back from cars doing well in the junior class. So there's the LMP3 leader, then the LMP2 car. He will let go, and away he goes.
And is this a chance now for the 73 to get a good drive off? Good drive off as the 11 he's got a problem. The 11's got a problem. I didn't think that was going to happen, and the 11 has now got an issue. It looks maybe some electrical issue.
Oh, smoke from the rear of the car.
No, I think that was sand coming up. I think as the car went by, it was cutting out. I could just hear over the microphone there. I think that's the problem. It's got a maybe intermittent electrical issue possibly, or
while we watch this, I can report there is going to be a drive-through penalty for track limits for the number 60 car, and we've got the 6 car as well that has been reported for track limits. I think there's going to be a few of those coming. That's the HRT car.
Cruel luck for the 11, WTM by Rinaldi, running so well, and Torsten Kratz had driven a really good opening stint.
Clean, pacey.
Car is untouched. It looks like they've got some sort of issue there.
Let's see what the guys can do to turn this car around. Gets into the pit box.
Yeah.
They're going to fill that car with fuel.
You see there's frustration there for Torsten. He's thumping the wheel. He knows that there's something up. We'll have to see. Once the fueling's done, then the team will be able to jump onto the car and start diagnosing the problems. They might have seen it already in the data.
Confirmed, by the way, it's a drive-through penalty for car 6, the HRT Mercedes.
Going on the skates, back in the box.
So that is going to go in for attention as we've got the 2 Castle Run cars together now on track. What's the one rule? Don't hit each other. This, by the way, is for 13th in GT. Michael Boniczewski and Takeshi Kimura, and Kimura-san goes through and takes that position. 57 for 74. Just 2 drivers, by the way, for the 74 today. After Felipe Fraga, I think, aggravated an old injury, he's unable to drive today.
Oh, as the P3 car dives down the inside there into turn 5, and that's another bit of a heart and mouth moment there for the team manager of the Kessel cars.
There, just a quick shot in that second screen there, that the rear engine cover coming off the Duqueine that previously led LMP3, now very much in the hands of the 73.
Oh, it's a gearbox. Is it gearbox problem? Maybe it was just, maybe it's a selector issue or something, actuator. Yeah, I bet you that's the problem. It just got stuck in gear. They're now working on that, trying to get it out of the gear. Possibly it's stuck in, and they're looking for a fast fix. Oh, this is heartbreaking for the team. Torsten had driven such a great...
Driven beautifully.
Yeah, he had.
Beautifully.
And, yeah, he's frustrated. As what he should be, you know, it's tough.
It's perfection and luck.
Yeah.
Sometimes the racing gods just didn't want it to happen. We said at the start of the race, by the way, this is a car that we saw real pace from last year, but just didn't have the look. Is history going to repeat itself for this squad? They produce, it has to be said, a beautifully presented car.
It's a lovely looking car. But this is endurance racing, and it happens, and there'll be many more stories like this through the series.
Indeed. While we're talking about this car, just a report, Charlie Cruz now over 10 seconds to good from Sally Jolic, and the Turkish driver is keeping Rodrigo Salas still that 30 seconds plus away. That, by the way, gives Alexander Bekantsov 20-second lead over Adrian Chilla, who's now up to second place in the Cool Racing car. So we'll keep an eye on that.
So Inter Europol are leading.
They are leading
in 2 classes.
They are indeed.
Like they predicted.
You did. You were right. Again, that's at least the second time ever.
Thanks for the credit.
All of Oliver's family at home are nodding sagely and saying, 2? Impressive.
That's a really good day.
It's Inter Europol competition then. Lead LMP3 in there. It's Alexander Bekantsov in the number 73 car. 20 seconds to good from the Cool Racing 17. Graf Racing's number 8 car is third, Fabrice Rossello. And so it is now a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for Ligier.
Chandler Hull being pinged for track limits. He must respect track limits at turn 9. And this is just a replay now of the issue the Rinaldi car had.
Just as the United car went by, wasn't it?
It did, and it strangely, the rear lights just flashed just as he got on the power off the corner. But I don't know whether that's linked or not, and it could just be
terrific shame.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll find out from the team in due course once they've dealt with the immediate and urgent task of repair.
Maybe Haley will be able to tell us exactly if there's any update.
But meantime,
with WTM.
So it is Inter Europol leading both prototype classes. Charlie Cruz leads from Sally Jolic and Rodrigo Salas in LMP2. Alexander Bekantsov in the 73. Inter Europol Ligier leads Adrian Chilla in the Cool Racing 17. And Fabrice Rossello in the Graf Racing number 8 in LMP3. Walk on Horse Racing lead comfortably in GT with Chandler Hull ahead of Ollie Milroy, who is up to second. He's under 10 seconds back though in Hub Auto's number 72 AMG. Garage 59, by the way, up to third. Alex West having a cracking run in the number 88 car. He did not, though, stop under that full Courcello.
Yep. Number 16 there, the Get Speed car, I think it's just come out of the pits and it looks a little bit lost with its line and being passed around the outside, up the inside. Just needs to get itself going again.
That had a driver change, that car, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it might have.
So that car is in the hands of Bihang Zhu now. So the second Chinese driver takes his turn.
Yeah, and is that the Garage 59 car?
Yeah.
Just trying to keep out the way.
Well, it's the second Garage 59 car.
And who's in
Nick Halstead, I think, in that car. It is.
Yeah, he'll be trying to get all of his time done before the sun goes down, and I think they're only about 13 minutes away from getting that done and getting their allotted time achieved.
To explain that, there are a variety of minimum and maximum times that are needed depending on your ranking as a driver. That's decided not by me.
You can see it there just on the graphic. 59 minutes, 56 minutes. And
that was a bit of a weird one. That was the United car stumbling through the corner a little.
Yeah, it was. He just ran wide and pushed Chandler Hull wide.
This, by the way, is for position between these two cars. This is Jim McGuire recovering back up the field. Chandler Hull just reminding him that I'm here.
Yeah, don't do that again.
Yeah,
that's really unhelpful.
Another 2 American drivers here, and it's an impressive roster of US-based drivers that are choosing to spend their winter, and why wouldn't you, racing here in the Emirates. So we did ask whether or not we might get something out of the WTM by Rinaldi Racing. We're going to do that right now because Haley is with Leonard Weiss down in the Rinaldi pit.
I'm down here in the WTM Racing garage, and as you can see, well, you can't see, but the car number 11 is just being pushed out. Torsten Kratz, of course, at the wheel. What was the issue, Leonard?
Yeah, so Torsten said he was stuck in gear, and I think we fixed it now, and yeah, try to get back out again and recover as much as possible.
I guess the objective now is to really kind of finish this race and really focus on the others, because you'll be starting in pole again tomorrow.
Yeah, we try to get as much points. Maybe we can score points today. That's the goal, and just to bring it home safe again.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Yeah, you could hear and see the frustration from Leo Weiss, sorry, his father's Georg, who also races. But that's tough luck. Stuck in gear, you were spot on, Ollie.
Well, I was right.
Third time.
Yes.
Yeah. The entire Gavin family has fainted in unison.
No, that's really tough luck for WTM by Rinaldi. You know, they're running a brilliant race. Torsten Kratz was driving well, but you know, it's only 1 hour into this race. 3 hours to go. There's an awful lot more racing to happen. That we know how the Asian Le Mans series has unfolded in the past. We just need to look at last year.
Drama everywhere, you know,
and real unreliability. And they could be their one blip. This could be just their one blip throughout the whole season, and they could easily recover.
Yeah.
Easily recover.
It's a short season in all sorts of ways. We're over and done with it in, what, a week and a day's time?
Absolutely. But there's a lot of racing, though.
So much.
Massive amount of track time still to come.
Lots of time to repair issues, to work on strategy, for things to go right and wrong, and we see both of them in abundance in the next, what is it, 15 more hours of racing to go in the next 2 weekends. This is the 77 car making a recovery from that earlier stop.
Yeah, the side-on-side contact with the 37 car.
Correct.
Well, actually, I'm not sure if the 37 has got back out again, has it?
It has, yes.
Okay.
Back, Alexandra Kwani is rejoined. Still in trouble, that number 11 car. Oh dear, it's maybe not been fixed.
No. Oh dear.
That's not good news, is it? That will be super frustrating for Torsten Kratz.
Yeah, they're going to need to be back in the box, and they'll be looking deeper into that gearbox issue. Oh, that's a real shame for them. So
the plan to retain at least a points finish is getting a little bit more distant here. He is still coming back to whisper smoke again.
I think it's just the sand and the dust being
whipped
up.
Offline,
offline, and this is turn 12, coming into 13. He must be a very frustrated man.
What we did see there, though, just in that quick shot, was a battle underway for third position overall. Rodrigo Salas dropping back a bit from the lead pair. The gap of the lead, by the way, 15 seconds now. He's a further 40 seconds back from the number 3, now under pressure from John Falb, recovering in the number 25 car and getting stuck in again to Rodrigo Salas. Remember, he had that half spin coming off the full course yellow. He's recovered that ground.
It's all about managing your resources, isn't it, inside the car for this hour and 10 minutes that the bronze drivers have to be behind the wheel, and making sure that you're fast throughout the stint. Okay, we've had a little bit of a reset with the full course yellow and maybe a stop or two, but it is still having to manage the tyres, brakes, everything, and also your own performance in the car throughout the time that you're driving.
Yeah, extraordinary cars, these Oreca 07s. It's a cost cap package. What does that mean? It means they're sold for a fixed price, and it's significantly under €750,000. Now that's a lot of money, but then when you look at the performance of these cars when they were in their pomp, when they were unfettered by a kind of what's called a stratification process, these cars...
That's a big word for you, Graham.
These cars quicker in the hands of a professional at the Le Mans 24 Hours than any non-hybrid Audi ever was.
Wow.
Which is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I think John Falb is just piling the pressure on now with Rodrigo Sales, and it looks like Rodrigo is spending more time looking in his mirrors than out the windshield.
It's the second time I think though Rodrigo's enjoyed that corner, just pushing John Falb a little further out wide than he'd rather be. He's doing it again here. He's not making it easy.
No,
but Falb does looks like he's got the quicker car underneath him at the moment, but is having the quicker car and getting by.
Yeah, it's just keeping your head at this point. You know, you're only going to be in the car for another 10 minutes more, or maybe even 7 minutes more. So just, you know, wind off the laps. You know, don't get carried away. Just get there to your point, to your pit stop, and bring the car back to the team in one piece. And as the car left the grid, that's really important.
John runs just a little wide at the end of that final turn. They come powering down the start-finish straight. Nicky Leutwiler's Porsche in their path again. Looks to get the car in between him before turn one. Does it, then doesn't do it because Falb's through as well on the charge still. A little bit more of a gap this time around for the 24 over the 25.
Yeah, let's see if we can just sort of line him up, just staying in his wheel tracks through this section of racetrack. And then it's looking to line him up for the pass going up into turn 10.
So this, yeah, it's about defence here, isn't it, from Rodrigo Sales, and it's about just not making errors.
This is going to be his chance right now. John Falb could use that P3 car as a bit of a pick. Looking at that run, and he's got a good one.
He has, in exactly the right place.
Yeah, it's just all about, are they running the same level of wing? And Rodrigo is now running all the way down the inside there. He's going to have very dirty tyres, and he's going to run wide. John's trying to line him up. He's going to be on the outside as they come into turn 11. Is he going to be all the way around the outside? He's now got the inside for turn 12.
He's done it. He's done it.
Nicely done, John.
That was beautifully done. He's tried that 2 or 3 times without success, rattled across the curbs. This time it worked for him, and I think you're absolutely right there, Ollie. What that was all about was the length of time Rodrigo Sales was running through the muck on the inside.
Yeah, he was.
Didn't have the grip.
No, he drove nearly half of the straight up to turn 10 on the driver's right side. Getting
the lead cars from GT now coming in for their first pit stops. They're doing so under green, so this could be quite interesting. Valkenhurst on pit lane. Behind you can see the Hub Auto car also on pit lane. So too is Alexander West. The top 3 did not stop. Coming in for, I think, the second stop, though, is the number 60 car. Yep, and that is Johnny Larson back out into the race. So 72 Hub Auto, change in livery for that car from previous year. It was a gold, yellow and white last year, green, yellow and white with the black trim this year. Looks great.
Yeah. So Ollie staying on board.
Looks that way.
He's just getting waiting for the call from the team. The time pit stops. Just waiting before they're allowed to be released. Whoa, that's close.
Oh, that really, really was close. But away they go.
That'll be interesting just to see the timing there, whether that's counted as one of their time pit stops, whether it was too close or not, or I don't know whether Hub Auto were trying to get the Valkenhurst boys to release their car a little bit early. I don't know, maybe a little bit of gamesmanship there, but both cars back out onto track, and Ollie's trying to get those Michelins back up to temperature. Looked a little tricky as he was leaving the pit lane.
Both looked fine, by the way, on time there for that pit stop. Minute and 46 and a minute and 44, so slightly quicker for the Hub Auto cars. Has, though, dropped them out the lead because they opted not to pit under full course yellow. Remember, though, that could wind out with another caution later in the race. So a new leader, and it is the 21 Ferrari. So Ferrari lead the race now with the Stefano Constantini, 7 seconds to the good, not from the Lamborghini that's behind him on track there.
And he's doing extremely well because he's got damage on that rear wing.
He still does,
no wing end plate on the right side of that rear wing, which is... that is definite performance loss.
That 100-second stop might just be their saviour there when they finally come in, because they might be able to make that change to the rear wing in that 100 seconds.
It's possible. It is. It is possible.
So second place in GT right now is the HRT car, the number 7 out racing team car. Martin Conrad, a winner overall at the hugely challenging Bathurst 12-hour in 2022. when that race was for Pro-Am teams. He took that win. Third place is the first of the Get Speed cars, number 10 car, Heritage livery car. In come our reigning champions in LMP3 for what I think is their second stop.
Yes, it could well be. I believe they've been in once already.
Taking a check on that. That is not. It's their first stop.
Right.
So they've again stuck to their rigid fuel strategy. So Michael Jensen aboard the car when he brought the car in from third place. So a good run from Michael. They'll be highly encouraged by that. Charlie Cruz, meanwhile, still 14.5 seconds ahead of Sonny Yullick. So that's, that gap has stayed very stable.
Charlie's doing a fantastic job. The team will be very happy, and Charlie will also be saying to his boys, "Oh, it's a close one."
Wasn't it? To back out of that one.
He did, and wise to do that. But he's doing a fine job in showing his boys that he manages. Okay, this is what you need to be doing. You know, this is how you need to go about your racing. So
RRM Sports, their 15 car is on pit road now. Was that Anders? No, it's Amir Fazulin brought that car in. And it looks like a driver change has been underway there.
Full service.
So new Michelins on each corner. All these cars in all classes, by the way, are Michelin rubber for the Asian Le Mans Series. Total Energies fuel and Michelin tyres are the norm. And thanks to the partners of this series again, Total Energies and Michelin. There is our second place car overall. The DKR Engineering car. I think they'll be quite pleased with the way this is going so far.
Yeah, I think they will be. I think that they'll definitely take this. And Sally's driven smart, driven quickly. He's kept the nose of the car clean.
He has.
It's contact free at the moment, and they're just running through their stints and sticking to their strategy.
There is going to be trouble, by the way, for the GT leading Ferrari. They, of course, a car reported to the stewards for abusing track limits. It's going to be a drive-through.
Right.
That's me predicting it. Once it goes to the stewards, it tends to be pretty conclusive on that. So watch this space, but I think we'll see the 21 car running down pit lane fairly soon.
There's other cars also having issues with track limits. 74.
Well, there's warning, another warning, black flag, report to the stewards.
Yep.
So that's the running order in the overall standings. Into Europol lead with Charlie Cruz, from Sonny Yullick for the DKR Engineering number 3. 25, the blue and black car we saw taking third place. John Falb has pulled away from Rodrigo Salas in the gold number 24. In comes the number 73, which is our leader in LMP3. Running at the moment in 6th place overall with a couple of pit stops around them from LMP2 cars. So the 73 and the 17 on pit road together. Now, why would that be? Is that a long stop from the number 17 car? Out again comes number 11. Their hopes ruined, I'm afraid. Car emerges in 45th place from a
that's
really good position in
really
LMP3.
tough for them.
Let's wait and see whether or not he can get that car back up to speed.
Fingers crossed that's fixed the problem. HRT cars coming through. We're just getting a replay here. Ooh. What happened at 6?
A wobble of the curbs.
And there's a bit of contact, is there, between the Lamborghini? Well, he just... HRT car gave up the position there. Yeah,
that was the mistake from the AMG driver, and a bit of a bobble. The Lamborghini driver saw the opportunity to get up the inside and took it. And goes around Nick Halstead, who did not look quite up to speed there.
No, doesn't look very comfortable. We're using a lot of curb. What else we got on pit lane here?
That is the leader.
There's the leader, yes.
Now, is this going to be the end of Charles Cruz's? I think it is. There seems to be a driver there ready to come.
Yep.
Yes, there is indeed. So, great stuff He'll be very pleased indeed.
He'll be thrilled with that, absolutely.
I don't think he's given me much of a stake to talk to us quite yet, but well done, Charles Cruz. First time in LMP2 and comes back with 10 seconds and change to the good after a double stint there.
Yeah, excellent work.
That will, for now at least, puts DKR back into the lead for the second time. Fuel going aboard the car.
I think he had. I think he had got Charlie had got a lead of what, 6 or 7 seconds at that point.
He was about 13.
Ah, right.
So the lead, as it's timed across the line, down to 10 seconds, but that slightly flatters the chasing car because, of course, the car is completing the lap at lower speed on pit lane. But something like 13 seconds to good, and held it at that for much of that second stint.
There's something going on here. There's a bit of a snafu at the stop. I think it's couldn't get the jack, couldn't let the car down. I think they're okay though. They're inside their allotted time, so I don't think they've lost anything.
I don't think they took that as a time stop.
Really?
Let's have a look and see when the car emerges.
Okay.
Nielsen Racing, by the way, through to second because the Algarve Pro car has made a stop. It's Christian Bogle, by the way, got aboard it. It was a time stop.
Right. Yep.
And neatly done, by the way. 1:42, so just 2 seconds over the allotted time.
The 53 just making a move on the 9 Graf car. I also saw another car on the inside there. Looked like it might have had a spin on the inside of turn 7. And just rejoining. I think that's actually it's the Rinaldi car, the number 11. I think it must still have its problem.
Oh, it's not up to speed, is it? It's not up to speed. It's desperate times.
Yeah.
It is still tossed and cracked aboard that car. There's the number 2 from CD Sports. Indicator flashing on that car, but I suspect that's just a bit of finger trouble.
James has just launched it across the curve there, the apex of turn 6. Got to just be a little bit careful there. I think, did he run? Oh,
he'd already had a spin. That's why. So he'd have probably clicked the indicator on and tried to recover it.
He's now got his tyres covered in sand and dust and rubbish, and he's just trying to get them cleaned up. Just take a breath.
It's the number 2 car, a little way down the field in LMP3, 12th in fact. That's to James Swetnam.
It's now got a little bit of damage there on the right front. It's got a little bit of bodywork just behind the right front tyre. I think it's just the bodywork's just popped out. Won't help its aero, but
number 5, DKR Engineering. That car running. Where is that car running? It's leading the race, of course. Tony Wells is right behind him here. This is a battle for the lead.
Yeah.
So that will be with a difference in strategy from some of these LMP3 cars. So all of a sudden, DKR Duquesne leads Nielsen Racing in the Ligier. Wasn't that long ago. We had a Ligier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, remember?
Yeah.
So Tony Wells, previous champion in this series, with a new co-driver this year, who is the reigning overall champion, Matt Bell.
Yeah, very experienced driver lineup. They've got a lot of experience in P3. Tony's just tiptoeing his way past the Ferrari there. Nice work, just getting past that, not taking any chances. Yeah, and getting the car ready for Matt, and he'll take the car over after a little bit of a testing week for Matt Bell.
It has.
He's been quite unwell with food poisoning.
Yeah, he has.
Poor lad.
Yeah, not funny. Has its funny moments, but not funny.
It's really not funny.
It was in such poor state, I think you told me, failed to recognise that the person approaching him in the street was his own brother.
Yes, that's how bad it got.
It's probably the first time that's happened to Matt, other than through drink. It's a Leapit Racing Lamborghini, unique car in this field, and will likely be the last time this last couple of weekends the team race in the current Evo 1 spec for their cars. German team running Lamborghinis in GT3 and in their one make spec, and battles up and down the field still. This is the Garage 59 number 59 car, fending off Not that 16 car. I think that's actually coming up to lap it. Or is it? No, it's unlapping itself from it.
Is that Tom Gamble now or is he in the Tom Gamble?
Tom's in the 88, I think.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. And Tom is significantly further up the field in 10th.
Yeah,
so
he was drafted in at the last minute, wasn't he?
This is the 21. That car is still leading, but it's taken its drive-through. How has that happened? Because it came out so close to the... What's happened to the Hub Auto car?
I am not sure. Coming down into turn 10, the 6 and the 21 still.
What's happened is the car has completed Ollie Milroy's driving time and handed over to Liam Talbot, so has dropped back. So no problem for Hub Auto. They're just sticking to their driver strategy.
Oh, so they did make a driver change.
They did the stop, and then I think Ollie did a short stint and they stopped again. So that will be a second stop, I'm sure, for Hub Auto. No, it's one.
Yeah, so they must have changed to Liam there and then. We didn't spot it. Yeah. So the 21 still trying to get past the 6. And it's still got that wing damage, which I'm surprised that they haven't had any real performance issues with. 16 and the 59 just squabbling over the bit of tarmac there at the apex of turn 16. And I think the 21 is a little frustrated here with the 6.
If the timing of scoring is correct here, this is fantastic fuel mileage from that Ferrari, because we are an hour and 20 minutes into this race. It's had one pit stop, but that was a drive-through.
Wow. Are we sure?
That's what it says. So is that why we're not seeing ultimate pace? They're going for ultimate efficiency.
Yes.
Fuel saving, yet another thing that endurance racing traditionally has had the kind of little bit of wizardry and sorcery there.
It's a tough art, and it does take a huge amount of skill. Oh, the 77 on Cargo 57. Just squeezed the 77 car. Wasn't giving him a load of room, but they managed to make it through there, and the Leopard Lamborghini is also looking to make a move on the 57 car guy.
This is a battle for position between all three, by the way. The 77 in the hands of Satoshi Yoshino, being taken by Takeshi Kimura, and now Brendan Leach wants to get a deal with the second one of them, the two Japanese gentleman drivers. It's the Aussie, and looks around the outside. Is there room there to do it? I think the answer is there isn't there.
It could be for 15,
got the punch
though.
Here. He's got it. Well done, sir. So finding good pace at the moment, the Lippert car.
The car guy didn't quite see him. Last minute he opened the wheel.
Thought that was it's Phil Hansen aboard that car now. So he's taken over from Jim McGuire. It's now a recovery drive for the 22.
Yeah.
So the two United cars, by the way, are 10 seconds apart, are 14th and 15th overall, 7th and 8th in the class. But the one car that's behind them is the Cool Racing car, which we saw that problem earlier. Nico Lapierre has just climbed aboard that car.
More action into turn 1, and the number 6 is still got the 21 bottled up behind him. And he's trying. The 21 is trying to put a lap on him. He's the GT leader, so he must be a little frustrated, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, down the inside, on the inside of the turn 6 curve. I think the 59 car might get a little bit of a slap on the wrist for that.
This is the lead battle. This is Christian Bogle under pressure now. Guven, second Turkish driver now aboard the Orica. Another man in his LMP2 debut. That was a mighty move. That's what aerodynamic grip looks like.
It certainly is. That's trusting the car and commitment for you there.
That's It is at the moment. The Turkish driver much the quicker, and he's closed that 10-second and more gap, and is looking to take the lead here on pace. So the 43 car under pressure to the inside, to the outside rather, goes the number 3 car. Guvin is going to take the lead here.
I think he's going to get a little bit balked, and I think it's not over. It's not over. The 43 is going to come back up the inside. And they've got that P3 car there.
But the irony is, it was the P3 car from the same team that did a disservice, I'm afraid. Didn't mean to do it, but there was no way through for the 43. Through goes DKR for the 3rd time. They take the lead, but this is the 1st time they've done it with a pass on track.
Yeah. And it's just added that little bit more energy to the race at the front of the field. The number 3 DKR car has really just taken the race by the scruff of the neck and is laying down some lap times.
We've got 2 drive-through penalties. It's another drive-through penalty for the 21. Ooh. The leader in GT still, despite having already taken a drive-through, as the number 3 looks up the inside to put a lap on the number 44. Also a drive-through for the Kessel Racing number 74 Ferrari. So not a good moment or two for the Ferrari teams.
So the 21's serving that drive-through
immediately.
Yeah. Got to do it.
Surely
just get it done.
He's had fuel at some point. Surely that's an error in timing and scoring, because we're now closing in on 90 minutes. We've had 1 short full course yellow.
Right. Martin Conrad now leading the GT class HRT car, and he's right on his sister car's gearbox. Put a lap down.
Yes, it is. So Hamp Racing lead Get Speed, who come through in 2nd place, number 10 car. And, well, after what can I describe as a stellar opening stints and 2 from Charlie Cruz in the 43 car, Haley is going to speak to the man with the miracle answer to weight loss.
Yes, after impressively getting double pole earlier on today, Charles, you were first out, of course, and kept the car in the lead. Just tell us about how that went for you, because coming back in, you weren't looking too fresh. Is everything okay?
Yeah, no, I thought the race went according to how we had planned. It was to build the gap, and the FCY, I think we might be a little on the conservative side there and lost a bit of that gap after that. But once we got in the traffic, I felt like we could build the gap further. And no, it's just still getting acquainted to the P2 car. Every lap is a little bit better than the last, and we're just kind of building on that. And I think by time that we're in Abu Dhabi, you know, all of us should be up to pace. It's been difficult without any testing.
So just tell us about the team that you've put together with Christian and Nolan, all-American team. Just tell us about, you know, why and how this all kind of came together for you.
So I work closely with both of them, Nolan especially. I've coached with Nolan for the last couple of years, and Nolan and Christian are teammates in Indy Lights. So we named the car Miss America, and we're the all-American lineup here. So it's a really good combination of guys, and we get along really well and have a good time.
Thank you very much. I'll let you go and take a rest. Thank you.
Yeah, a little bit of American Avengers assemble there in the number 43 car. It looks in pretty good nick there after all that. So I think he's had a little bit of time to recover, rehydrate.
Yeah, I think that he was a little bit feeling a little bit worse for when he first got out of the car. But I don't know, smelling salts, a little bit of a drink, and he's now looking fine, Vettel. But his boys are going well. Christian is doing a good job. He has just lost out a little bit to the 3 car, the DKR car, who is. You know, Wuvan has really got his head down and is now putting some stellar lap times together.
Absolutely right. So it is DKR Engineering leading this race on pace. 41 laps done, almost 2.5 hours in the books. There is our race leader. DKR with excellent form in LMP3 and looking to add some LMP2 success into the books. Long-standing team, previously with principally GT racing experience, a team you've had experience of yourself, Ollie. Yeah,
I had a little bit of time with DKR, driving their C6R GT1 cars back in the day. That was it was in colour. The pictures were in colour at that point. Yes, only just though. Okay, but the DKR car now has really come alive in this last 5-10 minutes. I mean, some of the moves that Wu Van has been putting on the traffic, so it's been very direct, very incisive. He's really sort of quite aggressive, which I just hope it's not going to come around and bite him.
Let's hope not. He's had impressive form in Porsche racing. He was a Porsche Junior, I think, in 2020. And since then has been principally a Porsche specialist. This is his first opportunity to sample an LMP car, and he's at the moment impressing mightily.
Yeah, he is, and he just breathed it there, just took his time, a little bit of patience as he's trying to get past the #1 CD Sport car, and so yeah, that's good to see. So
he leads, pulling away from Christian Bogle. A little off those lap times. Third is the moment. Kevin Simpson now aboard the Algon Pro car. So John Falb has done his time for this race. Nielsen racing fourth. Matthias Besch has taken over from Rodrigo Sales. 99 Racing are fifth. Then ARC Bratislava with the Hungarian driver Laszlo Tuth. Silver ranked, and that was, I think, a quick touch there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
17 and 18. The 18 car goes around.
Yeah, he was just trying to get out of the way. He knew he was committed, and he couldn't quite back out of it enough. And I think there was a little bit of contact, and the rear of the car just got away from him and pirouetted round.
Yeah, hauling, by the way, both of United Autosports cars coming back up through the LMP3 traffic with their bronze drivers having completed their time. Phil Hansen is up in 9th overall, behind the top two cars in LMP3. So there's big gaps to be dealt with here to get back up to terms in LMP2. Just a couple of places back, Garnet Patterson, South Australian driver, the 23 car, 11th place overall, moment just outside the top 10, but recovering time and ground fast. GT, and this is going to entertain us all evening.
Oh, it's getting really congested out there, isn't it?
Isn't
it's
it just
lively. I believe it's a battle for 14th, I think, here.
Good grief, the battle's that far down. That is the orange racing car, Get Speed, carries 59. That's just that little gaggle. That was side to side. That's Alex West will be, I'm sure, providing some expert commentary on that in the garage.
Yes, I'm sure he will. I think Simon there in the orange racing car was just a little bit unsighted there as the Get Speed car came through at the apex at turn 16, and I think that surprised him. I think it's their first time in an international race for this team.
They'll be learning with every lap, and it's all about learning, it's all about ambition, it's all about aspiration. That's what these races are all about. It's about trying to win, trying to beat your, I guess, your yardstick. And in the case of this team, each of those drivers would have decided who their yardstick is for performance.
Yeah, absolutely.
And hoping they can be consistent enough to come away, score some points, and yes, they can dream potentially of getting to the Le Mans 24 Hours this year or next.
So here
Let's
we
watch
go.
it again.
Simon's just coming down to the apex, and he just hasn't seen the Get Speed car there, the number 10, as he's come through and onto the front straight one more time. But it's now starting to get pretty dark out there.
It is.
Those headlights are going to be strong. It's going to get a little bit tougher for us, Graham, to read the race.
It is. The other thing worth saying here, Ollie, is certainly lots of these gentlemen drivers may not ever have driven in full darkness in a race. If you're racing in national racing, there's another bit of a wiggle there from Simon coming off that turn. You know, traffic is something at this level you will not have experienced in national racing.
No.
And driving into darkness and in full darkness, again, is something that is... It's going to be difficult. Those lights they're dealing with from the cars behind are not like you'll get on any road car.
Absolutely not. You know, your lights are there for you to use and to try and project out and see as much as possible. There's no dim. There's no sort of like ability for you for those lights to be dimmed down to protect the driver in front. It's just what you've got.
Yeah, it's one setting, and that setting is death ray.
Yeah.
You know, we all like to think of ourselves as polite drivers, and we dip those headlights for oncoming traffic. Well, those ones that don't, we all know them. These are significantly more challenging than that.
They are, and it is a huge distraction, and it's another level of complexity to multi-class racing. And it's tough, particularly tough here in Dubai. We're seeing that now with cars that maybe just left the pits and other cars coming through very quickly. We're just seeing the Nielsen car there sort of scything through that GT pack of cars. The Nielsen car also looking to get past the into Europol car just up the inside there as you come into turn 7. And you know, in a blink of an eye, that P2 car's gone and passed as you're in that big gaggle of GT cars trying to sort of deal still with that slower GT car that's in front of you.
What about the mental task here of managing everything that's going on here? You're doing what, an average of 120, 130 miles an hour on you know, on many of these circuits. You're dealing with faster and slower traffic, sometimes unpredictable traffic. You're dealing with changing conditions around you, going into night time. It must be mentally completely exhausting.
It is, it really is, and particularly in an environment where you're not familiar, on a racetrack you're not familiar with. You know, that really is very, very stressful. You're seeing, you know, the orange racing car still here trying to sort of navigate its way through, and it's got this other traffic coming up behind it, and these are testing and tough times. But if you can get through this, you're learning so much. And if you can just keep it clean, not make any mistakes, not have any contact, get through to the end of the race, the amount that you've learned in this time out on track, it's unbelievable.
And this, I guess, is where this really scores as a format for a team or a driver or a number of drivers learning, is you can employ those lessons tomorrow.
It's huge.
And next weekend, and then again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of this racing here in the Asian Le Mans Series, and particularly with the way that the races are scheduled. It's phenomenal for teams, drivers, crews, engineers, everybody just to really gel and get this racing mentality back after a little bit of a winter break.
We've seen multiple instances as well, Ollie, as we get back to pit lane for a moment. So a quick look, who's this? Is it Garage 59?
Yes, it is. Good guess. You're right.
It was a guess.
Just stopped. It's just a bit short there.
We have seen teams of drivers have told us that launched them on to do better. It seems a bit odd because he seemed to stop on the lollipop there as well.
He did, but they stopped him in the wrong box. Again, but that's what it looks like to me. But again, that's, you know, is that everybody just getting back up to speed again? Is that just everybody just finding their marks, their spots, their places? 99 cars also in for a stop.
Yeah, again, another of our previous champions, the 99. Dominant form a couple of years ago here, wasn't it? It's not quite like that yet, but we've got quick drivers to come in this car.
Did you see who was jumping in the 59? I didn't quite spot that.
I'm afraid.
Yeah.
So was it Louis Pret or was it Rob Bell? We can have a look at the driver. Bright yellow helmet for Rob.
Right.
With a time bridge on the back.
I think it's Louis Pret.
I think it's Louis.
Yeah. Oh. Hard to say. A lot of smoke there coming off the Kessel car. But that just shows how bright the lights are, though, from the Viper Nissan Aston Martin.
Good to see them back. Douglas Koo and Dominic Ang. They will not be the quickest here.
Two-driver lineup.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be tough.
But this, they've been flag carriers for... Ooh, yes.
Got a bit deep there.
Yes. Almost stopped talking there, Graham. Flag carriers for the Malaysian scene for many, many years. And back in the days before COVID, were beginning to come on strong. Young Dominic Ang, really impressive at times with this form in their LMP3 cars. And sadly, that programme interrupted by the COVID pandemic and the impact it had in particular on our ability to travel, trade into, out of Southeast Asia. This was the solution that was come up with by Asian Le Mans Series, and a brilliant one it was at the time and remains so as we get back to the points.
20 seconds to full course yellow.
Oh, now what's that all about?
Full course yellow coming up. Sure, we haven't seen this.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. We are under full course yellow.
We have not seen what this is for.
No, we've not. So we'll bring that to you as soon as we possibly can. Debris we're hearing on track, and with the failing lights, no risks will be taken. So this will allow the race control to direct corner workers to a gap in traffic to deal with debris.
Yeah, or maybe they'll even put a vehicle out.
Correct.
But that'll be communicated to the teams. That's extremely important. That's reiterated over the radio system and the communication system that race control have with the teams, and how they're going to do this, where the area is. This is all stuff that will be talked about, and Eduardo would have really laboured this point in the drivers' briefing and the team briefings about if there is a full course yellow for debris on the racetrack, how we're going to do it, how we're going to communicate it so everybody's in the picture.
Yeah, he will tell them if there's marshals in line of contact, any line of sight anywhere, keep left, keep right, or whatever is appropriate.
Yep.
There will be clear instructions. It's given by radio, by a Discord channel that is used to speak to the teams in the garages and on the pit wall. They are then responsible to relay that to the drivers in the cars.
And it's also a two-way system, isn't it? So that if the teams have a particular thing that they want to communicate back to race control, they can do that.
Call it what we'd call it, complaint, you know, or moan. Hello, teams. But it's a sport, and everybody in this sport wants success. Everybody in this sport particularly wants everybody to go home. And,
absolutely.
There is no doubt whatsoever. You want to apply the word heroic to any group of people in motorsport, then it is our volunteer marshals, corner workers, rescue workers, extraction workers. Amazing. And they do a lot of training. They put in a lot of hours to prepare to be the best they possibly can to help keep these events safe.
Just noticed in third place overall, Algarve Pro, Kiffin Simpson.
Yep.
He's now in the car. I'll be interested to see how he gets going again after this full course yellow period. He's a Ganassi development driver, I believe, from
the Cayman Islands.
Yep,
and with a growing portfolio of racing in single-seaters, GT cars. He won Petit Le Mans in Acura, Honda NSX the end of last season. P2 car at the Daytona 24 Hours, and P2 again here, and will do the European season as well as the Asian Le Mans season. Nice young man. Uses just too much syrup on his pancakes. That's my own observation, if you're listening, Kiffin, which you're not. That's probably why I said it. But Kiffin, another one of these coming stars, I'm sure, for the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
Phil Hansen, a man who has already more or less won it all in LMP2. European Le Mans Series champion, WC champion, winner at Le Mans with United, an astonishing year for that team. Our previous champions a couple of years ago, Nielsen Racing in the pits for full service. Now just trying to see if I can see.
Has Tony stayed in the car, or have they made a driver change?
Was that? That wasn't Matt Bell in the background. Night is falling over Dubai.
But a lot of teams are taking this opportunity to make a stop.
They are indeed. And anybody that was slightly off the strategy they were looking for, here's a chance to recover it. So we might see the odd switch around here. What we'll normally do in terms of calling the order for the races at this point, something like a full course yellow coming out, is let things settle down a little. Call the action as we see it on the track or on pit lane. At the moment, most of the action is on pit lane. Here is the number 8 Graf car. That car riding high, came into the pits from second in LMP3, the hands of Xavier Laveras. And I think that team came second in the championship last year.
Yep.
And Xavier was part of that.
I think there's got some shuffling to do there in the LMP3 class.
Oh yeah, there are definitely cars in GT and in LMP3 that are off strategy.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, I think in P2, I think we can pretty much call it at the moment. I think on similar strategies there at the front.
Increasingly, by the way, you'll hear us do this quite a lot, particularly at the moment, as sports car racing is attracting a big new audience. Explain some of those terms. What do we mean by off strategy? That means some teams took the opportunity to pit when it wasn't necessarily necessary for them to do so. They didn't need fuel at that point.
No. Because
it was a full course yellow. That can play either way.
Yeah.
It's almost a gamble, if you like.
It is, and it is just topping off the fuel. And the 43 car there on the right side of our picture is struggling to get fired again and get going. and it seems like some confusion here. This is the first time
he can't find
Christian in the car, and he is wide-eyed and trying to get it going.
Back up on the jacks.
And is there
There's trouble
with that
there
car?
for what was the long-time leading car.
Yeah, and again, this is something that happens when you're in a car that's new to you, and it's going in the box. I think they've got
Couldn't start the car.
Got a particular problem here, some sort of electrical issue maybe.
That is bad news for the early leaders.
And also the congestion here in the pit lane with so many cars entered, you don't get a straight shot into your box, and so that held up. Oh, it's gone straight in and it's coming straight back out again. It seems like there's whatever the problem was, they fixed it immediately. And this could be...
This is going to drop this car back down the order though, because... Let's have a look. Away we go.
And fired up.
Now he goes.
Yeah, and he's off.
Like coughing away. So in the box, what happens here? He puts the...
I think this is to get it out of gear. I think it's something to do with...
I don't think they did any work. I think he found the solution. I think he found the solution.
There's something... That tool...
That tool is to remove the rear clip. It's the two fasteners either side of the dorsal fin of the car, and it's a long wrench, if you like, to remove the fasteners. That is not something that's impacting anything mechanical. It's to take off the rear clip of the car.
Wow. But as soon as he plugged that in, I
don't think he turned it. I don't think he even turned it. I think as soon as he put it down, he seemed to hear something. I think that Christian has actually solved the problem inside the car.
Right. Well done, Christian.
That could just be finger trouble. It could be anything. It could be had a real problem and affected a effective Control Alt Delete on the system.
Yeah.
And we got it back out there. But
Refresh.
Either way, you know, a minor delay. In comes the number 34 car. That was our leader in fact, came in as leader, Thomas Merrill. They've had a good start to their Asian Le Mans series this year.
They have, and that car has looked good.
Looks great in that livery, by the way. It's the same livery we saw another of the customer teams, Turner Motorsports, field the BMW at Daytona.
So he's using this as a time stop. They're trying to get one of those ticked off. They're just waiting and waiting. And the advantage to do it now is that you're not losing out anywhere near as much now to your competitors when it's behind this four-course yellow.
Is the Get Speed number 10 car, another car that's been very much in contention. That's our second place car. This is real nip and tuck stuff with pit stops.
So it is.
There's 5, 6, 7, 8 cars on strategies that are very close to each other. And one of the great things, again, about endurance racing is a lot of this is going to wind out in the last 30 minutes of this race.
Yeah, so stay tuned.
Oh, please do. So, you know, if you are watching trackside and you're feeling hungry, go get some food and come back. Because it's going to get good. It's always good. The cars are amazing, even if what you're doing is just watching these cars.
Just on first glance, watching the 34 BMW come out onto the pit, back onto the track, it doesn't look like those lights are very bright.
No, it doesn't.
And they look very yellow, which when you run a yellow tinge on the lights, that does take away some of its ability to see. And it doesn't. The lights don't look that well set up, but then.
Well,
I'm not driving.
That's all right. We're going back to green.
20 seconds to end full course yellow.
Thank you, Eduardo.
15 seconds to end full course yellow.
But you can see from the P cars, the beam.
9.
Yeah.
8.
It's lighting up
7,
the road.
Yep.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Thank you
2
very
hours
much.
and 14 minutes remain.
You need to stop to repair your rear wedges. Not only you don't have a light, but the wedge is also missing.
So car 17 in trouble there. That's the Cool Racing car, third in LMP3. No rear light and no rear. Well, he's talking about the wedges. I often call these compliance panels that shaped like a wedge.
Yeah.
And sit. And there's another car off the track there.
trickiest
There
time
he goes,
here.
coming back.
Getting restarted.
It's a P car.
Oh, and trying to find your way.
That is
number 16, I believe.
Yes, I think it was.
Or 15, sorry.
It's the RLR car.
Yeah.
So a quick trip off track, drive-through penalty for car 18 for abusing track limits. So these penalties are coming thick and fast. That is the 360 racing car that sits way down the field. Should say, by the way, we have not seen either the number 11 car or the 66 Bullet racing car come back out of the pits after their latest stop. So they're looking like their competitive day is done.
Yeah, I'd say it is. I mean, the 66 Bullet car did have a big impact. That looked nasty.
Number 4 Nielsen racing car is still in contention here. Tony Wells 11 seconds back from Matthias Lurton, the Rinaldi racing car. So the other Rinaldi Duquesne, the car run under the team's own banner rather than WTM, leads now.
Yes, it's tough as a driver. You know, if you've just got in the car into full darkness, and is this the... Oh, the 15 car.
That was the 15 car.
The RLR car, and then the 55 had to go wide to avoid.
That was our leader, so did the following car.
And that's not what you want to see.
No.
As you're coming through turn 11, it's those set headlights.
Well, I mean, we said a little earlier about how blinding these headlights are. Imagine what it's like seeing one coming the other way.
I was just about to say, if you're a driver that's just got into the car, first time, out into the darkness, just restarting, cold tyres, cold brakes, really trying to deal with, okay, where's the sand on the track, where's this, where's that? It's a real battle. And that's for some of the pros, let alone if it's a less experienced driver.
Right, so where are we after those pit stops? It is still the number 3 DK Engineering car, the Nemo liveried car, if you like. There it is, the orange, white and black car in the hands of Güven. Our second Turkish driver, he leads now by almost 30 seconds from Christian Bogle.
And that's got out.
Yes, absolutely, because of that boggle in the pits.
Yeah.
Getting to put the car into the garage briefly while that problem was actually sorted. Kiffin Simpson is under 7 seconds back now in 3rd place in the Algarve Pro car, and is closing that gap. Matthias Besch sits 4th in the Nielsen Racing number 24 car. He's only 8 seconds back too, and closing. And then we've got the 99 racing car, ARC Bratislava, the top 6. Ollie?
Yes, I think that the DKR car must have had a bobble in its pit stop as well, because the Algarve Pro car is now significantly closer. So I'm thinking that...
Lost a couple of seconds in the pit stop, but not that much.
Yeah.
So what that is, whether or not that's coming into the caution or going out of the caution, could have just have been lucky or unlucky on in terms of the immediate lap times.
Because before the caution, the Algarve Pro car was about 50 seconds back from DKR. So 15-second win there for Algarve Pro.
Absolutely. So just looking at lap times, last lap time for the DKR car was a slow one, but that could have been the final sector under yellow. Back up to speed now though, and quicker than the cars chasing. LMP3 is Rinaldi Racing's 55 car. So you can see there the graphic, 3 from 43, 25, 24, then the 98. Look as well at the recovering United Autosports cars. They are still a lap down, by the way, on the cars, the 6 cars ahead of them, but picking up time.
Güven just trying to thread his way through those GT cars, and he had a big old wiggle on there. The rear's just maybe not quite up to temp again after this long full course yellow, but yeah, it's tough.
Big traffic.
It's big traffic, and lots of it. And offline here, treacherous.
And that's the other problem. It's sighting where that line is in the dark while you've got cars around you. No real ambient light once we get into full darkness.
Well, we spoke earlier, didn't we, to one of the most experienced P2 drivers in the world, Ollie Jarvis.
Yes.
And he was saying it's tough to pick the lines here. And here's a guy that's raced everywhere.
That 17 car is indeed lacking a rear light, and possibly as critically lacking a light on the rear, on the side, the left side number panel.
Yeah.
Now that is a regulation. Why? Because trackside workers, marshals, have to be able to spot what car it is to report if there's a problem.
Yep.
In comes
55 car.
That's our leader.
Yeah. No, P2
is now That's
Tony Wells must have just gone by him.
Yes, he has.
Because the 55 had to go wide, didn't he? Coming off of turn 12, coming into turn 12.
Now we're getting towards the window for a second stop for LMP2, but LMP3 rather, but it shouldn't be yet.
They're making a driver change in the 55.
That might be driver time related. Who's aboard that car? That was Matthias Lipton. I wouldn't have thought so.
It seems strange to be doing this pit stop now after all of that full course yellow period, because you're hemorrhaging lap time now.
So are we going to see Jonas Reed in this car? I know it's going to be Lachlan Hannafin, British Porsche one-make specialist to this point, and trying out an LMP3 car. It's the AMG there sparking over the curbs. I felt that in the car, I'm sure.
Yeah, the 91's piling the pressure on. Pure Racing. He's trying to find his way past that Hub Auto car.
And Liam Talbot and Joel Sturm. Liam, the Aussie gentleman driver with a lot of success behind him. Joel Sturm coming out of DTM Trophy.
Yeah.
GT4 to GT3.
This is that strong Hub Auto effort here in the Mercedes AMG. And Liam's got a lot of experience, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to hold off the 91 Herberth car.
They have got, though.
And he's just made the move up the inside, that Pure Racing car.
Can he make it stick?
Yes,
I think he can. Remember, the Hub Auto team have got, at the moment, the world's most successful GT3 driver still to come, Jules Gounon. Second generation racer. He's okay.
Yeah, he does pretty well.
He's done a bit.
He's not bad.
Yeah. He is, I think it's fair to say, Andorra's most successful racing driver ever.
I don't know.
Jules Gounon is the holder of Andorran Motorsport License 0001.
Okay.
I don't think there is a 0002, so I'm taking that. This is the number 43 car in the hands of Christian Bogle. Christian, what a tough place to learn this is going to be.
Yeah.
It's a slippery track. It's dark.
And he's just giving up a little bit of time each lap to Guiven. And he's
been caught by Kiffin Simpson here.
Yeah, and Kiffin is going to start piling the pressure on.
Well, I think you're going to see Kiffin. There he is. That is the battle for second.
Looking forward to this.
That could be fun.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, Christian and Kiffin both in the Indy NXT, Indy Next Series this coming year.
Some bragging rights here coming up. Yeah.
So we've got to see two generations of American racers in this championship this year. Got a good gaggle of long-standing American gentleman racers coming to have a crack at this, and then a further gaggle of American youngsters making their way through.
And being given the opportunity, which is great.
And what a delight to see the fact that we've got racers trying to ply a trade in more than one code of the sport.
Absolutely. It's now down to nearly full darkness here.
Well, we mentioned Jules Gounon. He must have been listening, because he's immediately asked for a right to reply from Hayley Evans, who's down in pit lane with the Andorran superstar.
That's it, Graham. He read your mind. As you said correctly, I'm down here with Jules. Let's talk about Ollie for a start. A very strong start from him. He came in second. I mean, considering that he jumped into the car today, I mean, it's really good going.
Yeah, he did an amazing job. I think people doesn't realize how hard it is to drive a race car, and to jump in the car today after doing one lap in quali, out in, and the job he did was just simply fantastic. So we can only thank him to have come and helped us, and hopefully we can have a good result out of it. Would be fantastic, I guess.
So it's just, maybe let's go over the strategy. There have been numerous GT cars that have, pitted early. Why did you choose not to, and why do you think they've done that?
To be honest, I think I'm paid here to drive and not to do the strategy, and luckily, because I don't understand why, so I can't help you in that way. So I think we started with our silver, so we could not really box, where some other GT team had the bronze, and the mandatory time for a bronze is 30 minutes. As the full course yellow happened after 30 minutes, they took that opportunity to do really the minimum time for the bronze, because he could do 30 minutes plus 1 hour stint. So I guess that's their thinking.
And of course, it's nightfall here. It's a tough time to drive here in Dubai during the night. You've got your bronze driver out there. How is he going so far?
Well, Liam is doing a fantastic job. He was following the pace of the BMW. And the bronze in that car is now silver, and he's a really quick guy. So Liam is doing a very good job. Still 2 hours to go, so it's a long race. There's a lot of traffic. At night it will be very difficult because this track doesn't have a lot of light. So let's see how we can do.
Jules, I'm just going to seize the opportunity to talk about the last month and how well it's gone for you with, of course, Bathurst and 24 hours of Daytona. I mean, what's it like to come out here, Asian Le Mans Series, and be taking part here after that?
Yeah, I think the January month was amazing for me. I started from the 24 of Dubai, then went to Daytona, then to Bathurst and back to Dubai. So we really did a lap around the world, which was amazing because we won the 24 of Daytona in GTD Pro, then we won Bathurst. So such iconic races, but I'm still hungry and I hope I can put Asian Le Mans Series champion in 2 weeks to my title also.
Great, thank you very much, Jules.
Thank you.
Thanks to Jules Gounon. While that was happening, what we were watching was Kevin Simpson has made his way by Christian Bogle and is pulling away in second place. Algarve Pro Racing, 3 times the Asian Le Mans Series Championship winners, are now up into second place in the first race of the 2023 season.
And the 25 is actually catching the 3 for the lead. So whatever Kevin Simpson had before he got in the car, certainly working. He is.
At least a banana.
At least
a banana. There's possibly more of that French toast with too much syrup, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe that is indeed the secret.
That's quite enough of Kevin Simpson's dietary requirements. But he's doing a fine job, and he's now down to 28 seconds behind DKR and the number 3 car. So let's watch that gap and see if he can keep closing in.
We'll keep an eye on this one, but just a word from you, Ollie, on the achievements of Jules Gounon that we just heard with Haley.
Yeah.
It is indeed a 3rd Bathurst 12-hour win. We'll talk about that race in a minute on the back of a Daytona 24 hours race win the week before that. So this is his 3rd major race meeting in 3 weeks on 3 continents.
It's pretty spectacular.
So Daytona, that's tough to win.
Unbelievably difficult to win. I mean, it's such a tough race, unbelievable traffic, very, very difficult, long night there, very tricky conditions. Oh, running wide there. Who's that coming out of turn 9? Hard to pick that up with the lights and the darkness now. I believe that could have been...
You think that's one of our P2 cars?
I think it is. I think it could have been Nielsen, 24 car. Mathias Besch.
Let's have a look. It is the 24. Well done, sir. How did you manage that one? To me, it's a blind guess. But beyond that, that's a tough race to win. Tell me about the race that he's won 3 times. You've raced there. Bathurst is a car killer. It's an astonishing race circuit.
Well, it's an extraordinary race. It's the only race that I can think of that you actually start in the dark. It's a 12-hour race, and they want it to finish just about in the light. So they start the race in the dark, which is crazy. You get up at 3:30 in the morning to get there in time for the start of the race.
Shall I give you a secret? The reason it starts at that time is so that it finishes in time for viewers to then watch the most popular programme in Australia, which is the 6 p.m. evening news on Sunday.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much.
That's why they do it, and it is an astonishing race. To win it once is a dream for any race driver. I can remember years ago, Ollie Jarvis, who's in this race in LMP2, telling me one of his ambitions was to race there. He did go on to race there with Bentley, but to win it 3 times, I think I'm right, 2 of those consecutively, is quite the result. And
it is a spectacular place to race, and clearly one of the best racetracks in the world. And I was fortunate enough to race there with a very good friend of mine, Nick Percat, and we competed there twice in the Bathurst 1000, which was huge. It was really great fun and brilliant to race there in supercars, and certainly one of those iconic racetracks. And I loved my time down there. It was really a lot of fun.
Fabulous race, fabulous records, and Jules Gounon, we've still got the pleasure of seeing him aboard the Arvato car to come. Let's call, as we pass halfway in this race, 2 hours to go in this first of 4 4-hour races in the next 8 days. DKR Engineering lead the race, but by a decreasing amount, 25.8 seconds now. That gap is coming down quite quickly. So the number 3 car from the 25 Algarve Pro car, Kevin Simpson, making progress here.
And Mathias Besch is really closing in on Christian Bogle in in the 43 car. Matthias has had a creative lines coming off of turn 9. I don't think he's been pinged yet for track limits. But he's got to be a little bit careful, but it just shows the challenge. And Matthias Besch is a highly experienced P2 driver, P1 as well with Rebellion, and he's trying to navigate his way around here in the dark. It is tricky, but he's laying down some strong laps, and I think he is closing in on the Inter-Europol competition car of Christian Bogle.
Absolutely. From the lead in LMP3, which passed the 2-hour mark, comes Tony Wells in the Nielsen Racing car. That car going well. I'm guessing that's going to mean now Matt Bell for the remainder of this race.
Yes.
So 2 hours and 2 hours would be my guess for Nielsen Racing. Cool Racing follow up. They were 12 seconds back before that pit stop for Nielsen, the number 17 car.
In the pit lane.
And it is a driver change by the look of it underway right now. So Matt Bell, we expect to see emerge from their second major pit stop. Graf Racing with Francois Heriot is in third place. Jerome de Sadler rising salmon-like up through the order in the 29 MV2S car.
I think Nielsen have got a bit of a problem here. I'm sure, is this one of their time stops?
It's time stop.
Yeah.
So they might just be waiting. There's no drama in terms of the body language. If there's a problem, I think we'd have hands on by now. One would guess, hope, not.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
So MV2S, then into Europol. That car led the race early on, the 73 car, now in the hands of John Corbett. That is your top 5 in GT.
43 there, getting bolted by the Leipert Lamborghini.
That's not going to help his.
No, it's not. Christian Bogle is giving up time to that Nielsen car of Matthias Besch.
You're going to be able to see it in the background here. It's the next car along, the next pair of headlights, and it's coming. You can see it lighting up the circuit around us. It's going to be an, as usual, fired up Matthias Besch.
Yeah, he's got the bit between his teeth, and that's tough. You know, when you're not used to racing multi-class racing, all of a sudden you come out onto the track and it's dark and it's tough and it's...
There it is.
Yep.
So that's, that gap has come down again. So Matthias has got the Leipert Lamborghini to deal with, and then will be in the sight, in his sights will
He's
be
got it
the
down to about
car.
2.8 seconds now, and I think it's only going to be another lap or so before Matthias is on him.
This is a tough place to learn.
Oh,
LMP2 racing, going straight into darkness.
Brutal. Yeah, that's a tough gig. But you'll be learning this. Christian will be learning so much from this, and that your hour or so that you have in the car, it feels like 5. You just are you're soaking up so much information, and every single lap, you almost could write a book on it. You know, it's extraordinary, that experience that you have out there.
Absolute human extremes.
It is.
And the Nielsen Racing car closing. And as we get to this stage in any kind of nip and tuck battle with the 43 car, Christian Bogle just desperately trying to put cars between him and his pursuer.
Yeah, that's a tough gig. I mean, Matthias really has been. It's pretty equal, it seems, on lap time between Christian and Kiffin Simpson, but Kiffin is still chipping away at that lead that DKR number 3 has.
So 24 seconds the lead battle. This battle for third under 2 seconds now.
And it's then down to the closers, as they call in the cars. And so that'll be in the Algarve Pro car, that'll be James Allen,
the winner at Rolex 24 2 weekends ago in the most dramatic of circumstances. And oddly enough, beating the third driver still to come in this Nielsen car, in a car run by the team that James Allen's driving for this week.
Yes.
If that's not too confusing. So there's a bit of a talent grab all around here, but these guys love the competition.
Brilliant to see.
When I say it was a close finish, overtook on the line after 24 hours of racing, and the gap was 16 thousandths of a second.
That's close. Really close. A bit like this battle now between the 43 car and the 24. Coming into turn 1.
Oh, big lock up.
Big lock up there for Matthias Besch. Doesn't seem to have been hindered too much, his performance, but might just now start to create a little bit of vibration, bit of a flat spot.
But what that, I think, was about, that was sort of intimidatory from Matthias. He wanted to show how close he was, but he got too deep into the corner.
Yeah, lost a little bit downforce off the front of the car.
Middle name, by the way, is Feisty, I think.
Mateus is now looking to really pile the pressure on. Let's see if he can. Yes, only down to under a second.
It's one slip, it's one wrong choice in traffic, it's one minor blunder. It's just choosing the wrong moment to brake. You're not going to get through there under braking, I don't think, Matt.
No.
So Matthias Besch, winner in LMP1 in the FIWC, long time sports car racer at world class levels, and will be a very good addition, no doubt at all, to the Nielsen Racing squad.
Yeah, fantastic for them.
5 second set penalty, by the way, will be added to the next pit stop for the 23 car as an unsafe release. That's the second of the United Autosports cars. Both those cars, by the way, have now cleared the LMP3s and sit 8th and 7th. It could be, again, that it's another of the Europol cars that gives the opportunity for Matthias Besch.
Yeah, Mateus is looking to line him up as he comes through 16, getting a nice toe off him down the front straight into turn 1.
Close enough, maybe, and with traffic.
Yeah, not sure he's quite close enough, but maybe with the traffic, it could be good if we could go back to that shot. There we go.
Nolan Siegel getting ready to come and get aboard. That's the third of the drivers in this car, the 43.
Yeah. I think Christian is maybe not liking it quite so much, and he's been balked, and now the 20 Mateus has just got through, and then wheel to wheel
didn't quite make it. I think that was the Volkenhurst car. I think that was the GT leader they went either side of.
Yes. And Mateus is using all his experience here, one side then the other, and looking to use the traffic as a pick, and he's going to go all the way around the outside.
Has he made it? He has. I think he's done it before the end of the corner.
Yeah, that looks like he's executed. He's well ahead. He's
well ahead. He boxed him in behind the AMG, went around the outside, faultless stuff, and just stuffed it through.
That's reading the traffic. Yes. Mateus just using his experience, picking his points, using those other slower GT cars as a pick, and just picking, taking that advantage.
So, classic move there. Watch it again. By this point, he'd already gone by. He was by before the end of the corner and put another car between them before the next.
Absolutely.
So, epic stuff there from Matthias Besch. He now sits, by the way, 40 seconds from the lead. Kevin Simpson has closed that gap to the leader by another second, 22.7 seconds. Let's look back at the highlights of the first half of this race. Charlie Cruz, it was at the start of the first of 2 4-hour races here in Dubai that made the getaway. He was under pressure from Sally Yoluk to and through turn 1, but toughed it out to put the 43 into Europol car into the lead, or to retain the lead from pole position, and he would pull away in the lead. The US LMP2 debutant. There was a touch in traffic between the Get Speed number 10 and the 33 Herbert Porsche that sent Alfred Renault spinning around into the rear of the field. He'd recover back though quickly, and great stuff too in LMP3. They didn't want to be left out of things. MV2S and Cool Racing here contesting a worthwhile position. Trouble though for the Bullet Racing car. That car is a confirmed retirement. This came after contact with an as yet unidentified second car. Suspension damage on the left side, sorry, the right side on both corners. Great racing up and down the field. At this point we had the 3 of the 4 Herbert Motorsport run cars almost nose to tail. The 33 car going by the Pure Racing branded 91. Great move there. In the meantime, contact between the D-Station car and Cool Racing's 37 saw Alexander Juani with damage, and the full course yellow called out for recovery. Car would come back and he's back in the race, but a long, long way back. still more action. 3 class action, 4 cars at the apex at the same time, and almost contact there for the Algarve Pro Racing car. Torsten Kratz led and led comfortably in the number 11 WTM by Rinaldi car in LMP3, but looks like gear change problems that put that car into the pits, and by the look of it may well be now out of the race after leading comfortably. Still more battles in the GT3 class. 2 Japanese gentleman drivers enjoying their battle between car guy and D station, as we had LMP3 and LMP2 cars in the mix here. This is the battle for the lead, with DCAR Engineering having taken the lead twice with pit stops, finally did it with pace to the outside for the number 3. DCAR Engineering taking the lead for the first time. LMP3 still didn't want to be left out the battling, and the 360 racing car just tipped into a spin, a slightly unwise move up the inside. A second full course yellow would bring much of the field back into the pits as night fell here in Dubai with a later start than planned because of delays earlier. All 3 classes hotly contested as we go into the second half of this first of 4-hour races in the Emirates.
Well, Graham, while you've been doing the highlights there, I'll be just looking at the timing screens, and Kyffin Simpson has been on an absolute tear. He set his own personal best and fastest laps for the 25 car, and he has slashed the lead from some 24 seconds now down to 15 seconds.
Wow.
And he's clearly the fastest car on the track by a good couple of seconds.
Yeah, 149 is not as less like the one before, and you're right. In the time it's taken me to go through this highlight, he's taken almost 10 seconds out of that lead.
It's spectacular, and so he is really setting his stall out here and showing everybody in the sports car world what he can achieve.
That is impressive stuff. So Guven is beginning to come under pressure. Matthias Besch, though, is almost as quick. He's under 20 seconds back from Kyffin Simpson. Christian Bogle is given best at the moment to the 3 cars ahead of him, but is not doing bad. He's in the 52s at the moment.
Yeah, Christian just needs to keep his head, not do anything too crazy. He's done a solid job. Just bring the car back in, hand it to his teammate, and see what he can do. You know, it's just all about learning, gathering that experience.
Guven, remember, this is his debut in LMP3. Not sure what, if any, racing he'll have done at night either.
No.
Is the other point here, which is a point we've not mentioned to this point here. That is a bit of a battle in LMP3. That's one of the graph cars. That's the lead battle. That is the lead battle between Francois Arigo and Adrian Schiller. With the change in strategy we've had with these 2 full course yellows, LMP3 is all over the place.
Yeah, it's wide open, it seems.
What we're seeing is battles up and down the field are becoming very significant battles for position, and that's going to be the case all the way to the flag.
It's now properly dark and tough to see. You're still guys be picking out the racing line and trying to navigate their way through this 16-turn Dubai Autodrome. It's not much of the racetrack has that sort of artificial line.
No, very little. Very little.
And it's really very dependent on how well set up your lights are. And we're just getting a replay here.
Oh, that was a touch between. It's a 77 again, isn't it?
Yeah, D Station and the 57 car guy.
They are rivals, the 2 Japanese teams. So was that for position? It might well have been, you know.
Squabbling over that same piece of...
It's Frederick Schandorf and Tomonobu Fuji. So it's professional drivers at the wheel there. So that could be an interesting one for race control to take a look at. Tougher, of course, in the darkness.
Yeah, it is.
To determine exactly who's doing what to whom, when, how, and which way they went.
Good luck with that. We're seeing a couple of quite slow P cars as well. Maybe just come out in the pits, just trying to come up to. Oh, there's a P3 car there that's sparking. Looks like it's got some rather loose bodywork and floor.
That will be noisy in the car and unpleasant.
Oh, the 91 and the number 10 are still going at it. They're still
Battle for
away.
third. Battle for third.
Yeah.
So that's a great show so far by the 91. Who's aboard? Joel Sturm aboard that car. We've not seen Harry King yet. In that. They're doing well at this point.
And who's in the number 10 there? Raffaele Marciello.
Well, it would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
yes. So we talked about Jules Gounon. It's like Jules Gounon and Raffaele Marciello, who I think is now Swiss licensed. I think I had a little bit of a row with the Italian licensing authorities.
Right, okay.
So Raffaele Marciello and Jules Gounon, fellow Mercedes AMG factory drivers, and it's. There you go. What about this for a kind of a dynamic within a factory family?
Here we go. I think he's going to get the move done. I think
he did, and did it well.
Oh, he's pushed him wide and out, and I think he's going to have to give that up, Joel Stern.
You know what? He pushed hard, didn't he?
Yeah, and I think Raffaele's been trying to get that done for about the last 3 or 4 laps.
Which speaks volumes to the quality of the driver of Jules Sturm then, because Raffaele Marciello, I think, is one of the most highly rated drivers in GT amongst his peers right now.
I agree.
Whether he stays in GTs or whether or not we'll see him in a hypercar is a subject of significant debate. But one quick question here. In amongst a family, you've been part of those factory families for a long time. There's always one within that family that everybody else looks to and thinks they're the one with the sunshine on them right now. Is it Gounon? Is it Marciello?
Yeah, that's a tough call. That really is a tough call. I would have said, well, here we go.
This is the 43 car, and this is Nonan Siegel, the second of the Indy Next drivers in this squad.
Christian out.
Tough for him.
Yeah.
But that was coming in. I don't think there's a tougher time to make your debut going into darkness in an LMP2 car.
No. And Christian's out of the car. And they'll be just now on to Siegel.
And they're not really on strategy here. They're going to need a splash at the end of this race at this point. 40 to 45 minutes.
That's not a time stop. That is not a time stop. That was just, okay, we need to do a driver change.
I think you're right.
Christian was struggling. It's tough. It's tough. P2, Asian Le Mans, in the darkness, in Dubai.
Yeah.
I mean, it is the highest, some of the highest level racing that you can get, and the toughest, particularly in these conditions. It's not easy at all.
I can remember talking to a number of drivers who've driven at the very highest level in single-seaters in IndyCar, in Formula One, down through the years, after their first experience in a top world-class sports car field. And when they're being honest about it, they will say, not quite with eyes like saucers, that was both brilliant fun, but a real challenge.
Yeah,
it's a completely different discipline.
It is, dealing with that slower traffic, faster traffic, multi-class racing, tricky conditions, sand, mud, grit, whatever it is on the racetrack that decreases that grip level. I mean, here come these P2 cars coming down into turn 10.
Oh, is this for position? It might be.
It is, and they've just run right down the inside there, picked up all of the rubbish on the tyres.
That's a lap on. That's the leader putting a lap on the 43. That is the number 3 car, and looking to put a lap on Nolan Siegel.
Yeah, and Guivin there, who's just trying to get on the power to get past the 43. He had a big old wiggle. The tyres are getting old, but also are very, very dirty.
He's been on the outside for what seems like about 3.5 days here. But he's still toughing it out. I bet he's having absolutely enormous fun here.
Yeah, but all this time, Kiffin Simpson all just rubbing his hands together going, yes!
Yeah, that gap, and you're right, under 9 seconds now, because he needs to make this pass.
Oh, that got close right there.
Has he got through?
He has.
He's done it this time. He's still got traffic, had to cut across before we get to the final turn. Still needs to clear the GT car until he can get down there. That's still tight, gets through past the 33 car, and suddenly now can breathe again.
And Kiffin Simpson, I don't know how much traffic he's in, but he would have been making up a significant amount of time there.
Put in a 49 last time, Kiffin Simpson. And that was a 1:56, but he's taken 5 seconds out of the lead on just that lap. So 7.3 seconds is your lead gap. If you're here watching in the stands, look for Nemo, then look for the blue and black 25 car, because we're going to go to lead battle and it's going to come in the next 2 laps.
Blue and black car in the dark, easy to spot.
Really, but under the lights by the pits should be fine. Yeah. But Turkish driver in the lead, Cayman Islander second, Swiss guy catching the leader quicker than he's catching the second place car.
Yeah. Yeah, Mateus hasn't really had much of an answer to Kyffin Simpson, and Kyffin has been the absolute standout performer in this stint of the race, this part of the race. And I'm sure Chip's just got someone with an eye on him. Maybe even Chip himself is tuned in and watching.
If you are listening, Chip, good to have you.
Yeah.
Part of the GM family now.
He is.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Cadillac Racing, they'll be with us in the FI World Endurance Championship as well.
Great to have them there.
Absolutely, as well as at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Yeah. Expecting possibly 3 of those hypercars from Cadillac, and they sound fantastic.
It's brilliant. Great to have them there.
5.5 litres of all-American goodness.
Yeah.
That's what you've got having too much sugar and syrup on your pancakes. It's that sound right there.
Fantastic. So the number 3 car just coming through the final corner, out and onto the straight.
So this was a reasonably clear lap for him. What's he managed to do? That's down to a 152. What about Kyffin Simpson? What answer has he got to a 152.0? We'll see it soon. A 152.5. So good lap there from the leader.
I think that was most probably Kyffin just navigating his way through the traffic that Guerben had that lap before. And so
there he is.
Yeah. I think that Kyffin is going to be on him just in another 2 or 3 laps.
Great spell from him.
Yeah, stand out.
You talk about kind of breakthrough drives. Looking carefully at Kyffin Simpson.
Sort of reminds me a little bit of Colapinto from a few seasons ago.
Who holds, by the way, the LMP2 lap record here still. 146.4, I think, for that. The times this year are off that a little.
It's... Where are we at? It's down to 5, just under 6 seconds now, the gap is.
So under an hour and 40 minutes to go. And still, of the 46 starters to this race, lost a couple of cars for this race from the 48 car grid. We've lost a couple since we started. That number 11 car, which seemed to be in gearbox issues after leading comfortably the LMP3 class, the W10 Bell Rinaldi Racing Duquesne, and the 66 car, the Bullet Racing car, with suspension damage after contact. Both those cars appear to be out of this race. Confirmed the Bullet car is. But 44 cars in the dark makes for a busy old night.
It certainly does. Just looking at the timing screens here, the Volkenhurst BMW number 34 car with Thomas Morell in is still leading in GT, but it's been hunted down by 2 Mercedes AMGs of HRT and Get Speed. And I think it won't be too long before they are on the BMW.
Yeah, two drivers in GT class under 2 minutes in the last laps. One was Raffaele Marciello in 3rd in class, and the other one, and making ground up through the field this class, Backler in that purple number 33 car. He's 10th in class. I don't think he's going to stay there. There's a gaggle of LMP3s in amongst the this is the 24 car pitting from 3rd place. Kyffin Simpson also on pit lane. So the 2 chasing cars out of sequence with the leader. That could be telling at the end of the race.
Is it Ben Handley jumping in there in the 24? And this is the 22, and is this De Resta?
Phil Hansen climbing out. Is that De Resta's helmet? Has to be.
I believe it is.
It certainly wasn't Jim Maguire. And in behind is the 23. These cars slapping almost in formation, you know. So Phil Hansen got the car onto terms with the 6th place ARC Bratislava car, had not yet caught and passed it. That will be the task for Paul Di Resta.
It's not been a classic United.
No, well, 2 things. One is they've got less experienced LMP2 drivers as their bronzes, and 2 is we have problems for the 23 at the start of the race, started a lap down, and problems for the 22 in qualifying that left it out of position.
Right.
Here's the 37 car on pit lane. Is this going to be Milton Jakobsen for the first time?
I think they've got a bit of a problem there. They're just trying to straighten it up there to fuel it.
That was just, I think, clearing the United car. So that Cool Racing car, another one out of position. Up into 15th, by the way, cleared the GT field with Nico Lapierre. We've got an hour and 34 minutes to go.
Number 3.
So it just they've got an extra lap of fuel, haven't they?
Yeah, they have at the moment.
Charlie Eastwood with the Shamrock aside his helmet is eager to get in. Almost standing on his hands as he got out there.
Yes, he was.
Come on.
Itching. He's desperate to get in the car.
Dear me. But
good to chat to Charlie earlier on. He was full of fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know, lots of stories you don't hear about what these guys are doing in the background, including roles with Formula 1 and sim testing and Formula E and sim testing, in hopes that you might be able to get into a test in Formula E, Charlie.
Yeah, scoring points for his licence.
Completely correct. To do that, they need to win the championship.
Yeah.
It's got to be said, a system which is stacked somewhat in favour of the FIA's single-seater ladder.
Yes, it is. It's unfortunate, but they have a system and they're sticking to it.
Yeah, might be persuaded in years to come with the gathering storm that is sports car racing at international level that maybe that needs another look, because the level of talent we've got now in top levels of sports car racing is already going into overdrive.
That wasn't a time stop, was it?
No.
Because I think they might have done them all by now.
That was their 4th stop, so he may well have done. So Charlie Eastwood introduced, James Allen introduced, Nolan Siegel introduced, Ben Hanley introduced into...
Always going to get fun at the front.
Yes,
like
indeed.
This.
Yet to see Neil Yarley, by the way.
Yep.
In that, in the 99 racing car.
Yep.
We've seen the first 2 drivers there.
Number 72, the Hub Auto car must respect track limits at turn 2, so he is being warned for that.
So ahead of that pit stop, so who goes back? So at the moment, James Allen goes into the lead with that stop, by the way, because that was their untimed stop, and they did it 16 seconds quicker than DKR Engineering.
Wow.
So 16 seconds leapfrogs James Allen into a 4-second lead from DKR Engineering, and that has to be the pit drill from Algarve Pro Racing.
Yep.
The only question is, did they take tyres on that stop?
I'm not sure if they did. We didn't see that stop, did we?
We didn't.
We were focused on the DKR stop and also on the Ben Hanley one.
So
we saw both of those guys get tyres, though.
We did. So James Allen leads, our Daytona 24 Hours winner, looking for a second LMP2 win in a fortnight, and then a 3rd tomorrow. The other battle that's going to be interesting is the battle for bragging rights at United Autosport. Paul Di Resta is 7th place at the moment in the number 22 car, 40 seconds behind. Remember that number is Ollie Jarvis.
I'm right.
That's going to be an interesting one.
Oh, the talent is really on show here in P2 now, and that's great to see this with the Asian Le Mans Series. Really is.
Yep.
The grid is so stacked with talent now.
So James Allen had a slower outlap than his pursuing competitor in the number 98 car that's not yet made a stop, but will be shortly, I'm pretty certain. Meantime, in GT, Walkenhurst, 12 seconds to the good from Al-Faisal Al-Zabir, our Armani racer in the Hub Racing team. But behind him, stacking up now, Raffaele Marciello and Joel Cern are 1.9 and 1.2 seconds respectively. Sturm has not dropped off Marciello.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't.
That's impressive stuff.
I'm now wondering if Marciello is doing a little bit of fuel saving, or if he's looking after his tyres, or he's just bottled up behind the HRT car.
They are our three leaders, if you like, provisional championship leaders. James Allen in the Algarve Pro Racing 25 car, Francois Heriot in the Graf Racing number 8 car, Thomas Merrill in the Walkenhurst Motorsport car. That is the BMW M4 GT3, the only car we have of that brand in the race. Francois Heriot in the Graf Racing Ligier, and of course the Orica of Algarve Pro Racing.
Thomas Morel is doing a fantastic job in the
bronze rated, remember?
Yeah, spectacular.
A very shiny bronze indeed.
We haven't seen much of the 37 car, have we, for a while? But Malte Jakobsen's back out in it, and he's
the first time in it in the race. So with that stop dropped back to 25th position. They are last in LMP2 at the moment. But for me, this is all going to be about pace and racecraft.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen quick drivers. We've seen quick drivers make mistakes. If he can be quick and fault-free, then we may be looking at something special.
Real deal.
And that, I'm sure, is what Nico Lapierre will have programmed into the Jakobsen bot.
Has he got a special program for it?
Oh yes, it's the don't do anything I wouldn't program. 150 already in traffic from Jakobsen, but more to come, I'm sure, as he adjusts here.
It does take a few laps to get your eyes set and everything.
There's our GT leader, 34, and a comfortable lead ahead of the first of the chasing AMGs. It's 2 MGs chasing, 12.5 and 13.5 seconds behind, respectively.
Pretty stable. It's been around about that for a good few laps now. So
it's Marciello, and there is the second and third place battle. And if we stick with that shot just a second longer, behind the LMP3, we should see the white Porsche as well. There it is.
I would expect Marciello to be making a move and getting by, which I'm now thinking that he's fuel saving and looking after his tyres and just managing his resources in the car and what he's got there available.
What has he got in terms of? He's had 3 stops, and one of them was 1 minute and 39 seconds. That's not a time stop. Is that why? Do they now know they've got a problem?
That's tough.
So it's 100. So to explain this, it's 100 seconds for the time stops. 3 stops must have been done. They've done 3 stops, and the last one was 1 minute and 39 seconds. That is short.
That is tough. That is really hard.
Looking down the order as well, there's another one there, which is Benji Goethe in the Garage 59 car, 1 minute and 38 for that last stop for there. Bang on the money. Graf Racing 1 minute and 40. That's where the dramas can come at the end.
And that's what comes down to being well drilled and you know, being on it with your team, and you know, the radio communication, and when you're released from the box, when you know, all those little decisions. Yes, you're trying to make sure you're not giving up time, but the penalty you'd pay for jumping it and just missing it by half a second, it's huge.
I mean, Liam Talbot on a second stop, they need a third, and they've done one in 1:35. I think that's a mistake as well. And the problem is you've got to take those 3 stops in the first 3.5 hours. They are way out of it there, I'm afraid.
That's a tough one. Let's see how it unfolds and see what they can do. But yeah, guys picking the way through the traffic. There's a 10 car, and the 91 now is right back on Marciello's rear bumper. Maybe Marciello's got a bit of an issue here. He's just dropping back.
Well, to give you an idea of the impact that could make, you need to look at one of the, if you like, performance pit stops where they've not been restricted by that 100 seconds. And the best of those that I can pull out there is probably that stop from into Europol, which was 1 minute and 4 seconds.
Yeah.
So they're not going to get a 1 second penalty. They will have to stop again for 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's cost them over 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah. That's huge. It is it's a big deal, and again, it just comes down to execution.
That's 30 seconds, by the way, they've not yet suffered.
Right.
So James Allen being caught at the moment by the number 99 racing car. Deco Engineering in the hands of Charlie Eastwood is catching both of them.
Yeah.
Norman Siegel just a little off that pace and just having tenths shaved out by Ben Hanley, but good pace at the moment from Norman Siegel just aboard the 43, our previous leader. So Algarve Pro Racing, our third leader in this race after the 43 and the 3 earlier in the race.
Yeah. Still eyes on this battle with Marciello and Pure Racing 91. And who's in the 91 car?
It's still Joel Sturm, I think.
Joel Sturm.
We've not yet seen Harry King in that car.
Well, no, we have not. And it's running well, running quick.
Yep. So you'd expect Harry to be put in for the final hour.
Yeah.
Still that Griff racing car in the lead in LMP3. Here's the battle for second. It's an engaging one, it is too. The 7 Hap Racing car still fending off, but an ever closer now, Raffaele Marciello, with the Porsche still holding on there. I'm sure we'll be looking to make a move as quickly as they can. Marciello just showing the number 7 car ahead that he's there. I'm sure he's fully briefed. The Amani driver ahead of the Swiss flagged Italian. Just look at the glow of the exhaust and the sill of that car.
Yeah, it's...
You see the car come past to the side, and it was quite a little wide there.
Yeah, just the front of the car just starts to gear up, and then the rear starts to go. He's just starting to wonder, and maybe this is what Marciello's been doing.
I think he's got him here.
Yeah,
I think he's got him.
He's just going to be able to wind the speed into and through the back corner there at turn 9. I think he's there still on the right of our picture.
He is.
And he hasn't quite got it done. But he's going to use all his experience here.
It's pressure, isn't it?
Send it up the inside.
Not there.
Oh, not quite. But I think the 7's overcooked it. And Marciello is going to go through on the right. But is that enough? It's one of these ones that you just work and work and work. So you're going to be able to get it done and coming up into the inside of turn 12.
P2 car coming. And he's done it there finally.
Yeah.
P2. Oh, the side, there was a touch there.
Oh, and who's that in the P2 car?
There's a splash of yellow on that car. It's not the 43, is it? No, it's not.
Is that the 25?
No, it's 23.
23.
It's
United, and it'll be.
It's Ollie Jarvis. I was about to say Ollie Gavin. It wasn't him because he's sitting here.
I'm sat here, Graham.
Too many Olivers. Yeah. Too many Olivers.
Well, we're going to get a replay. And that's Marciello just going up the inside of the HRT car, getting that deal done. But the HRT car just trying to do the cutback, sweep back up the inside. But Ollie Jarvis is already there. Just shows you the difference in performance. GT car to P2.
Yep. He's got the aero grip to hold that line.
Yeah,
the GT
it's also
car.
the weight. It's the weight as well.
This is the battle for the lead. And 99 Racing's 98 car is off strategy here.
Yeah, they're still owing us a pit stop here.
They are. Well, say that, they've had 5 pit stops.
Yeah, I
don't think they've had a penalty.
No? Okay.
So I think they've followed through on the every time that you get a full course yellow opportunity, fuel it and send it.
Yeah.
And that appears at the moment to be paying off. But both these cars, by the way, looked after the pits by a range of regulars, all sorts of people involved in this 99 Racing effort. James Allen fending this off.
Some help from Algarve Pro as well, I believe.
There's all sorts of names and faces.
Oh, there's a car off there.
That was off. That's a GT car.
And it's
refiring. Is that the 72? I think it is. I think that's the Auto car.
It looks like they've got a bit of a problem there.
Lights off. Refiring.
Yeah, he's cycling the power. He's trying to get that fired up again. It's still rolling, but I think they've got a bit of an issue there. They've had a little bit of contact, but
that's Marciello, isn't it? That is right. It's
98 cars got past the 25 for the lead.
That's Liam Talbot in the 72, I think.
Yeah,
it is in trouble. The 98 leads.
From the 25.
From the 25. James Allen tucks back in. Charlie Eastwood is closing, by the way, on this pair. Nolan Siegel dropping back a little. Yellow flag at turn 8. That will be for what we think is the stricken Hub Auto
Yes,
car.
it will be. I think it's stationary now. But it's well off the line, well off the racing surface. So
the key now is whether or not they decide they need to recover that car.
Yeah.
And in the darkness, could be a safety car at this point.
Yeah.
Why the difference between a safety car and a full course yellow? It's about lines of sight. It's about making sure that everybody involved in a recovery is going to be safe.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on what it is that is decided by Eduardo Freitas and race control. So we've had 2 full course yellows. What next? Yellow flags at the moment at turn 8. It is car 72 confirmed the stop there. And that car is tumbling down the order.
We're watching Charlie Eastwood closing in on this lead battle. Working away very hard to... And there's yellow flags obviously there at turn 9, which is held the leader up. So 98, 25 and 3 now, I think, are all together coming straight at us up into turn 10. What
can possibly go wrong?
Oh, yes.
And James Allen looks to get the toe, goes to the outside. Not quite there, I don't think. Cuts back.
Yeah.
And I think he might, you know.
Touch. Oh, was that a little touch?
Charlie Eastwood up the inside and gets up to second. So the DKR car is now the chaser.
And is he going to switch back? No, he hasn't quite got enough on the 98.
Great stuff here.
I think James Allen's going to try and get him back coming down into turn 14, but I'm not sure he's got enough. And all 3 cars, you could throw a blanket over them. This is fantastic racing under the lights here in the darkness, Dubai Autodrome. Brilliant racing.
Great fun. It's 99 racing, the number 98 car, under pressure now from Charlie Eastwood in the DKR Engineering number 3. 25, the Algarve Pro Racing car, that's of James Allen. All 3 of those cars have led this race, as has the 4th place car, just 8 seconds back from Inter Europol. We're going to go to full course yellow in 30 seconds. So if it's going to happen, it needs to happen now, or we're going to be having these cars close together in slightly different speeds.
Yeah,
the one that looks most likely, I don't think he's going to be able to do it in time, is James Allen back to second. We are 10 seconds from full course yellow.
And what's this going to do with the strategy? This is now going to really throw that out there for those teams. Do we do another stop?
Well, this could be the saviour. We've come to full course yellow, saviour for the number 10 squad, couldn't it? Because this is the point at which they're not really in their fuel window, though.
No.
But they've got to make that stop. They've got to make that stop. They need a minute and 40 if timing is correct, and they're short on their time stop. They've done one in what was timed at 1:39. It's still there on the board.
Yeah.
So they've done 3 stops, but one of them is short of 1:40. That is the number 72 car. The power recycle has been done, but the car is still stationary. So there's a problem for Liam Talbot in that car. We've not seen Jules Gounon, have we?
No, we haven't. And we're just going to... there's Neil Yarney.
Yeah, so he's ready to go in the number 98, which at this stage it looks likely to take over from the lead, certainly as they pass the pit blend line. So previous world champion, of course, in the WEC, and overall Le Mans winner for Porsche. Multiple winner of Petit Le Mans as well.
Yeah, and we'll see who has to make those time stops and who now are on those. It's just purely down to performance.
Correct.
And who's well drilled. And for Neil, this will be the first pit stop, live pit stop in the race. He's done.
And there will be one more at least after this one for that car. So those cars can go around 44, 45 minutes on a load of fuel in their current state of tune. Into from the lead in GT comes the Volcanos Motorsport 34. Second placed Raffaele Marciello in the Get Speed number 10 AMG, as the 72 car is under tow.
And this is exactly what we want. We're getting all of the pro drivers in the cars for this last hour.
That's not going to be fun, is it?
And all the cars are going to be nice and close together.
Yeah. So top 4 in GT on pit lane together with 1 hour and 15 minutes to go. You know, one long caution and they're pretty close to their fuel window.
Yep, yep.
Or they might need a splash.
Fuel saving, management.
Lots of fuel saving required for 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Sure. But, you know, it depends on how long this full course yellow goes.
Yep. Fuel only stop by the look of it for Oliver Jarvis.
Right.
None of the P2 cars have yet pitted. Now the leader comes in. And Algar Pro. DK Engineering stay out.
Whoa.
That's throwing the dice.
It is, it is. Graf Racing just looking to get going again. Are they under a time stop? No. He can leave now.
43 comes in from 4th. So DK Engineering will go through into the lead, but will be off strategy at the moment with the other cars in this class.
And they have had, DKR have had 4 stops.
Yeah. I suspect all of the P2 cars have burned the stops they need to.
Yeah.
And they've done that, by the way, by dint of having to pit more often.
Sure.
They're pitting, they have a lower fuel load. I see the 57 car, that one's had it's adventures this afternoon.
Yeah, it has. It's had a little bit of contact. And the last one, I believe, was with the 77.
It was. Rivals, Japanese motorsport. And this is a time stop.
Yeah, they're definitely a time stop.
Which it would be for most of the GT cars, because
sure,
they will stop around the hour in a 4-hour race. So there should be less variation in the stops for the GT cars at the moment, unless some of those teams have burned the long stops in the full course yellows.
Yeah.
Car 44, by the way, under investigation for improving under yellow at turn 8. So that is the ARC Bratislava car, which, by the way, had been passed by the recovering 22 United car. So, in the darkness, something lurks. And it's battling race cars, still in 3 classes. DK Engineering lead this race. Charlie Eastwood from James Allen, from Neil Janney now in the 99 Racing number 98 car. Nolan Siegel for Inter-Europol competition. Ben Hanley for Nielsen Racing, and Paul Di Resta for United Autosports. They are the top 6 overall, all LMP2 cars. LMP3 is currently led by the number 29 MV2S racing car. Jerome de Sadelier is at the wheel of that car, ahead of Matt Bell aboard the Nielsen Racing machine, number 4. Previous champions from the UK team. Champions last year in the overall standings. Ben Hanley, meanwhile, has moved up to 3rd place in the defending championship winning 24 car. In GT, Walkenhorst Race Motorsports, the BMW 34, the black and blue machine, heads in the hands now of Nicky Katzberg, heads the field ahead of the Get Speed number 10 car. That's first of the Mercedes AMGs. Now in the hands of Fabian Schiller. He's given responsibility of completing this race. Lucas Stoltz is aboard the number 7 Haupt racing car. Harry King now climbs aboard the number 91 Pure Racing Herberth Motorsport machine. Axel Jeffries in 5th spot, the number 99 Herberth car. So battles aplenty to look forward to in the last 70 minutes of this encounter. Oliver Gavin.
Oh, it's going to get spectacular, I think.
Here comes the leader.
Yeah.
They pit a lap later than everybody else. They've got to hope that the full course yellow stays out for the whole of this stop. Shouldn't need this to be anything other than a performance pit stop, if you like.
And is that them just trying to get that stop just that little bit further down the road?
Well, I wonder
another
if it's
lap
to do
later.
I wonder if it's to do with pit lane congestion.
That's true.
You've got to be confident about this, that full course yellow is going to stay out. Generally speaking, Eduardo Freitas will brief the teams on how long he will leave a full course yellow out.
Yep.
And that's to again help them to manage safety in the pit lane, congestion in the pit lane. So my guess is they know that they won't be caught with this race going back to green.
But it's still a gamble. It is still a gamble, though, isn't it? And some teams just don't sometimes want to trust it.
I can tell you it's a gamble that's going to pay off, because we've just been told full course yellow will end at 19:37. That's exactly 60 seconds from now. That means there's time enough for that full pit stop to be completed by DKR. And in fact, he's already on his way. 50 seconds. So that was a quick pit stop from them.
Yeah.
Is that going to be enough? I think the answer is maybe not enough. But for James Allen to have maybe taken the lead. But I'll have to see what happens as those two cars pass the first timing beam in sector 1.
30 seconds to remove full course yellow.
I think that this hands the advantage back to, it's between DKR and Algarve Pro and maybe Nielsen.
20 seconds to remove
full course yellow. It's hard to call for definite, but yeah, Neil Yarni behind the 43 car.
That's for 4th overall.
Yeah.
And you can see the intent from Yarni. Shark-like.
Yeah,
6,
he's ready to go.
5, 4, 3.
But you can see the debris on the track there.
Yeah.
1. Full course yellow removed. Full course yellow removed.
Does it instantly?
Yes.
Siegel does not get back up to speed.
It was almost like he couldn't find the limiter release button, you know, for that.
Oh, he's having a crack back at this, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's spectacular. That was almost like he didn't really know which button to press and how to get it back up to speed. Oh, and there's the, I think that's the 16 car, Get Speed car, was struggling to get back up to speed. And again, a driver who might be struggling a little bit there. Oh, he's back up the inside.
Good lad, go on. That's some great stuff.
Wow.
So Neil Yarni knows that this is not going to be quite possibly as easy as he thought it would be. Let's see whether or not the wise head prevails. Into Europol's Nolan Siegel. Paul Di Resto is a lap down, by the way, on these cars, but sits in 6th. It is James Allen back to the lead, by the way, courtesy of a 41-second pit stop under that caution period and a 50-second pit stop under caution from DKR. So Algarve Pro back to the lead. This is topsy-turvy stuff.
It is only by about 1.5 seconds, so I expect that to really come alive, that battle between James Allen and Charlie Eastwood. Not sure who I'm going to put my money on, but I'm looking forward to seeing how it unfolds.
We can't have a second P2 battle that comes down to a last lap battle between James Allen and Ben Hanley again, can we?
Why not?
Great stuff. Hour and 7 minutes remain. Almost 3 hours in the books of the 16 hours of racing we're going to see in the 2023 Asian Le Mans Series. A little later than we planned this race, after significant barrier repairs were required earlier today, costing us a couple of hours of track time. But right now, wouldn't trade it. James Allen, Charlie Eastwood, Ben Hanley, Neil Yarni, Nolan Siegel, all still in this for the overall. Nielsen Racing's Matt Bell has cycled round to the lead again. First time for Matt Bell, by the way, ahead of Xavier Oliveras, now at the wheel of the brake car.
It's funny how the Nielsen car always manages to do that.
I think it's just that they've stuck to their strategy.
Yep.
May still need a pit stop, that car, but I think it's closer to its fuel window. It looks to me as if the Graf car may need a splash at the end of this, and I don't think the Nielsen car will.
Right. Just looking at the timing screens here, just trying to figure out who's where and who's doing what. And in GT, still the Valkenhurst car from Get Speed. Fabian Schiller is now in the 10 car.
And he's closing a much better lap last time around, Nicky Katzberg. being closed down by Fabian Schiller on that one. That might just have been where he found himself in traffic.
Yeah,
on
exactly.
The go back to green.
Let's get a proper racing lap under our belts here, and then we'll really see.
Lucas Stoltz about 10, 12 seconds back from
Charlie
that.
Eastwood's got.
Is back to the lead.
Yeah. We missed that.
My apologies. So this is a battle.
Maybe we can see that back. Charlie has got the bit between his teeth, and he's looking to stretch away from James Allen, but I'm not sure James is going to give it up.
This is great stuff. So you got drivers.
Absolutely.
DCAR Engineering looking for race win, championship win in their first season in LMP2. Algar Pro looking to add a 4th championship win. James Allen looking to add a 2nd LMP2 win in 2 weeks.
Yes, fantastic stuff. There's not much between these boys. Really going at it in the darkness here in Dubai. A bit of traffic coming up. Can Charlie get through without being held up? I think it's a 95 car. I think that would be Johnny. Is that Johnny Adam in there?
It's Enrique Chavez.
Ah, okay.
While we're watching this, by the way, I can tell you that Nolan Siegel is 1/4 of a second back from Neil Yanni. He has not given that up. I think he's fired up by what looked to me like maybe some finger trouble at the restart.
Yeah, I don't think he could find that button to release the limiter that they have, that they run around on.
Well, if you're going to measure yourself, there's worse people to do it against than Neil Yanni.
Without a doubt, really. It's a great opportunity for him just to measure himself in this class of car and these really tricky conditions here.
So closing in on the final hour, and literally everything is still up for grabs here.
Yeah.
Charlie Eastwood just getting a little bit of a gap here from James Allen.
I think if I was to put my money on it, I would say right now Charlie looks like he's the more comfortable in that, in that car. He's just able to edge away a little bit from James. But it just takes a tiny little thing, you know, the shift in balance in the fuel load coming down, or the tyres just getting a little bit more worn.
Bit of traffic.
Yeah, a little bit of traffic. All of a sudden, the track just cooling slightly. All of a sudden, it really can switch around. That won't help James, though.
No. Well, James Allen, I think I'm right. 10 minutes to go, or sorry, 20 minutes to go in the Rolex 24 Hours was 4th. I think he was 3rd when he entered the start of the final lap.
Extraordinary.
Of the penultimate lap, and won it literally on the line. From, by the way, the man who's currently trying to close him down. There's Nolan Siegel with Neil Yanni. He's not given this up.
He really hasn't, which is great. Look at that.
This is good stuff.
Is he going to be able to just tow up behind him? And Neil knows it. I mean, he really does know he's in a race here.
This is great stuff. Wily old fox.
Yeah.
Not that Neil Yanni is that old against.
That 43 car does carry good speed across the apex, and that's where, look to me, that Neil's just a little bit hesitant there, just across that sort of higher speed turn 1. And down here, the car's just not carving the corner just as he wants it to. Looks to me like Neil's just got a little bit too much understeer in the car, and that might be a symptom. It's just something I was talking about. Track temperature dropping a little, and he can't get that front axle to switch on.
He'll have been massively boosted, I'm sure, Neil Yanni, and thinking, done this. I mean, made such an easy pass, and then all of a sudden, oh, damn.
Yes.
Oh, no.
They're never the nicest feelings.
He's good.
And he could get it done here. No, he's not.
But this is a great battle.
It is.
I'll keep an eye on what's going on. Charlie Eastwood, by the way, is gapping James Allen at the moment.
Yeah. To me, Charlie does look at that a little bit more comfortable than James right now. But let's see. Let's see how it develops. Still got an hour to go. The first 3 hours have given us some spectacular racing.
The outside here, not going to do it there. There's not the cut back there, I don't think.
It's unlikely, unlikely. But Neil certainly knows he's in a race.
Traffic is going to be interesting with this pair because they're both looking very, very racy. So watching trackside, watch for the 98 and the 43. That will be the white, black, yellow and green blur that comes past as one.
Yeah, it's...
Here they come to complete another lap. This will be, by the way, lap 85 complete from the lead group.
I would say that there's a good chance he's going to give it a lunge into turn 1 here. Using this traffic, it's going to get spicy.
So the top 5 cars, by the way, including these two, separated by under 30 seconds.
Well, the HRT car didn't see
another bit of traffic.
Didn't see the 43 there as they went in.
And another. The Gibson song. That's the sound of 4.2 litres.
It's just here. Neil just runs a little bit wider there than the 43. There we go into turn 7, just winding their way back to 8 and 9. And it's whether now the 43 can use that bit of traffic as a pick and get the run. Can he get the run off of 9? We're unsure who's who here.
It's definitely still the 98 ahead, but it's a good run out the corner from the 43. Don't think he's got enough there to get this done.
And they've been joined. And is that the United car?
That is one of the United cars.
Is it Di Resta?
I think it may be Di Resta a lap down. But what's Di Resta's pace like? About the same. A little better.
That would be another thing just to stir it up.
Yeah.
Just to get Di Resta in the mix.
Finally, just daylight between those two cars, briefly. Get that slightly longer shot, we might see whether or not that is Di Resta. In darkness, the pattern's about the same, though the colours are different for the two United cars.
Yeah.
I think it is, though, the 22. This time, Neil Janney has got a bit more of a gap, a little bit more comfort. James Allen holding that gap to about 3.5 seconds and is pulling away for Ben Hanley in 3rd.
In P3, we're seeing that Matt Bell in the 4 car has got about a 9-second lead over Xavier Lavares, and Xavier's just set his best lap of the race. He's about a second or so quicker than Matt that last lap. So
Xavier Lavares, he was part of the team that Graf put together under a different banner last year that was hugely competitive, just unlucky in terms of the reliability they found in the package. But
yeah, they had terrible luck.
Was that the car that caught fire?
Yeah, I think it was. Oh, the one in Yas Marina.
They struggled to put out.
Yeah.
But the Graf Racing car still in this. Fabien Laverne in the MV2S car under 10 seconds back. So 3 cars within 10 seconds.
43
back with him again.
Yes, he just will not give this up. It's terrier-like determination here.
This, by the way, is great news for the cars ahead, because what it's not allowing Neil Janney to do is to get his head down on closing the gap to Ben Hanley, which is still 10 seconds.
Yeah, and he's losing time actually at the moment to Charlie Eastwood. So right now these guys are not gaining.
It looks like any opportunity here, Nolan Siegel is going to have a crack here, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
That's a scalp he would like to take.
Love it. He would love it.
And good luck, Haley. He got a post-race interview there.
He got a really good run off of 14-15.
He did.
Can he carry?
Closer. It's a good run here as well.
Whoa. Yanni, those got good exit off of the final turn. Under half a second.
Great stuff.
He's just, Siegel's just got to line him up, use that traffic. But Yanni, massively experienced, and he's not just going to give it up. Oh, here's that little bit of traffic, possibly. It's that P3 car that's just got, they've just tripped up over. But no, there's no opening here, not through this section of high speed down into turn 6.
Well, welcome to LMP2. Nolan Siegel. Saw him in, I think, LMP3 at Daytona, but this is impressive stuff.
Yanni, is he going to be able to get past the P3 car coming into 9? I think he will around the outside.
Traffic both sides, goes to the middle. The pair of them.
Yay.
Great racing wide there from
Siegel,
the young American.
I think it was.
It was. That's not going to help his chase. I will add, by the way, as we're watching this develop, it is a drive-through penalty for the 44 car. That's the 7th place ARC Bratislava. That will cost them 7th to Ollie Jarvis.
And is this the opportunity now Norman's been looking for? Can he get up the inside? No, he can't get up the inside, not into 12. He's just trying to get his way through and past that the 29 car.
Still got
MV2S. got it done now, but he's lost a little bit to Neil. But really, it's not going to be long before he's back on his gearbox. So I think that
it got to be said, the 43 looks the quicker car.
It does. It really does.
Neil's got all the cunning of a cunning fox from Cunningshire. He really is.
What was that?
But he knows exactly what he needs to do and exactly where he needs to do it. The question is, has he got the car underneath him to achieve that? At the moment he has.
I think maybe at the last stop, maybe Nolan had a little bit of a change. Maybe it was a bit of tyre pressure adjustment, or maybe just a little bit of a wing adjustment that he was able to make. And because that car really seems to have come on song since the stop.
The one question I've got is whether or not Christian Bodle's got to get back in this car. I think he does. I don't think he'll have done enough to have
there we go. I think Neil Yarney ran wide there as he came into 7. He certainly was on the dirty side of the track. What's that going to do for his run through and off of 9?
Sophie got the pressure at the moment, but it was a great run through there from Nolan Siegel. He's tucked in behind. Is he close enough? He's going to have to go to the dirty side of the track to do it. I think if there's going to be a lunge here, don't think he's close enough.
Oh, he's done. Whoa. And is there somebody already run off there? It wasn't quite close enough, was it?
Quite there.
No.
I think a notice of intent, you might say there.
Yeah. Definitely, no doubt. And certainly Neil Yarney knows that he's there, and he knows he's in a fight.
Blue flame flicking from the side exhausts of the car.
More traffic coming. Is this another opportunity?
He's got that bit of traffic, and all of a sudden, a little bit of daylight.
He's got a car in between him, and when that happens, you can usually keep it in between you, because now Neil's onto the next car. Can he get past the next car before the next corner?
Leapfrogging through the field. This is what we meant at the start of the race when we said traffic can add all sorts of dynamics. Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. And all of a sudden, that gap is up to multiple tenths rather than a single tenth. And there's still a car between them as they come through turn 1. And Nolan Siegel, all of a sudden, is having to make decisions with urgency to stay in contact. Finally, there is...
The excitement's just got all a little bit too much. Just too much.
It's been grueling, it's got to be said, this week for the teams. Hot weather here.
Yes, it has.
Fettling race cars in the warm. It's doubly so, doubly warm. So not under any threat on pace at the moment on this lap. Let's not forget, by the way, this is not the battle for the lead, this is the battle for 4th. That is the 22 car. Finally got a chance to see the actual colours.
If we're looking back in the timing screen here, Nicky Katzberg in a 34 up against a 10 Get Speed car with Fabian Schiller, and there's only about just under 3 seconds between them, and it's yo-yoing backwards and forwards. It's like Nicky's just got enough in the tank, enough performance just to hold him off right now, but let's see how that unfolds over the next 52 minutes. But it looks to me like it's between those two, unless Lucas Stoltz can pull something out, but he's a little way back, I think.
One point of interest, by the way, we did say to keep an eye on the gap between the two United cars. Remember, that was 40 seconds dead, 27 seconds now.
That's
so
right.
Ollie Jarvis has taken 13 seconds out of Paul Di Resta in this stint.
But has Paul been sitting behind the battle between Neil Yarney and...
But they're not hanging around.
No.
They're at race-leading pace, so that is a sign that the pace from Oliver Jarvis has been pretty darn fine.
Yep.
So DK Engineering lead. It is still only 2.2 seconds, so maybe James Allen's just rocked back on his heels a little bit, giving it a chance to all cool down a little, have another crack. So battle underway for the lead, battle underway for 4th, battle underway for the lead in GT. Xavier Oliveras trying to hang on to Matt Bell.
It's around about that 9, sort of 10 second mark, isn't it, between those two? fine performances up and down the field. Some drivers who have really made a mark.
Yep, we're inside the final hour. 51 minutes to go in this first 4 hours of Dubai. If you're sitting trackside and have enjoyed it, guess what? You get to come back tomorrow and do it again. And it's got to be said, race cars at night is just something very special.
25 being forced around the outside there at 14. So James Allen had to take the long way around. I think that's going to cost him a little bit of time. And the P3 car that came through turn 15 there, just riding down the curb. Rear wheels almost in the air.
Chatting away to a colleague in the press room earlier about other major events to be coming later this year around the planet, including Le Mans, which is fully sold out. And not a ticket to be had for that.
Yes.
Other major events in all sorts of sports, with the prices going through the roof at the moment. But the price, if you want to come here tomorrow or to Jasperin next weekend, register with the circuit, and the price is zero.
Free. Liking that.
Which, by the way, if you're a busy family with kids who just looking for something different, as the number 4 car makes what will be its final pit stop,
They can get to the end from here.
they can indeed. So the key now is who else is going to stop, and I think they all do.
And are they? It doesn't look they've got tyres ready. I think that's it. It's just going to be fuel only on the 4.
Yeah, there are, you're quite rightly say, tyres ready, but without any being with them at the moment. So that will mean Xavier Oliveras goes through into the lead for the moment in the Graf Racing car, but for how long?
So as Matt was coming in for that pit stop, he must have been calling to the team saying, no tyres, just fuel, let's go. Make it nice and short as possible.
That is their 4th stop, by the way.
So he should be off and away by now.
He should be under 140. I don't think they've had a drive-through. He is waiting, so it is a time stop.
Wow.
So they must have burned another stop earlier in the race for track position.
Yeah, Matt's sitting there waiting. Oh, they've got a problem.
Oh no, it's going to the garage. It's going in the garage. That's disastrous. In a position where it looked like it was all there for Nielsen Racing.
And
that is awful.
That's really tough on Nielsen. It looked like they really had the race there.
Was that fluid that I saw on the pit apron?
Possible. This track does seem to be very hard on P3 cars.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. So Nielsen Racing, from a position where the number 4 car looked like, well, shoe in for the win here.
Yeah.
Judged it perfectly. We've got the
pouring all over the back,
off.
All over the back of the car. Looks like it is a gearbox issue.
Oh dear.
Transmission issue.
I wonder if he couldn't start the car. Couldn't start the car.
Yeah, it could be the starter back there. The hammer.
It's the starter. It's the starter.
Yeah.
That's it. He couldn't start the car. Bitter goal for that team.
Super frustrating.
So all of a sudden, Graf Racing, Xavier Oliveras, team that's coulda, woulda, shoulda last year, might well come through with a good result here.
98.43 still together.
It's forming a deja vu again.
Yanni and Seagal just going at it. Neil Yanni must be sitting there thinking, how am I going to shake this guy off?
Yeah. When he sits and thinks about it later, he'll be impressed with his performance. Right now, it's probably really annoying. But 99 Racing, another of our new teams this season, ahead of the 43 Inter-Europol competition team. Neil Yanni, absolutely not able to shake this young guy off. Young American coming into sports car racing.
Oh, the 4 still got a problem.
Still, well, he can't. He's got to start it on pit lane.
I know, but they're back in the door here, and they're looking. Is that the ECU down there? Or is it another electrical issue? Oh, what they got there? They've got a jump battery in there.
I think it possibly is.
Yeah.
This is a disaster for them. Disaster for them.
Oh, dear.
And the car is dropping down, starting in 7th place now. Yes, other cars will have to stop around them, but they're losing minutes.
Yeah. It's really going to take them out of the hunt, certainly for today.
Charlie Eastwood, by the way, is now pulling away. 5 seconds to the good in the lead. We're watching this battle for fourth, and the desperate attempts of Nielsen Racing to get their number 4 car. Off comes the engine cover again.
Yeah, that's never a good sign.
No, this is rotten luck for them.
Oh, boys, that's really tough.
Struggling to get the rear deck off now. When it goes bad, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Something's not releasing there.
Catch is stuck on something.
He's got underneath anyway, so we're not waiting for the rear deck to come out. Start the car by any means at this stage.
Yeah.
They'll only have to start it this once. The car's still tumbling down out of the top 10 now. That will not be their favourite Ligier this evening.
No.
So James Allen responding again. 5 seconds is the gap. 7 seconds back to Ben Hanley. A further 10 seconds back to the battle we've been watching for what seems like about the last 10 or 15 minutes since we came out of full course yellow.
Yeah.
When Neil Janney managed to jump the 43 car for position, and we thought, well, that's that done then, isn't it? World champion, Le Mans winner.
Yeah.
But no, it seems that Nolan Seagull has other.
This will be a test coming down into turn 1 now, just getting through this traffic, having to drive right down the inside on that dirty, mucky track and see if he can get the car. Yes, he can. He's nicely done.
He's got confidence in that car, hasn't he? That's the other thing here.
Into and across turn 1, he does seem to really have that car underneath him, and he's got a lot of confidence there.
Well, he's tested, but it's not racing. And we've done practice testing this week with the other cars on track, but still to have that level of confidence in a brand new machine to him, that's impressive.
It is. He's done a nice job, really nice job.
Can I point out, by the way, the mercurial rise back up through the field of the car that was 42nd about 2 hours ago. Cool Racing about to get back into the top 10 with Milton Jakobsen.
Yeah, he's been done a great job. Just quietly going about his business.
Absolutely. Not the result that they would have hoped for today after the dramas for Alexander Coigny. That was a contact with the 77 car.
Yeah, turn 4.
Double puncture.
Yeah.
And lost laps. But either way, there'll be lots of data to look at and discuss.
Yeah. Learnt an awful lot, which is great.
Headlamps flashing now from Nolan Seagull. Is in intimidatory mode now. Not sure that's going to work with the man ahead of you.
So in GT, it's still that battle between Katzberg and Schiller, and it's backwards and forwards. It's just gone out to about just over 3 seconds. It's yo-yoing up and down with traffic. Again, I think that Nicky's just got enough performance there in the BMW just to hold off Schiller.
The other interesting aspect here is we've still got one pit stop for both of these cars.
Right. Oh, the 43 around the outside there. He has got a lot of confidence in the car there. He just throws it in. And around the outside of the 91 as well. And jeez.
That was very close indeed. 91 car still in the battle, by the way, for the podium for GT. Harry King is, where is he?
4th. He's 4th, and he's about 24 seconds back, is that?
Yeah, he's got a P3 car between him. We're going to see this one again. Look to the 91 car. To the outside goes the 43. Harry King on his line has to correct to avoid it.
Yeah, that was...
he did well there.
He did, Harry did. He did a good job just staying out of the way there. And that's tough in a GT car.
And still he's on the rear end of this 98 car. Come what may, however they finish, this is an impressive start for Nolan Seagull. And I'll tell you right now, Neil Janney will not want another go at this.
No, he won't. No, he'll know he's been in a race. And Nolan Seagull has done a fine job.
Yeah.
Kept him really honest.
Hasn't he just? And may well have done a favour of Ben Hanley ahead, you know.
Yeah,
It's kept Neil from properly getting his head down here. He's not been able to be channeled fully to the front. He's had to keep an eye on what's going on behind him.
Yeah.
And that's inevitably going to take the edge off the pace.
Oh, without a doubt, without a doubt. So, are we going to see Ben be able to mount a challenge from James Allen, get himself up to the 25?
Well, James Allen back under 2 seconds, back from Charlie Eastwood. So, what tyres are left on both those cars? We're getting into, we're into now, the fuel window for a final stop. So these cars can stop at any time. Any kind of caution, they'll all be on pit lane instantly.
And as James has been playing the long game, looking after his tyres, and Charlie went off on a bit of a tear, and as he burned up his tyres a little bit more, so there's less life left in them when he comes to this final stint.
Indeed.
But who's going to go new, if anybody?
Who's got what left?
Yeah,
is what it comes down to. Limited tyre allocation. It's another thing, as well as fuel saving. You've got to save those tyres as well.
Yeah.
It's endurance racing with what you've got, not everything you can have.
Yeah, managing those resources is super important. It's another skill that a driver has to develop.
So, again, through traffic, this time it goes Yanni's way.
He's just stretched it out, but almost guarantee Erland Seagull will be back on his gearbox. Couple of laps.
Yep.
He's just got that little bit more performance, it seems.
Under 40 minutes to go now. And it's going to be about where these pit stops fall, how quickly.
Who blinks first.
And who, if anybody, has a bit of a problem in what should be a simple splash and go.
Yeah, right.
The longer they can go, the shorter that pit stop's going to be.
Yeah.
They've burned the time pit stops in LMP2. Charlie Eastwood in the number 3 car leads for TCar Engineering. Algarve Pro Racing 1.5 seconds back now for James Allen. He is closing that gap. Ben Hanley 8.5 seconds back. Neil Yanni a further 7 seconds back. And Nolan Seagull 1.5 seconds back. Now while it goes,
there we go with Charlie Eastwood. He's just working some traffic here, and is that James Allen just there? I believe it is, just a couple of cars back.
He's closing the gap. I think Charlie, at the moment, is under real pressure here. That gap has closed from nearly 3 seconds, 3-4 laps ago, to half a second now.
And it could easily be something about, Charlie's car is just nice to drive on full tanks, and now the fuel's burnt off, and James Allen's car's just come alive.
Well, LMP2 has served it up today, hasn't it? It's been cracking battle for the lead, for significant positions. GT and LMP3 pretty close, and some dramas up and down the field, but in terms of the real battles, it's been P2 tonight.
It's been spectacular, but I mean, there's still lots is going to happen here.
Kiffin Simpson with the Cayman Islands cap on, and then John Falb still in his race suit,
primed, ready to go,
just in case he's called upon. I'm ready.
Kiffin's done a fine job. In fact, that whole team has. 25 has had a very good race, very strong. It was the failed starter button on the number 4 car. Oh no! That is awful, awful luck. Oh. Sometimes it's just the smallest things. It is. That left the number 4 car, by the way. It's still on pit lane. It's still on pit lane. That is just horrible, horrible luck. This battle for the lead here. Can James just close it down? It's just over a second. And he's going to come down to this final stop. It really is. Absolutely. Well, that's the point, isn't it? Do it a second quicker. Yep. If you can. Pit stop discipline. Is it going to be the more experienced P2 team, Algarve Pro Racing, or the less experienced team in P2, but the hugely experienced team in P3, TCar Engineering, that managed to keep their heads? It's Nielsen Racing, defending champions at the moment in a podium position, but under threat from the 99 Racing crew, who are under threat from Inter Europol. Yeah, this is all closing down, isn't it? They're all getting closer together.
Anybody in those 5 could stumble.
Yeah.
A stumble in traffic, a stumble with each other.
Really
36 minutes. And we're getting close to the point that I'm afraid I often say in the TV broadcast with these races around the world, that last 25 minutes, something always happens.
Yeah.
Every single time. And it's usually utterly bonkers. A failed starter button's fairly bad, it's got to be said, but that's drop.
It's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking for the team.
Battle in P3 for 4th. Rinaldi, Lorcan Hannafin and James Winslow in the 73 Inter Europort car.
It's only about six seconds between first and second in LMP3.
Yeah.
Between the Graf Racing and MV2S.
And the Veras going well here. Meantime, by the way,
pit lane number 43.
43 on pit road, and this will be the final stop for them.
And it's going to be just on the time on the refuel.
How long? Struggled a bit to get that on there. That will be half a second lost. Waits patiently. Well done, young man. Whatever happens from here, well done. That was a cracking battle. Still fuel. We're just about to see that thing, I think, withdrawn. This, though, is the race leader. That is the second place car. 1.4 seconds is the gap. Last time across the line, we've got 98 laps completed in just under 3.5 hours. Up the inside.
Whoa.
Made it. That was tight, though.
Yeah. Got it done.
Inter Europort. So keep an eye on that time. That was 45 seconds on pit road for Inter Europort for fuel only.
Is that a little long?
I think it is. I think there was a slight hesitation to get the
couldn't quite get
the
the probe lined up. Let's see what everybody else can achieve, but it's close at the front. Only a second.
I expect to see
just over a second.
The lead 2 down pit lane before we see the 98. Maybe the lead 3. But again, is fuel saving going to come into this?
And maybe also that's what Charlie Eastwood has been doing, and that's how that gap that was growing and has now come back. Maybe Charlie's been really furiously fuel saving, and that's how James has managed to get back to him, and that's how everybody's closed up on Charlie, because he's been furiously fuel saving.
The other question is basically what's Ben Hanley been up to whilst he's been sitting in sort of splendid isolation in 3rd.
Yeah.
He's a smart cookie, Ben Hanley. Could he have been on a monster fuel save?
Also think about some of the work that Charlie's doing both in the F1 sim and on Formula E.
Systems
management and trying to manage energy, all those sorts of things. Some of that will have gone in, and he'll be trying to apply that knowledge to what he's doing right now.
Yep. Shock, horror, gasp. Racing drivers are intelligent.
Oh, easy. Easy. I get carried away.
But it is a matter of multitasking.
Oh, completely.
It is that thing. It's what's the phrase that's been used? It's that acuity around multiple things you're trying to manage.
But it's what you're trying to manage, but under extreme pressure.
Absolutely.
That is the key. The 25 car, it's still there, James Allen. Just about a second and a half off Charlie Eastwood, and this is really what a great battle. P2 really has served up a brilliant race today.
By the way,
what an advert for the Asian Le Mans Series, eh?
Fantastic. As we've got a car ducking into the pits there.
That's the 25.
That was the 25 car, so they've come first. By the way, as we came into the last 35 minutes, top 9, all LMP2 cars finally, with Malte Jakobsen clearing the LMP3 cars. So 1 through 9. How quick is James Allen going to be on pit road?
See if we can see this pit stop. Here's
technically speaking, the longer they go, the shorter it should be, because the less fuel they need.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here comes the Algarve Pro stop.
That's Stewie at the front. He's giving him a tear off. Now there's nothing quite like that. When you get a nice clean screen, you're given a tear off by the boys.
What's that like?
Oh, amazing. You've been driving around trying to see through all this dirt and grime. All of a sudden you take that off, and for that, and at least for the first sort of 4 or 5 laps, it's just like, wow.
The Wilton HD.
Yes, it is full HD.
Difficult to tell you what the body language of Oliver Gavin was when the word tear off came there. Also on pit lane is the 24. So leaving pits now, James Allen. That was 50 seconds.
Whoa.
Nielsen on pit lane. Both United cars on pit lane.
Ben Hanley just leaving the box.
Let's have a look what that one.
I wonder if he got a tear off. Sorry, fascinated by it now.
Ben Hanley. When he leaves the pits, we will tell you it was 1 minute and 7. That's not good.
No, that was a slow stop there.
That could put him behind the 99 racing car.
Let's see.
At the moment, Neil Yanni, who will go longer.
Yeah.
So, D-Car Engineering is going to come down to how good are they on the pit lane.
Completely.
So the Inter-Europol pit stop.
16 car on the pit lane, and they look like they're struggling with something here, the number 16 car.
Here comes the leader.
Yeah.
This is the critical pit stop, under 30 minutes to go. It will, we guess, be fuel only for Charlie Eastwood.
This is pretty big pressure now for DKR.
Comes to a halt on the mark. It's no tear off.
Oh.
Stop. In comes the Team 99 racing car.
Number 98.
How long are these two going to spend on pit lane?
And who is this coming through here? 25.
Coming down to the final turn. Where is the DKR car as this car comes through to complete the lap? It's a 50-second stop for them. Where is DKR? Still on pit road, still on pit road. There it is at the end of pit road. This is for the lead.
And James is going to go through.
James is gone through to take it, I think.
Yeah.
DKR Engineering, 58 seconds. It's the 25 that takes the lead.
16 back out on track, but going very slowly. The Get Speed car, look, they were struggling with something.
So great pit stop strategy there. 50 seconds, by the way, for the 98 racing car. Where's that going to leave them? I think that might leave them in a podium position, you know, because it was a slow stop from Nielsen Racing. They've had a terrible last hour. Algarve Pro confirmed in the lead. Nolan Siegel currently shown third. That 45-second stop from Inter-Europol competition could have earned them.
Absolutely.
Just looking to see where Charlie is going to
see how this is all going to roll out and stack up.
It's Algarve Pro Racing from DKR Engineering, from Inter-Europol, from 99 Racing, and Nielsen Racing dropped from 3rd to 5th. And Inter-Europol have leapfrogged Neil Yanni.
God, quite the stop. Excellent stuff. I mean, and was the 43 car. Oh, the 43 car, I think, has got a problem. It's got a problem.
23?
43.
Oh, dear. Smoking.
Yeah, I saw sparks coming off the left rear just as he came in and through 12. And
he's got a puncher.
He's got a puncher, or has he got some other... No, it's an upright... It's something failed on that left rear corner.
Oh dear, oh dear. And by the way, they came out.
Yes.
You know what? That car came out side by side with the DKR car. DKR came out a quarter of a second ahead.
Wow. They had contact?
That's the question.
43. Oh, it's gutting.
That hands third place back to Neil Yanni. What happened there? It's not the tyre, is it?
No. It's had contact or something, some sort of failure. Nah,
he thinks it's a puncture and it's not.
No. Sparks coming off of off of that left rear corner.
No, it's not. It's not.
Boys, you should know. You should know. Look at the way it's falling around inside there.
They know.
Yeah, look.
They know.
No.
No. Don't panic. Don't. No, done.
It's done.
That is heart-rending. Heart-rending. What did I say about the last 25 minutes?
Yes, it's very, very hard when you've raced so hard the whole race and you've really been there battling up the front and the skates in, back in the box, but that's done. They're not going to get that fixed not before the end of the race.
No.
That's a whole corner.
Well done into Europol competition, because that was one hell of a battle. 3 brand new drivers to LMP2. Charlie Cruz take a bow, but dear oh dear.
Yeah, that is a tough one. Nolan Seagull did a brilliant job there.
I'm
really
hugely impressed.
Spectacular.
Hugely impressed with him. But I'm afraid that is done.
Yeah. But up front, James Allen, Charlie Eastwood battling away with first and second, about 8 seconds between them.
It's the pit stop. Pit stop. It's a brilliant pit stop from Algarve Pro Racing. If that car's got enough fuel in it, and it will have, that was excellently done. Brilliantly executed. And the real sadness there for Inter Europol is they did it quicker. They were 5 seconds quicker and pitted earlier.
Yeah, something's happened with that left rear, whether it's contact earlier on in the race or something happened as he left the pits, I don't know. We didn't see it, but, you know, it's just all part of endurance racing.
Yep.
But Nolan Seagull would have learned so much just from racing Neil Yarney there in this last hour or so. It's massive experience, and the brilliant thing is they can do it all again tomorrow.
Brilliant. You know, absolutely right. And that is one of the beauties of this format. It's not for everybody, it is for me. 24 minutes to go. Algarve Pro Racing now 8 seconds to the good after that rapid fire series of pit stops. We said it would decide those pit stops, and boy was it.
Nolan Seagull set the fastest middle sector of the race in that lap where he had the issue.
No, not necessarily.
Oh, sorry.
That's not necessarily. That's what happens with this timing system is it shows the best for the car.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. But it shows they had a quick car, without a shadow of a doubt.
They did.
Because that was either Nolan Seagull or it was Charlie Cruz earlier in the race. Now, there is our GT leader, and that car has worked its way to the lead and has stayed there ever since, fending off 5.5 seconds to good from Fabian Schiller in the Get Speed car.
So when it left the pits that first time in the dark, its lights looked not very good.
Yeah.
And I think they can't have had them all turned on, because now they look fantastic.
No. Hit that switch.
Yes.
The one that says
lights.
The one that says very, very bright.
Yes.
Annoyingly bright.
Yeah, I'm sure the chaps running Vulcanhurst were screaming on the radio. Which button to hit.
No jokes about BMW drivers and the headlights, please. But impressive stuff from the Vulcanhurst crew. Thomas Merrill put in a stellar stint as a bronze.
Yeah, he did.
He's a properly special bronze, it's got to be said.
Yeah.
Mumble. Chandler Holt, pretty impressive, and Nicky the Cat Katzberg is going to bring this home, as long as there's no surprises in terms of fuel mileage for this car.
Yeah, about nearly 5 second lead over Fabian Schiller, and Lucas Stoltz, excuse me, he's some 20.
Florian Schultz and Lucas Stoltz, that's all confusing. But
yeah, he's some 20 seconds back, so yeah.
Not doable on performance at this stage with 22 minutes now remaining.
Nicky's just got to be smart and manage it. He's full pro, really does know his stuff. So much experience now. Yeah,
and he's going to be, well, it'll be 3 makes of GT car in the first 5 months of this year. It was a Mercedes AMG, I think I'm right, at Bathurst.
Right.
It's a BMW here in the Asia Le Mans series, and of course transitions to the Corvette WC team. And that season gets underway next month in Sebring. 1 second stop and go for car 10. That's a second place car.
Yeah.
So the Get Speed car in trouble here. We'll come back to that because we're going to go down and speak to one of the stars of the show. Haley Edmonds has got, I'm sure, a very tired Nolan Siegel with her right now.
Yes, Graham, I think he rightly deserves that title, being the star of the show. I mean, up until, of course, what just happened, it's a stellar performance from you. It's his first time in an LMP2 car, and he was battling against Neil Jani. I mean, just take us through that. Take us through that battle, how it was for you.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Yeah, it's my first LMP2 race, so to be battling with front runners in WEC and IMSA and here is fantastic. So I think the pace is there, and it was an unfortunate failure, but it's good to see that we have the potential for race wins.
Oh, absolutely, and you really, showed your potential out there on the track this evening. What was the issue?
It looks like a wheel bearing failed, so just kind of a freak failure, nothing that the team could have done, and I don't think anything that we could have done driving, so really unfortunate, but we'll be back at it tomorrow.
Absolutely. I mean, it's understandably, must be very tough for you and the team, but you've all done fantastically this evening. So well done, Nolan. And you can really, go away feeling very proud of your performance. And yeah, see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Brilliant stuff. And damn, he looks young.
It's about 16.
If you can't see the screens here at the circuit, he looks like he should be hanging around outside a corner shop somewhere at this time of night. But that is astonishing performance from a young man, very confident too. Meantime, some dramas to report. One of them is for an LMP3 car, just in and out from a 9-second stop and hold for the 53 Inter-Europol car for a pit stop infringement. 1 second, I think it's the time, it's a pit stop reference time infringement. It's a stop and 1 second hold for the second place car in GT. The Get Speed car does that now, takes that stop now, and that is going to lose that team second place, I believe. It's going to be very close in GT at this point. So can the Hout Racing team car in the hands of Lucas Stoltz leapfrog the number 10 Get Speed car?
I think it will.
I think it will.
Yeah, and it might even bring in the 91 car, the Harry King car.
Well,
we've got racing here, the MV2S, and is that for the lead?
I think it is.
MV2S going past the Graf car.
It's Fabien Laverne. Is that the other?
No, that's for the lead, isn't it?
Is that the 9 or is that the 8?
Always.
9.
Oh, I'm sorry. Whoa. I'm sorry. I got confused with my 8s and 9s.
There's too many Graf cars out there with the two of them confusing us at this time of night. But MV2S still in a great position. Number 10 car is out and running again and has lost second position. We'll wait and see what happens when it clears. I think it's retained third. I think it has.
Yeah, and is the MV2S in LMP3 going to be able to chase down Xavier Leveres?
So James Allen leads. The gap is coming down again. Under 8 seconds, only by a few tenths here and there, but anything might be emblematic of, it might be directed towards some problems beginning to come. Tyres are getting older, without a shadow of doubt in those cars. So it's equal gaps, first to second and second to third. Neil Jani is 7.2 seconds back in third place, 7.8 seconds back. John Eastwood in second place. Fourth is Ben Hanley, he's 13.6 seconds back. LMP3, 8th place overall with the troubles for the 43 car. And Graf Racing hold a 2.5 second lead over the MV2S car. They're going to be approached from behind by Malte Jakobsen after his final pit stop. He's dropped to 10th in the recovered Cool Racing car. CD Sport, the defending champions, hold an encouraging third place, but quite a gap for that car. In GT, Falconers Motorsport, Nicky Katzberg holds a comfortable lead now over Lucas Stoltz in the Hout Racing team number 7 car.
And the Fabian Schiller is right there on his gearbox.
So this is Fabian Schiller trying to get that second place back, rather.
There's nearly about half a second between them.
Yeah, Harry King, by the way, 17 seconds back from this battle. Not going to get there, I don't think, in the remaining time. But it's AMG on AMG action. Stoltz trying to hold off Schiller.
And he's now just going to be able to work himself into a position to challenge. And this might be a little bit harder, seeing as they are both AMG Mercs.
Yep.
Should be sort of similar in performance.
Both very experienced, both very successful. Has to be said, possibly at this moment, Fabian Schiller slightly more fired up. Will not have enjoyed a 1 second stop and hold at this stage. The 10 car looking racy, the 7 car looking a bit defensive.
I think he's just trying to work himself, and this is a good piece of the racetrack. We've seen a number of moves work here over the day, and he's fired up the side. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Nicely done, well executed, and it looks like he's made it stick. It's now coming down in 13, 14.
Made that look reasonably simple, actually.
He did, didn't he? Surprised it was so easy.
Yeah. I wonder what the tyres are left on the 7 car, perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah. Also might have been a little bit of chat and sort of saying, look, can anybody get up the road to challenge Nicky? But the gap's too big, I think, isn't it?
What is that? It's nearly 30 seconds.
Yeah.
There are 14 minutes left.
No
Unless
chance.
they know something we don't about the BMW, and I don't think they do. The answer is it's a done deal, and that's the damage, by the way, that they may be back into the second position, but the thought of any challenge for the win from an AMG at this stage, it's going to come down to, can Valkenhurst stay clean for the next 14 minutes, 13 seconds and 1 lap. Ollie, it's been another fascinating Asian Le Mans Series race here.
I think it's been brilliant. I think it's been a cracking race in all 3 classes, and really not been able to take your eyes off it. It's been, considering now we've been racing for nearly 2 hours in the darkness.
Shows as well, not only have we had cracking battles on track, that despite the fact you've got those reference time pit stops for 3 of the main pit stops for every class, still came down to a move that was made with better pit work by one of those teams.
Proves that it's a team sport. You know, these guys are out there battling in these cars, but the teams have to execute when it comes to the work in the pit lane.
You've worked with one of the best teams in the world for many, many years, and I know in the conversations we've had about your times at Corvette Racing that you regard the guys with the spanners, if you like, as just as big a part of the family as the other drivers.
Yeah, massive, massive, massive part of it, and being well drilled, really executing, understanding what they need to do, and being able to, as we've spoken about already tonight, being able to execute under massive pressure at the highest level. And this series, the Asian Le Mans Series, is just going up and up and up in its level of performance, professionalism, and what it can do, the races it puts on.
Well, we got another one going here, because Fabien Laverne has not given up the LMP3 win here. This is Xavier Oliveras under pressure from Fabien Laverne. We saw something that rather miscued us a little earlier with the number 9 Graf car. Now it's the number 8 and the number 29. 12.5 minutes to go. This is the battle for the lead.
Awesome. Gap is under 8 tenths.
And that, by the way, the 3rd car in the train, the Rinaldi car, is 4th in this battle, but a lap down on them. It's driver the 55, which is Lachlan Hanford, has been told to just watch himself on track limits at the moment. So LMP3 is not done. Without a shadow of a doubt, not done.
No, this is going to get tasty over these last 10 minutes or so, and 1 lap.
Yeah.
Is
one car, by the way, we've not spoken about that does appear to be in terminal trouble on pit lane is the 33 Herberth car. That's the very pretty purple car. That is a long time pit stopper. no information for you on that one, but just to say that car has dropped to the bottom of the field and has been on pit lane for some time now.
Yeah. Was this? What are we seeing a change?
That
here?
is the change. That is the lead change for LMP3.
Fabian Laverne just manages to get the deal done there. And has he looked after his tyres well? He's just got a bit more performance.
Not giving it up, the Graf man. Not going to do it there.
Is he going to be able to just get it? No, I'd say that he's got that deal done. Nicely done now down into turn 14.
So Laverne, who has won a European Le Mans Series title in GT machinery, looks like he's going to be, well, in the good seats for the potential for a full points haul here tonight, en route to what they hope will be an LMP3 title. V2S, what a day that would be for them if they managed to secure a position on the grid for the Centenary race at Le Mans.
Yeah, that would be extraordinary.
Another French team.
Smart move, good driving, kept it clean. Just had a pretty strong race throughout MV2S. I mean, if Nielsen hadn't had the problem, would Matt Bell be out front and away? Who knows?
Yeah.
But
I think that's our race leader, is it not?
yeah, I think James Allen just went through there. Oh no.
That was the 44 in traffic.
Yeah.
They've had a troubled evening. A couple of penalties for Nico Pino. It's been quick, but a couple of issues. I think one was track limits, another one was a pit stop penalty.
I think that James Allen in the 25 car is just eking out that the lead to over Charlie Eastwood, and it looks with a 10-second lead now. Neil Yarney, though, is only about 4 seconds back on Charlie Eastwood, so he might be mounting a bit of a challenge.
He's closing in these last minutes of the race, so Charlie is under pressure here.
And it's only going to take one little slip up with traffic.
He's dropping back as well from James Allen, so is Charlie.
34 on pit lane.
Now we've got a race in our hands.
Wow. I did not expect that.
Well, what about the AMGs? Are they in the on a similar strategy? How quickly is they going to be able to put the fuel in this car? Where are the chasing AMGs?
And he's off and away.
That's what they knew. That's what they knew. They cleared the start-finish line now. The BMW is rolling. This is going to be a race to the pit exit. They're side by side going into turn 1. The AMG is going to take the lead.
Gets it done.
That's the 7. That's the 7. Where is the 10? They've been on pit lane.
So the 7's going to have to pit. Is the 7 going to have to pit?
Well.
Wow.
So Volcanur's Motorsport came in from the lead. The number 10 car, I think, had come on the previous lap. It did. So Fabian Schiller has dropped to 4th. Herbert Motorsport, Harry King is now on pit lane. So is the 7 going to have to pit, or can they eke this out for another 7 minutes? Surely not, if they're on the same strategy.
So it'd be tough. We weren't expecting that, were
that's what that was about. That was about knowing they needed to put the BMW under pressure. Here is the battle for the lead. 7 and 34.
Yeah, 7 went very wide there at 10, letting through that P3 car.
So Nicky Katzberg chasing down Luca Stoltz, they're nose to tail. 3rd is Fabian Schiller. Harry King is just off pit lane after his final pit stop. Herbert Motorsport, so it's AMG, BMW, AMG, Porsche.
Nicky's gone down the inside there, trying to get it done.
He's got good traction, but has he got it enough? He's the wrong side road there, not there. Can the
Seven's pitting. Oh no, he just got out of the way. He got out of the way.
I think he may be attempting to get home on the fuel he's got and knows he can't hold him. This
that was peculiar, though. It was like he was being told to box, and then at the last second, not. He took a very strange line through 15, not your normal line, and you wouldn't just let Nicky by. So
he has a 23-second lead over the number 10 car. We've got 6 minutes plus a lap to go.
It was like he was told to just stay out at the last minute.
What is that about?
That's peculiar.
MV2S on pit lane. Graf Racing on pit lane. Form from LMP3 and the lead.
Oh, it was that tight. That tight.
That was a quicker pit stop from MV2S. So Graf Racing stopped last lap. MV2S on the way out now. And those two cars are going to be together again. I think MV2S have got it on the pit stop time.
What is happening here? Is this...
This is the 7 still with the 34.
I thought that Nicky would just drive away.
He's not.
No. And if the 7's trying to get to the end...
How tight is Nicky?
Manage the field. No, surely they would have put enough in. But is the 7 managing? I can't see it.
I can't see it. I can't. I don't recall them being on a different fuel strategy to this degree.
See what happens with Lucas Stoltz if he peels into the pits this lap. There's the number 3 is Yanni. Is Yanni on the DKR car? So it's Eastwood and Yanni
1.4 seconds.
Battling
yes,
it out for second place.
So we've got battles for podium positions in each class and for the win in 2 of them in the last 4.5 minutes of this race.
Lucas Stoltz hasn't come in the pit lane, not that I can see.
No, he's not. Yes, he
is just now.
He has.
Oh.
He has.
So what was that all about the lap before?
Clue, unless it was a misheard pit call. I've no idea what that was about. So you're right, you sort of let him go, but was that him expecting to come to the pits and then told not to?
Yeah, stay out one more. It's Charlie.
Well, James Allen is 10.8 seconds to the good. We've got 4 minutes plus a lap after the clock expires. But it's less than a second. Charlie Eastwood from Neil Jarni for the second podium position.
This is going to come down to something that's going to happen in traffic.
Yep.
Just wherever the traffic falls, if it falls poorly for Charlie, Jarni's going to be all over him.
Well, got to be said, the whole of this lead group have been very, very impressive this afternoon.
Yep, picking their points, really making it stick.
I'll say this is a significant turning up of the wick for the Asian Le Mans Series and LMP2.
Very much.
With absolute respect to what's come before, this has been a battle in LMP2 of the highest quality all afternoon.
Yep, really impressive.
And what's great about it is it doesn't necessarily involve some of the major teams that we've seen in the last few years. It's new people involved here, it's new teams involved here, it's new drivers involved here, and we've got some new stars to welcome.
Yeah, there's just that little bit of traffic there. I'm sure it helped Charlie that much. Neil managed to get through nicely. This is really hard now. You've been in the car a little while. You know, you just maybe just lost that little bit of sharpness, and the tyres are just getting that little bit older.
Just to update you on the LMP3 battle as we're watching this cracking stuff in P2. MV2S did indeed emerge from the pit stop 6.6 seconds ahead. Looks comfortable. Neil Jarni, though, got a good run off the final turn there. Close enough, I think, to have a crack here.
He's just lining him up. Not sure he's going to do it this lap, and I'm not sure that car is
close still.
It is
very close still, putting Charlie Eastwood under pressure here. He's having to go a little bit defensive.
Only 2 minutes to go and 1 lap. We're going to get about 3 more laps out of this.
You know what? They are catching the leader again. That will be a little bit conservative from James Allen, I'm sure.
Yeah, it will be.
But he's not got that much of a lead to manage. 8.5 seconds. Nicky Katzberg, meanwhile, is 20 seconds to the good from Fabian Schiller.
Yeah.
Schiller closing the gap, but running out of time.
I think that's just Nicky just managing it. Yanni just lining him up.
Look at the traffic.
Yeah, this is his moment, I would say. If he's going to get it done, he needs to get it done here, possibly into 12, or then the run down into 14. Charlie really needs to be on it here.
Yeah, looking for a gap in this traffic. He's found it with the first LMP3 car. Puts that car between himself and Neil Yanni for how long?
Nicely done.
About 3 seconds. But no, Yanni's still stuck behind that first one. Goes the other side. Has the better run through this traffic, I think, Neil Yanni.
That's how they get into 14 here. And there is Katzberg up ahead. And what is Charlie going to do? He's going to go round the outside.
I think he's got the better run to the line here, Charlie Eastwood.
He has.
He's done that well.
Oh,
the 55 car direction pit lane.
So the last thing that Yanni wanted.
And he's bottled up behind Nicky Katzberg. Away goes Charlie Eastwood and can breathe again.
Yeah.
30 seconds left on the clock. It's this lap and one more.
2 to go. 2 to go.
James Allen 7.9 seconds ahead of this battle. Charlie Eastwood has something more than tenths for the first time in a couple of laps and puts another car between himself and Neil Yanni. If he wins this, he's going to be if he wins this little battle, he'll be elated.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, it's been a very, very good battle. And he's done a fine job today, Charlie.
Just looking at see what that Rinaldi racing car, by the way, pitted from 4th place. So no podium place at all for Rinaldi. It looks like it's MV2S Graf Racing CD Sports. Lucas Stoltz not looking like a threat to Fabian Schiller in this last couple of laps.
James Allen just coming through 11 into 12. He'll be coming onto his last lap.
Impressive stuff from him and from this team, by the way.
Yeah, very good.
All 3 drivers. Kevin Simpson was impressive. John Fowle, very solid indeed, as always.
Yeah.
But the pit stop discipline from the team, when it counted, made the difference.
That and also Kiffin Simpson's middle stint, making up the time on the competition. I mean, and it wasn't just a little bit, it was sometimes 2-3 seconds a lap he was taking out of his rivals in car at that time.
Time has expired. It will be one more lap after this lap is completed here. 25 onto the final lap of the first 4 hours of Dubai here at the Dubai Autodrome, round 1 of the 2023 Asian Le Mans Series. 3 more of these to go. Can't wait. But one last lap before we can call the winners, the podium sitters, the point scorers, as we go into tomorrow's second round.
Where are we? Where are we with?
That's the 98 car. He is still 1 point drop back a little. Charlie Eastwood has got a little bit of ground made up there.
Yeah, he's always in that last lap. He always had a car in between him and Neil Yanni, which enabled him just to get that little bit of breathing room. Charlie here has just got to be smart, be really smart over this last lap.
But a stressful week for the Algarve Pro team for a range of reasons, but this one has been richly deserved.
Yes.
This has been a cracking team display. All 3 drivers and the pit crew.
Yeah.
Strategy has been immaculate.
It's been very good.
And it's going to be points on the board towards what they will hope will be a 4th overall championship by that team in the Asian Le Mans Series.
And that invitation to the centennial edition of the Le Mans 24 Hours.
They're here. You know, they're here. They're delivering the goods against high quality opposition, and they've done it, giving us a race along the way. Thank you for that. 2 turns to go for James Allen.
Fine work, excellent work, Algarve Pro.
10 to 9 in the evening, and it's going to be 25 points on the board for the number 25. And James Allen will be absolutely delighted.
He will. Another fine win.
Fantastic stuff from Algarve Pro Racing. Another win in the Asian Le Mans Series, and done with the highest quality of performance.
And how's Charlie Eastwood? Charlie has come across the line and he got second.
He did.
In front of Neil Yarney.
But just in front, it was 0.3 of a second on the line.
Wow.
Also home, none of the other class winners, but cars crossing the line now.
Here comes Nicky Katzberg, number 34, to take the win for BMW and Valkenhurst.
Cracking stuff from them.
Yeah.
Also home, third place car in LMP3. Here comes the number 29 car for a first win in the championship, on their debut in the championship from MV2S Racing. Great stuff. Fabien Laverne brings it home after battling into and through the final hour. The orange and black car brings home the win. Graf Racing follow them through in second place. Also home are the Get Speed and the HRT number 7 AMGs to complete the podiums in GT as well. Well, as Thomas Merrill and the Valkenhurst guys celebrate their win, that was a cracking race.
Oh, it was spectacular. I really enjoyed that.
We had to wait a little longer than we expected for it.
Yeah. But worth the wait.
Absolutely. Algarve Pro Racing, John Falb, James Allen, Kiffin Simpson are our first winners in the championship for 2023 after 4 hours of wheel-to-wheel front splitter to rear wing action in LMP2. As good an LMP2 race in any series I've seen for a while.
Yeah, it was spectacular.
LMP3 doled out some dramas and doled out a late race battle, and the dramas for GT came throughout the race, up and down the field, not necessarily for the win. It's just a little lost track of their strategy at the end, which gave us a bit of a shock as the 34
it did.
car.
Those pit stops there with what, 10 minutes to go or so.
But
did shake it up.
Faultless from the Valkenhurst Motorsport team. Second year in this championship for the M4 GT3, and cars come of age, as indeed has that programme. 25 car directed to the winner's spot, and James Allen, I'm sure, will be pretty well exhausted by that effort. That was intense.
It was very intense, but he managed the race extremely well. He did drop back a little bit there from Charlie Eastwood in the start of his stint in the car, but he was really managing everything, you know, the tyres, the fuel, everything involved. And that last pit stop by Algarve Pro really did put them in the top spot and within the position to take that victory. But it was very much set up by his teammate and Kiffin Simpson to really give him the opportunity to fight for the victory.
First people to greet James Allen there were the crew members from DKR. Well done, guys.
Yeah, nice to see.
Jane
Rowe was down there as well.
Did some work. That's always good to see. LMP3 winners and worthy winners. MV2S, Jerome de Sadler on his comeback race after a horrifying accident, the final race of 2022 for him, and not his fault there either. But the MV2S crew will bring I suspect that might be a first international win for them, you know.
Fantastic for them, really. Again, they worked a brilliant race, faultless in the pits.
They produced really good looking race cars from the very start of their programs, and that looked all day as if it was probably going to be there and thereabouts for a podium. Hadn't seen that coming.
No.
For the win. Gotta say though, awful luck for Nielsen Racing. Looked like they got that in the bag. Nicky Katzberg, Nicky the Cat, Katzberg in the 34 Valkenhurst Motorsport car. Doesn't know her at all.
No.
She's a stranger. It's a knowing look from him. There you go. But cool, calm, collected. 29 car making its way back. He's run out of fuel.
Run out of fuel.
Oh, dear me.
Oh, boy. Oh, no.
It's not going to make it back.
No, it just needed to get over the crest. They could just roll down into the pit lane.
Well, they do need a fuel sample from that car. He's going to restart it. Can bring you back in the starter, but come on. Come on, Fabien. There's Nicky with the Michelin cap on top.
Good work, Nicky. Fine work.
That was good stuff from that team.
Yeah, they've been the class of the field in GT all day. 2 poles and the victory.
That's hard work here. Jordan Sadler closest to the camera. They're waiting for the car to come back. They won't know what we've seen.
No.
He's struggling. I suspect he's bringing it back on the starter motor, to be honest with you. Here
it comes.
Marshall, in you go. It barely got there, didn't it? Dear, oh dear.
Just crept over the hill and rolled in.
And now they can celebrate.
Fantastic. Great for those guys.
And they're going to wait here. What happened there? What happened there? They're going, what's going on? What's going on? There you go.
Yeah, great to see.
Now they can celebrate.
Yeah, awesome to see.
I'm not sure that that's a result they'd have seen coming, is the honest answer. I'm not sure they've seen that result coming. I think they would have been shooting for a podium but wouldn't have seen the win there.
But they're in the hunt now. They really are in the hunt.
Absolutely. Argyle Pro Racing then, 118 laps of this Dubai Autodrome. Take that win by almost, just over 9 seconds from DKR Engineering. The number 3 car, Charlie Eastman, bringing that car home with the 99 Racing crew on the podium too. Another 9 seconds back. Nielsen Racing 4th on their title defence. First race of their title defence. MV2S Racing and Graf Racing, the 1-2 with CD Sports completing the LMP3 podium, and Vulcanhurst Motorsport, Get Speed and Hout Racing Team are the GT3 podium sitters. Let's go to the winners with Hayley.
James Allen, what a performance. I mean, the big fight with DKR Engineering, and here you are, take the victory of the first race of this ALMS 2023. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing. Like, great job to Kiffin and John. They did an amazing job. Same to Marialis, our strategist and engineer. Just amazing. We took a gamble in the last stop to stop a lap earlier, and we got in front, and I just sort of had to manage that lead all the way to the end. So really, it was a team effort, honestly. It was a great job by everyone, and I can't thank them enough for this.
Well done, guys. Congratulations.
He said it exactly as we called it, which it was a team effort. Those 3 guys did such a great job. But it's the names he was mentioning as well, the strategists, the guys on the pit apron that actually helped them to that win and made the difference when it counted, gave him a lead to defend.
They're going to be tough.
So much more different, so much more easier, if you like, than actually trying to catch and pass another competitive car.
They're going to be tough to beat.
Oh, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are. They're really good pairings, really good group of guys. They're on the game. They're nicely drilled now. They've got that under their belts. And I think that the competition is really going to have to raise their game to beat these guys.
It's an odd thing. I remember asking this question of Dynamic Nish and WC Country a while ago, and I'll ask you the same question, which is, when you get those first big wins, it just seems to lift people. James Allen's a great example of that. Kiffin Simpson's another one. Let's go look back and see the action from these first 4 hours of Dubai. Started under clear blue skies at the Dubai Autodrome, the first of 4 4-hour races and the first of 2 this weekend in Dubai. Charles Cruz led the field away under pressure from the DKR Engineering car of Sally York, toughed it out through turn 1 and made it away clearly to pull out a lead in the early stages. Battles up and down the field in GT, trouble though, and terminal trouble after contact for the Bullet Racing Aston Martin. They were out with suspension damage early in the race. Great battle as well between the Herbert Racing Porsches early in this 4 hours of Dubai. This race between the 91 and the 33 went the way of the 33 car. That car though would later hit trouble. This was a defining moment for the number 37 car in the mix until Alexander Crony made contact with the number 77 D-Station car. That left them fighting back. Tussles here, 4 cars battling for the same apex at the same time, and all 3 classes represented as the 25 or eventual winner would make their way through. And it was a tussle here too between 2 of the Japanese gentleman drivers, Takeshi Kimura and Satoshi Yoshino. Battle for the lead at this point. This was where the lead changed hands on pace, going the way of the number 3 car. DKR Engineering has led through pit stops, but this time it was on pace. great move by the number 3 on the 43 that had led on pace from the start into darkness, and the pit stop strategies as well as pace began to play a part, and all 3 classes up for grabs. Sun going down at the Dubai skyline. A final full course yellow after the Hub Auto car that had been in the mix suffered a failure, and that threw things up in the air. Pit stop strategy came to the fore. 34 car on its way to what would be an eventual win. 2 battling Mercedes AMGs swapped places and swapped again after a penalty for the number 10 car. Up front, it was a battle between the number 8 Graf racing car and a late pass for the lead from MV2S. But then pit stop strategy handed the win with great pace on track and great strategy and pit work off track to Algarve Pro Racing, on their way to potentially a 4th championship win. A win too for Volkenhurst Motorsport and the solo BMW M4, and a win on their debut in the championship from MV2S Racing. A great start to the 23 season. Well, Ollie, that was a thoroughly enjoyable 4 hours of racing here at Dubai.
Oh, it's brilliant to watch. It's great to watch those highlights back and just seeing, how the race unfolded. Like the 37 car having its issue, having that contact, and you think, well, if that hadn't happened, where would they have been?
Absolutely.
Another car in the mix. Such talent, such strength in depth in P2, P3, and in GT. I think so much to look forward to for tomorrow. Really sets the championship up well.
It does. We said it before in the broadcast, I'll say it again now. A coming of age for the Asian Le Mans Series, LMP2 in particular. High quality efforts. A couple of cars that had problems today that if they don't have problems tomorrow could be in that mix.
Yeah.
And what else can this throw at us? LMP2 with late dramas for them and a late lead change, and GT with battles up and down the field. And what we know as well with the way these cars are balanced in terms of performances, cars that may not have been in the mix here today might well get there tomorrow, could very well get there when we get to Yas Marina in just a week's time as the fireworks display lights up the night sky over Dubai. A cracking first go at 4 hours, and that discipline. 3 more to come in the next 8 days, Ollie.
I mean, it really is. It's spectacular. The series is set up so nicely. You can see a lot of happy faces down there in the cool-off room before they're going out onto the podium. And a lot of stories being swapped. This is a great time for drivers to get together and talk about all the different things that have happened. Going from the day into the twilight and then into the night, and the challenges and the bit of traffic you've had here, maybe the contact you had there, all those bits and pieces, or maybe just a particular incident, just leaving or coming into the pit lane or leaving the pit lane. There's all kinds of things that happen, and like I said earlier, you can almost like write a book on everything that's happened at this point. It's really is spectacular fun to be part of, but I think it's been world class, the race today. The Asia Le Mans Series really has done a brilliant job.
This is all happening just outside the door to our studio here. Some happy faces. They'll all, though, be pretty focused on the fact that they can celebrate tonight. Got to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, go easy on the celebrations. Let's see how you get on tomorrow, and then if you maybe want to go out and celebrate, maybe it should be tomorrow night.
Let's take a moment for a couple of teams that aren't in this room that provided a lot of the entertainment today.
Yeah.
One is the Inter-Europol competition team.
Yeah.
Nolan Siegel, that was a standout drive from him, and one from Charlie Cruz as well.
Yeah.
That was cracking stuff. And Nielsen Racing, who looked set to be on the way to a win here, and a
in P3 for sure. Yes.
There's our overall result. It is a win for Algarve Pro Racing, the number 25 car from D-Car Engineering and 99 Racing. In LMP3, 9th and 10th overall, the battling pair there, the 29 MV2S Racing Ligier, the Ligier 2 from Graf Racing, the number 8 car, and CD Sport, the defending champions, completing the podium, Ligier 1, 2, 3. Volkenhurst Motorsports BMW, 15th overall with the win, and a couple of places back, the battling AMGs, the number 10 from Get Speed and the number 7 from Haupt Racing Team. That completes the overall podiums in GT. They're the ones that take the big points hauls to tomorrow, and we'll look to try to build on that foundation to take a points lead into Abu Dhabi.
start now the podium presentation, and of course we'll start with LMP2. As always, we'll bring them out in reverse order, starting with the third position. Please welcome the number 98 of 99 Racing, Carlo Gomez, Neil Yanni, and Nikita Mazepin. Second position, it is the DKR Engineering number 3. Please welcome Samuel, Charlie Eastwood, and Aisha Gubin. And last but certainly not least, the LMP2 category, it is the number 25. To the top of the podium, please welcome Alcalde Pro Racing's John Fowl, James Allen, and Kevin Simpson.
So there are winners, and deservedly so. I think they know it as well.
Yeah,
I think
very happy.
The whole team will be justifiably delighted, elated with that. DKR Engineering, that trio, will be pleased too.
Yeah, that's a very strong performance.
There's
I'm
Sam
sure.
Cox, the team manager, part of the
Great to
husband and
see.
wife team. I can hear husband Stew in the background.
Spectacular.
So the Portuguese national anthem for Algarve Pro Racing. Sam and Stu Cox, a British couple, but based very much and proudly in the Algarve. There is Stu Cox. He's the taller of the two gentlemen in black. Oh, Roman Rusinoff is there, look. And David Leach, who is the race engineer for the number 25 car, also there. That looks like Pierre Fillon, who's about to hand the trophies. The president of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, the organisers of the Asian Le Mans Series, European Le Mans Series, the FI World Endurance Championship, and of course the 24 Hours of Le Mans, in what is a huge year for his organisation. Congratulations to John Fowl, Kevin Simpson, to James Allen and to Sam Cox. It was, as James correctly said, a massive team effort that won on that.
Absolutely, it really was. A spectacular performance by the whole crew, driver lineup, all the team, pit lane, strategy, engineering, great work.
And of course, in deference to the fact that we are in the United Arab Emirates, there will be no champagne here.
Okay. No.
But they'll be posing for the photographers.
As they make their way off.
So the first of 3 podium ceremonies, of course. Effectively three races in one. 3 classes, of course. LMP3 and GT to come. That is a battle-scarred Orica. A thing of wonder, aren't they?
Yeah, but there were no big damage.
So that is the team situation. Sadly, just the 1 point for Inter-Europol competition for their efforts, but 25 points for Algarve Pro Racing, 18 to DKR Engineering, 15 to 99 Racing. Nielsen's 24 car, 12 points, 10 and 8 for the 2 United cars. ARC Bratislava and Cool Racing picking up 6 and 4, respectively. And it is, of course, that trio we mentioned on the podium. James Allen, John Fowl, Kevin Simpson with maximum points here tonight. And there's the DKR Racing crew second, the 99 Racing crew third. So points galore. It is a short season, but things can be switched around. Well, we saw a fantastic final part of the race in LMP3. Hayley is with Fabian Laverne from MV2S Racing.
What can I say? It was a huge fight out there from the beginning to the end, but you did it. You're here, your first victory of the Asian Le Mans Series 2023.
Yeah, it's an amazing feeling. In the end, my engineer told me, you know, we need the points.
P2 is okay, but I wanted to win so much. You know, we've been there for three years, and growing up as a team, and you know, this team deserves that, and we showed that we are there. We are a good team.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So the LMP3 podium, our defending champions. Nick Adcock, thumbs up to Buildup, Michael Jensen, and Mr. Eriksson. Graf Racing went well today. Looked like they could win it, didn't they?
Yeah, they had a strong car.
Did not quite get there, I'm afraid, this time, the 8 crew, but they'll be buoyed up for what may happen tomorrow. But MV2S will be rightly delighted with this.
Yeah, they did an excellent job, executed.
Fabien Laver, Jerome de Sadelier, Slava Gutek take that win for MV2S, and the team manager will join them on the podium. Deserved win.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yes, there were some other teams that had stumbles and issues, but you've got to be there at the end to finish first. First, you have to finish.
And to present our trophies in the LMP3 category, we invite Thomas Fisher from Total Energies, Motorsport Product Manager. And we invite him to present the third place trophies to CD Sports.
So, partners Total Energies to present the trophies for LMP3. We've been loyal supporters of the Asian Le Mans Series for several seasons now. Good to see that recognised with this podium ceremony. Cracking racing as well in LMP3. But for a broken starter button, Nielsen Racing will be thinking,
yeah,
that won't be a happy garage this evening.
It's very unlucky, very unfortunate.
And MV2S,
got the cheerleaders here.
They will be rightly delighted with that.
Lots of happy faces there.
Like to see that.
Yeah.
Like a happy podium.
Yeah.
They've all been in a race, and they know it.
Graf don't look quite as happy.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
They chased down at the end of that race. But
it's always a tough one when you've been in the lead and you lose it with such a short amount of time. That's a tough one.
Gives them something to go away tonight and think about, where did that happen? What can we do to convert that loss? There are the points. MV2S Racing from Graf Racing, CD Sport, Rinaldi into Europol, the top 5. They're all with 10 and more. DK Engineering, CD Sports, number 2 car, the Graf number 9 into Europol, and RLR with WTM by Rinaldi Racing on the single point as well. So GT to come. It's going to be Haley down with Nicky Katzberg, the driver of the 34 Vulcanhurst Motorsport BMW.
Nicky, I think that's what you call a flawless performance. You get pole and then you follow it up with victory. I don't think you succeeded to second place throughout the whole thing.
I don't think so either. I mean, I had the easiest of jobs. This guy qualified, did a double stint. This guy kept in the lead the first hour, so I only had to jump in and finish. Yeah, honestly, the team did a fantastic job. These guys did a fantastic job, and yeah, we won the race. Very good news.
You just make it sound so easy, but congrats, guys.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
So, correctly, Nicky reflecting that I don't ever want to say things were made to look easy, but they didn't look that troubled, did they?
Not really, no.
You know, Thomas Merrill clearly pick of the crop in terms of the bronzes there, and that does make a big impact in any kind of race.
Yeah.
The car too, well, you know, with anything with GT, you're going to get balance of performance comes into it. Balance of performance gives and takes away.
Yeah.
Last year they were nowhere in that brand new car. This is the HRT squad that were in the mix, ran as high as second.
Yeah, they were there, but not quite. Not quite there.
That's sort of reflected in the demeanour going to the pit lane. Nice boots, though.
Spectacular.
I think somewhat more disappointed are going to be the Get Speed team.
Yeah.
And I don't think their championship is done yet.
No way. No.
That is a good-looking crew in terms of performance, but don't take anything away at all from a flawless performance from the Valkenhurst Motorsport crew.
It was the way that this car, I watched it into turn 14 early on in the race, and I thought, that's not going to get beaten, not all day. It had so much pace, so much speed. Yeah, they've got some good performance there in that car.
And to help us present the trophies in the GT category, please welcome from Michelin Motorsport Asia Pacific Director, it is Mr. Ben Ma.
So the other major partners for the Asian Le Mans Series, Michelin, and again, very loyal supporters, and great to see that effort and investment reflected in what's always a hotly contested class, and of course the biggest class we've got here this year, 24 cars. Once we get back a couple of walking wounded, and hopefully one of those will come tomorrow with the number 61 Aston Martin.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that back out on track.
Absolutely. And by the way, if you haven't seen that car yet, and you probably haven't, spectacular livery on that.
It is.
Yep. Sponsored by Visu Jeans, and has been tweaked while we've been here.
It's gone from red to yellow.
Yes.
Yes.
But good stuff. Valkenhurst Motorsport winning around the world and winning again here in Asia. Cups up, gentlemen. Correctly so. Good stuff. Good race. Not always for the lead, but through that field,
no,
there was some great racing.
No doubt. And it multi-class racing, and it's
absolutely,
it's tough for everybody to deal with, whether you're in GT, P3, P2.
And multiple times as well, we saw their battles influencing other battles up and down the order. That is the point situation for the GT Teams Trophy. 26 points, Valkenhurst, courtesy of that pole position. Get Speed with 18, Hout Racing Team 15, Herberth with 12, 10 and 8. The GT Drivers' Trophy, of course, led by Chandler Hull, Nicky Katzberg, Thomas Merrill, Fabian Schiller, Florian Schulze, Rafael Marciello with 18, Faisal El-Zabir, Martin Conrad and Lucas Stoltz with 15. Harry King, Joel Sturm and the Pure Racing team with the 12 points. And good stuff. Lots more to come from that field.
Oh, absolutely.
Excited to what we might see tomorrow, and in particular what happens when we get to next weekend with a totally different challenge from the circuit at Abu Dhabi at Yas Marina. Well, I hope you've joined us through the whole race, despite the kind of time changes here. Check on Asian Le Mans Series social media for timings of the race tomorrow, a little earlier in the day without the challenges we had with barrier pairs earlier today. Hope you've enjoyed the 4-hour format. Hope you enjoyed our company. We've enjoyed yours. Thanks to Haley and the production team and everybody here at the Asian Le Mans Series, in particular the teams on pit lane and out there in the darkness, for the battles we've all enjoyed. And for everybody who's been listening to us trackside, come back tomorrow, bring friends, and do so again at Abu Dhabi. We've got 12 more hours of this to go in racing action. I can't wait for what's going to come tomorrow. Any final thoughts from you, Ollie?
Oh, it's been spectacular. I think it's been such a brilliant first race of the 2023 season, and I can't wait for tomorrow.
Yep, that's the way. Coming of age for the Asia Le Mans Series in LMP2. Late battle for the lead, won by MV2S in LMP3, and battles up and down the field with dramas galore in GT. What can possibly better that? Well, to find that out, you've got to join us tomorrow. Live around the world on social media with YouTube channel and Facebook for the Asia Le Mans Series, on a variety of broadcast channels as well. Watch us tomorrow, and then watch us next weekend again. From now, from Ollie, from me, from Haley Edmonds, good night from Dubai Autodrome.
Good night. Good job, buddy.